Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sushil Atre, your host and host for the day. And on behalf of Construction Times and ARC Events and Media Private Limited, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you to the Construction Times MMR at 2047-2026 Viksit Bharat Vision 2047, hosted by MMRDA, powered by EAU Labs, Media Kit partner HEC Enviro, Platinum partner HCC, Lanyard partner Akshaya, supporting organizations SRA, SICA, MSRDC, Barsil, official travel partner Travflix, marketing partner Bright Outdoor Media, magazine partner Construction Times and Equipment Times. And this deserves a huge round of applause to begin this event. This prestigious summit brings together policymakers, infrastructure leaders, urban planners, developers, architects, engineers, consultants, industry experts, and stakeholders to discuss the future roadmap of the Mumbai Metropolitan Region and India's vision towards becoming a developed nation by 2047. The summit is proudly supported by Shri Rahul Shewale, General Secretary, Shiv Sena, and former Member of Parliament. We extend our sincere gratitude to all our sponsors, partners, and delegates for their valuable support. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming all our distinguished guests with a warm round of applause. As is our tradition, we begin this auspicious gathering with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, symbolizing knowledge, wisdom, prosperity, and enlightenment. May I request Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan, Publisher and Editor-in-Chief, Construction Times and Equipment Times, to kindly escort our distinguished dignitaries to the stage. May I invite Shri Asim Kumar Gupta, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Urban Development Department, Government of Maharashtra. Shri Rahul Shewale ji, General Secretary, Shiv Sena, former Member of Parliament. And our Conference Chairman, Jitendra Mehta, Senior Vice President, CREDAI MCHI Mumbai, and Chairman and MD, JVM Spaces.
Nirvignam kuru me deva sarvakaryeshu sarvada. Om Ganganapataye namo namaha, Shri Siddhi Vinayak namo namaha, Ashtavinayak namo namaha, Ganapati Bappa Moraya.
And I request Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan to escort the dignitaries to the stage. As a token of our appreciation and respect, we would now like to welcome our distinguished guest with the bouquet. To formally welcome all our esteemed guests and delegates, it is my privilege to request Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan, Publisher and Editor-in-Chief, Construction Times and Equipment Times, to please welcome our dignitaries. Long travel to reach here. You know what? A good amount of clapping will help you have nice blood circulation. Now, I'm going to invite Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan, Publisher and Editor-in-Chief, Construction Times and Equipment Times, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure and privilege on behalf of Construction Times and Equipment Times to welcome you all to Construction Times at 2047 Summit 2026, Viksit Bharat Mission. We are deeply honored by gracious presence of our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Asim Kumar Gupta, Additional Chief Secretary, Urban Development, Government of Maharashtra, our Conference Chairman, Mr. Jitendra Mehta. We also welcome Shri Rahul Shewale, former Member of Parliament, Government of India, for supporting this initiative and encouraging meaningful discussion on the future development of MMR region. I would also like to warmly welcome all our distinguished speakers. Mumbai is not merely a city. It is economic heartbeat of India. It is a city of dreams, opportunities, resilience, and unparalleled energy. But at the same time, Mumbai faces several critical urban challenges that require urgent, collaborative, and visionary solution. As the saying goes, plant a tree today and you plant hope for tomorrow. Let us remember that true development cannot happen without protecting our environment. Rapid urbanization, infrastructure growth must go hand in hand. Ecological responsibility. Mumbai needs not only more roads, bridges, metros, and buildings, but Mumbai also needs more green lungs. Let us collectively pledge to make environmental sustainability an integral part of every infrastructure and urban development project. Together, we can build a greener, cleaner, and more sustainable Mumbai aligned with Viksit Bharat Vision 2047. Managing a city like Mumbai, one of the most densely populated urban regions in the world, is an enormous responsibility. Therefore, we must sincerely acknowledge and appreciate the relentless efforts taken by the government of Maharashtra in steering Mumbai's infrastructure and urban development journey. I think we should give a round of applause for the government people, the additional secretary. Thanks very much, sir, for the efforts you people take. The summit has also been conceptualized a platform where policymakers, government agencies, infrastructure experts, developers, urban planners, environmental specialists, architects, technologists, and industry stakeholders can come together to discuss practical and sustainable solutions for the Mumbai's future. We firmly believe that through constructive dialogue, policy innovation, technology adoption, and public-private collaboration, Mumbai can emerge as one of the most sustainable, connected, resilient, and future-ready metropolitan region. We are equally delighted that this conference will culminate with the prestigious 9th Construction Times BAM Awards, honoring the excellence and innovation in the field of builder, architects, and building material. Before I end my welcome address, I would like to repeat my humbly urge to all stakeholders here to actively support the tree plantation drive and green development initiatives. Every tree we plant today is an investment towards cleaner air, reduced pollution, climate resilience, and a healthier future for coming generation. Once again, welcome you all. Thank you very much.
May I now invite our conference chairman, Mr. Jitendra Mehta, Senior Vice President, CREDAI MCHI Mumbai, and Chairman MD JVM Spaces to address the gathering.
Honorable Chief Secretary, Additional Chief Secretary, Dr. Asim Gupta ji, the heart of the conference, Sri Rahul Sewale ji, Editor-in-Chief Ram Murthy ji, all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. Good morning. You have waited for some time to start the program, but believe me, the whole day will be a discussion, a positive discussion, and outcome will be such that definitely will be progressing towards Viksit Bharat 2047. दोस्तों, जब भी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमें स्लोगन दिया 2047, that is the most important, because from 4 trillion to 30 trillion, we have to visit this economy. So it is not a small task, it's a hurricane task. And 20 years is the target. So we are achieving slowly and steadily in 20 years this 2047. Today, we have invited so many stakeholders, government officials, political leaders. See, any country if developed, 3 will is very important. There is a political will, administrative will, and the citizen will. These 3 comes together, then only country can progress. So we are fortunate in Maharashtra. We have a very positive secretaries like Dr. Asim Gupta ji, who always welcomes new idea. Our DCM sir, CM sir, who is known as a visionary of infrastructure. So they also welcome. And citizen and stakeholder like us, who always adopts new technology, new etc. So this will become easy path. Friends, today in the evening, by the evening, when we go home, definitely you will learn something, you will have some positive and new ideas, and our construction time team will present a white paper to our Honorable DCM sir when he arrives in the evening. So we will have positive outcome of the conference. I wish all the best for the throughout the day. Thank you very much.
I'll request Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan to give a special memento to our conference chairman, Mr. Jitendra Mehta. It gives me immense pleasure to invite Shri Rahul Shewale, General Secretary Shiv Sena and former Member of Parliament, to address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, Shri Rahul Shewale.
Respected Asim Gupta ji, Additional Chief Secretary, Jitendra ji or Ram Murthy ji, and distinguished guests, industry leaders, architects, builders, infrastructure experts, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to sincerely thank Sri Ramamurthy Mayavan, editor of Construction Times and Equipment Times, and his entire team for organizing the Construction Time MMR 2047 Summit 2026 and BAM Awards 2026. Such initiatives provide an important platform for constructive dialogue, knowledge sharing, and collaboration among all stakeholders of the infrastructure and construction sector. I wholeheartedly support these initiatives and congratulate the organizer for their vision and efforts. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this important summit. As India moves toward the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, Mumbai and the Mumbai Metropolitan Region will play a crucial role in driving economic growth, infrastructure development, innovations, and employment generation. The transformation taking place through metro network, coastal roads, housing projects, logistics hubs, and urban infrastructure is creating a strong foundation for the future. Today's summit provides an excellent opportunity to discuss ideas, challenges, and solutions that will help build smarter, greener, and more sustainable cities. I would like to acknowledge the efforts of builders, architects, engineers and planners and construction professionals whose dedication continues to transform our cities and improve the quality of life for millions of citizens. The BAM Awards recognize this excellence and encourage innovation within the industry. I am confident that the discussion today will result in a meaningful recommendation that support the development of the Mumbai Metropolitan Region and contribute to India's journey towards becoming a developed nation 2047. I once again welcome all the delegates, speakers, sponsors and participants. I wish the summits and awards ceremony great success. Thank you.
May I request Mr. Jitendra Mehta ji to please give a memento to Shri Rahul Shewale ji. May I now invite Sri Asim Kumar Gupta ji, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Urban Development Department, Government of Maharashtra, to share his thoughts with our audience.
Namaskar, respected dais and friends. First thing is, sorry, I think I'm the most informally dressed person on dais and I'm the least prepared, nothing in front of me to, but because I can see the participants and I know the nature of the participants here. We have builders, we have architects, we have the people in construction lines. So let me address to them directly. Few things to begin with. This has actually dawned upon me maybe a year back when we started, when I actually took over the housing department also. But few things which everybody here should realize, and I think it is dawning on people also. The three great things happening today. First thing is about the vision. There is nothing is stopping our vision. So it's if you talk to people who are deciding, if you participate in the meetings, then people are talking big. Nobody is talking small. Anything which is around 50,000 crore project it just passes. Before 10 years, when we should talk even of 5,000 crore project or 1,000 crore, it used to be a serious discussion that this, like I remember MTHL, the Atal Setu, when it was being talked about 10 years back, that time the kind of discussion which was happening then, whether we'll be able to raise this kind of money, should we go by the EPC or BOT, or on what basis should we go about it. But nowadays, even if you're talking about 86,000 crore project connecting the coastal road to Vadhavan port, there is nobody thinks that it is undoable. So the vision has now no limits. This is something which is absolutely mind-boggling. I've been associated with Mumbai's story since 2010. When I joined in at BMC as AMC, Additional Municipal Commissioner in 2010, Rahul ji was our standing committee chairman. And so this is actually the same year I got associated with him also, same year kind of I got associated with the whole of the city. And I can tell you this big change, right? Second thing is, we are not much bothered about money. Before we used to think, how will we raise 5,000 crores, how will we raise 4,000 crores. Today, to raise 86,000 crores for that project, one doesn't really feel too much about. So there is money. Almost the whole world wants to put money here, because this is one of the fastest growing area. If you see the kind of infrastructure development is happening here and the kind of scale, it is unparalleled. So a lot of organizations, lot of multilateral agencies are pouring money, and frankly we are at a stage of development where we can fund a lot of it ourselves also. At this moment when we are talking, almost 5 lakh crore works are going on in MMR region. This is huge. Like it's been my 33rd year in service, and I can tell you, I never thought it will happen that in one MMR region there will be 5 lakh crore worth of works going on in live today, right? And 99% of these works are construction related. Good for you guys, but it is construction related. So much money is being poured. Third very big thing, there's a huge capacity of private sector. Before, like maybe 10 years back, if we used to take out tender for big projects, we knew that only handfuls will come and we'll have to pick up among them. But today, even if you're doing a hugely complicated engineering-wise project, whether it is the biggest tunnel in the world or whether it is the Pune link, I don't know how many of you have realized it's an engineering marvel, the kind of engineering capacity it is required to construct that. This capacity, the private sector has now got, and there are at least 5, 6, 7 big companies who almost can do anything, almost anything. For your information, when this was being planned, the Pune direct link, you must have taken a ride now. It was almost told by one international agency that this is engineering wise impossible because of the strata there, because of the hillock there and the kind of strength it can tolerate. So it has been designed in a very, so this engineering capacity as well as the execution capacity in the private sector. So all the three things, vision, money and the capacity of the private sector to execute, it has come together, and this will, as frankly there's so much of backlog also, right? So this momentum will continue. So this is good. It's good for you, it's good for the economy, because so much of money being, and all this is capital works, right? So this add value to the, it's not something which is revenue work, it's a capital work which actually builds, it builds. So these are the great things which is happening. So when I'm talking to you, I guess I should only talk about the trends and the big trends I see in different sectors. Some structural reforms which has happened in housing, especially because many of you are builders and architects. Of course, one structural reform was RERA. It has had a very subtle and very long-term impact of, in a sense, corporatizing the whole sector. Now the percentage of the square feet which is being constructed by corporates, that percentage is in the upswing. It will go on increasing. More and more formal people will come. Another big trend is huge area development. Who could have thought we can have 100 acres of development in Mumbai? So the Juhu Gully, which we just awarded, that's a slum. 100 acres. The another slum which is going to be tendered out in next 2 months is 287 acres. So this huge area development, right? So this is another big trend. In another almost 8 lakh houses would be built in these 17 sectors which will be take out. All these are more than 50 acres. So this is another huge trend. And this is one thing which you would hear our DCM sir speaking again and again. He doesn't want a small areas, because a lot of small areas, when they get developed, a lot of constraints which come in, a lot of planning constraints which come. So it's actually you can't have the way the life should be planned. So he is only for, he's pushing desperately the cluster and the huge area development is almost rejuvenation of the areas. BDD chawls, the kind of changes you see in the area because of one BDD chawl development, the kind of development you will see in different big clusters which are coming up. This is another trend. More and more area, like the projects will become larger area. Dharavi, the total cost of rehab construction in Dharavi is 1 lakh crore plus taxes. 1 lakh crore is the construction of rehab, free of cost for people to be given. That is the size of the project, right? So, as I was saying, so the trend I see is huge, larger areas. Luckily, you people are ready. Luckily, the private sector is ready. Luckily, we are getting a good competition in whether it's a housing project or it's a urban infrastructure development projects. Another trend is public transport. 380 kilometer of metro being done in Mumbai. No city has done this kind of network in such a small span. So this is another, and it actually tells that everything is coming together. That's why I feel so excited. I feel so nice. I feel a little blessed to be a part of the whole thing, because maybe 10 years back, more competent people were there than us, but they didn't have this opportunity, which we have today. So in public transport, you're seeing what is happening, right? And not only in Mumbai, but in Mumbai MMR. Next trend, we are having few cities being added. We added only one new Mumbai in 30 years. Now we are having one Edu city, which going to have 10 foreign universities in one place. Already 5 universities have signed MOUs. They have started academic operations in Mumbai, but they would move to Edu city maybe a year or a year and a half down. That is just next to the new international airport. Another city, Medi City, which is coming up, which is going to have the best, and because the MOU has not been signed, so I will not tell, but the biggest medical center is coming here, and we would have all that 200 acres, 250 acres with all tertiary super specialty hospitals in one location. Another thing, there's another 2 more Mumbais are being added to Mumbai, right? The whole of Naina is, if you see Mumbai, then Mumbai out of 470 square kilometer, 200 kilometer is what actually people reside in. Naina is 209 square kilometer. New KSC, which is the new township, which is exactly on the model of New Mumbai, which is just south of the new international airport, Mumbai. That is 336 square kilometer. In terms of total area available for actually housing people, it is little more than Mumbai. Then all around Vadhavan, the new port, another airport is coming, and there the city is another 300 square kilometer. So these are the So we say there's going to be Mumbai 3 and Mumbai 4, if you take New Mumbai as Mumbai 2, then Mumbai 3 and Mumbai 4 are being added. These are the big trends and these are happening. These are not plans on the table. These are actually things are happening and most of the money has been tied up. Another huge thing which is happening, I'm just trying to think of all the trends and give you the trends. A huge trend is towards the data center in MMR. If you see all the MOUs, which sometimes are, frankly, as social media and all, you will find all kind of memes on that or maybe taken lightly, but almost 20 lakh crore worth of MOUs have been signed, and our history or our achievement is around 56 to 66% of MOUs get finally implemented and the money does flow in. But this 56%, even if we have only 56%, the total MOUs is 20 lakh crore. And most of this is in high-tech, like data center and other things. So these are good times for us to work. These are good times for you to work. These are good times for such conferences to happen, because when a lot of things are happening, sometimes it is better if we get collected a lot of people in one hall and let them think. Because when we are running and we are doing something, it is better sometime we kind of take a pause for a day and think through the what is happening and maybe suggest some tinkering here and there. But before I close, again let me repeat, good times for me to work, good times for you to work. Jai Hind.
I now request Shri Rahul Shewari ji to please give a special memento to Shri Asim Kumar Gupta. So ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today at the Construction Times MMR at 2047 Summit, we look forward with a shared vision, a vision of a Viksit Bharat by 2047. And before we proceed with the next session, it gives me immense pleasure to invite on stage three pillars who have been an incredible foundation for today's summit, giving their time, expertise, and guidance without expecting anything in return. Their support for this summit has been entirely selfless, driven purely by their passion for the growth of the MMR region and our nation's vision. I call upon stage our three pillars of support, Mr. Sainath Rajadhyaksha, Mr. Ajay Pandya, and Mr. Shantanu Kulkarni. Please join us on stage to receive the honor. I request our dignitaries. Time to begin our first technical session. To present Economic Master Plan and Blueprint at 2047, may I invite Mr. M. Mahadev, OSD MMRDA, on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause as we welcome on stage Mr. M. Mahadev.
Good morning, everybody. On behalf of MMRDA, a warm welcome to this summit. And without much ado, let me commence with my presentation. So, can you all hear me clearly? Yeah. So, a little bit of, the performance of our great state. So, the highlights, what I would like to say is that, we are number one state in terms of economy. That is something which is very important. We contribute about 15% of the nation's GDP. So that is a very significant contribution. We also have a very young population. 63% of the population is in the working age group. So that is another important parameter of the state. And most of our population, close to about 50%, resides in the cities. So which is a increasing trend. Go to the next slide. Now we come to MMR. Okay. Now here you see that 15% is the contribution of the state to the nation's GDP. And here we find that MMR contributes 5% to the nation's GDP. So that how important is the economic growth or economic development of MMR to the nation's GDP. And we have about 2% of the country's population. As mentioned, earlier also, the state has an urban population of about 45%. But if you see MMR, it is mostly urbanized. About 95% of the Mumbai Metropolitan Region is urbanized. And, our population is close to about 25 million. Yeah, thank you so much. And, at present we have an employment of about 10 million. And that is the GDP where we are now, about 140 billion. And this is all in US dollars. So we hope that by 2030, we should be able to ramp up that 140 billion US dollars to about 300 billion US dollars. So that is our target for 2030. And accordingly, the GDP per capita also is, proposed to increase from 5,426 US dollars to about 10,000 US dollars. Yeah, so this gives a little bit of the, administrative part of Mumbai Metropolitan Region. We have 2 full districts of Mumbai City and Mumbai Suburban. You have 9 municipal corporations, 9 municipal councils, and we have a lot of these important highways which are passing through Mumbai Metropolitan Region. The Eastern Express Highway, the Western Express Highway leading to Gujarat, and then you have the Sion Panvel Highway which is leading to Pune and the hinterland. Yeah, so Mumbai, also known as City of Dreams, Maximum City, city that never sleeps, because of all these reasons. It's the financial and business capital of the country, home to about 25 million people, 10 million jobs, about 300 kilometers of coastline, beautiful coastline. We have a rich heritage history. We have about 7 UNESCO World Heritage Sites in the city, which is really unbelievable. We have this, it is the home to the Hindi film industry, known world over, Bollywood. We have world-class sports infrastructure, global connectivity. We have a huge, now MMR is of course having 2 international airports which provide connectivity to not only other parts of India but also overseas. Cultural diversity through its festivals. Yeah, now coming to an overview of MMRDA. So MMRDA is a 50-year-old authority established by the government of Maharashtra. Initially, we are basically into town planning, preparation of regional plans, but our mandate has also been expanded to develop infrastructure projects, mainly the metro projects and other road projects. Of course, we are also dealing with, water supply. You name the urban infrastructure project and we are there. So this is our, vision, so to say. We hope to develop MMR as the destination for economic activity by promoting infrastructure development and improving the quality of life. Yeah, so this is our organizational structure. We have an MMRDA authority, which is actually headed by the Deputy CM, who is also holding the Urban Development Department portfolio. Then we have an executive committee headed by the State Chief Secretary. The MMRDA administration per se is headed by the Metropolitan Commissioner, and he is assisted in his duties by 2 additional Metropolitan Commissioners and a joint Metropolitan Commissioner. We also have, all the departments which are needed for effective city planning as well as infrastructure development. You will find we have a planning division, we have a land estate division, social development, town country planning. Then we have urban design, transportation communication, which is a key department. We have the engineering department. and besides others. And we also have the key other department which is put at the end, the Metro Project Implementation Unit. Yeah, so these are the various activities which we perform. We are into transportation. Okay, we do the comprehensive transportation study, which is basically a study conducted every 10 years in which we collect the data and analyze the data to project the transport scenario for future horizon periods, both short-term, medium-term, long-term, and accordingly prepare a implementation plan, transportation plan for Mumbai Metropolitan Region. We also are in this process of implementing the 337 kilometers of the Metro Master Plan in MMR. Then coming to the infrastructure, we are the developers of the Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link, the MTHL, which was commissioned a few years ago. Then we are also doing projects on the Eastern-Western Express Highway, various flyovers, roads, the Surya water supply scheme, which provides water supply to Mira Bhayandar, that was also developed by MMRDA. Then we also are into, we can say, the area development, which the Additional Chief Secretary also mentioned. We are involved in this Ramabai Ambedkar Nagar slum rehabilitation also in association with the SRA. So this is what is the vision, connecting people across 6,300 square kilometers, which is the area of MMR, within 59 minutes. That is important. So under an hour, you will be able to reach any corner of MMR, enhancing the quality of lives of 23 million by providing delightful travel experience to 10 million commuters through world-class mobility and attracting 180 billion investment and adding 3 million jobs to achieve US 300 billion economy by 2030. So this is our main vision, or which drives MMRDA now. Yeah, so coming to the economic master plan, MMRDA in association with Niti Aayog has prepared this economic master plan for MMR. So this is a key document which is actually providing the basic parameters for this economic blueprint or economic master plan. So this is what it says. So presently we are, at 140 billion USD. Our GDP is about 140 billion USD, which we propose to ramp up to 300 billion by 2030 and by Amrit Kal to 1.5 trillion. Okay, so if India is going to contribute, or India is targeting, that's what the Secretary also mentioned, that if we are targeting 30 trillion by 2047, MMR's contribution is going to be 1.5 trillion. So jobs, we are going to add another 3 million jobs by 2030 and another 10 million jobs by 2047. And accordingly, the GDP per capita is going to progressively improve, which is a good news for all Mumbaikars and people residing in MMR. So these are the 10 strengths of MMR which will going to drive its future growth. One, it is the financial capital, as I mentioned earlier. It has the largest port and trade hub. So JNPT is already operational, which is the largest container port in India. You also have Mumbai Port. And now, you all know that a new port is coming up at Vadhavan also, which is actually going to be much bigger than even JNPT. Globally connected, we have 2 international airports, and a third one is again going to be planned at Vadhavan. So 2 airports are already up and running. One at Mumbai CSMIA, and the other is at the in Navi Mumbai. Bollywood art and entertainment capital. We have beautiful coastline of about 300 kilometers stretching right from both on the east and the west side. Large cosmopolitan center, manufacturing hub. We have a very good startup ecosystem, multimodal domestic connectivity, and historically, India or MMR has been an economic powerhouse. So we have a good base or foundation. Yeah, so this is the various areas which are going to add the GDP as well as the jobs. So one of the growth drivers is your global services hub. Okay, that is one. Then, as I told you, that mass housing, especially in association with the SRA, various housing projects are coming up, which is going to add another 3 million affordable housing units in MMR, global tourism, development of, the film city area, a lot of other smaraks. Ambedkar Smarak is also going to be coming up shortly. So all this is going to increase your tourism potential. And then again, we have airport city, like the secretary mentioned. We're going to have Edu City, we're going to have a Medi City close to the airport. We are going to have Innovation City also in Mumbai 3.0. And we are also going to have other growth centers just close to Thane and on the outskirts of Mumbai city. This is something which is very important, because all this development which is going to happen by way of housing and the other infrastructure development, you need excellent transport connectivity. So that is something which will be looked into, and it will be promoted on a very large scale, like he mentioned. And world-class urban infrastructure and transport. Again, we are, you must be aware that, we are planning a lot of initiatives or, interventions for last mile connectivity, and the port taxi is one of them. You're also going to see the picture is seen on the extreme right, is the bullet train also, which is going to shortly commence, say from 2029 onwards, from the Bandra Kurla linking Mumbai with Ahmedabad. Yeah, so affordable homes, as I said, 3 million. We're going to have office spaces from increasing by 150 to 175 million square feet, premium hotel rooms, new colleges. So you're going to have this Edu City, which is going to come up in Navi Mumbai, warehousing space, tertiary hospital beds, again the Medi City, which is going to come up, industrial area, various growth centers identified, especially for industrial area near Alibag and on the outskirts of Thane, you can say, just beyond Thane, are planned. Yeah, so here if you see the various developments which are going to happen and the investments which have to happen. So 140 billion is what you're seeing the GDP now. Various initiatives which are planned by the government, about 30 key projects. I'll brief you on the projects which are suggested by the Niti Aayog, and also has taken part of the MMR Growth Hub, which is a government-driven initiative. So those projects I'll talk to you about later. Then various policies which are going to bring about this, growth to 300 billion. You can see them categorized. And all the government departments are involved. It's not only MMRDA, it's MMRDA, CIDCO, you're having MIDC. So all the government stakeholders, they are all will be part of this initiative to achieve that 300 billion GDP by 30 and 1.5 trillion by 2047. Yeah, so as the secretary also mentioned a little while ago, the private sector involvement in this is going to be very critical, and we expect that private sector is going to bring in about 125 to 135 billion in to achieve this target. So 70% of the additional requirement of investment is going to come from the private sector, which is actually huge. So private sector has got a lot of responsibility towards, reaching this target of 300 billion, then 1.5 trillion by 2047. Yeah, so we have already taken steps towards the implementation of this sustainable master plan. So, earlier, if you see from 1970 to 1991, the growth process was very slow. Okay, most of the development was probably Navi Mumbai had just started. 1970s, Navi Mumbai was had taken off, and then the development in MMR was basically restricted to Mumbai city and the new town of Navi Mumbai. But then gradually, what has happened? If you see from 1996 to 2011, that is the regional plan. You found that the wholesale market was shifted from moved from Mumbai to Navi Mumbai. You find that BKC took up on a large scale development of the financial center in BKC. That was something which took shape and was actively involved in the MMR development. And then the main development, you can say, is beyond 2016, where you have a lot of these TOD type of development, or you can say the metro connectivity. The enhanced metro connectivity really happened 2014, line 1, which was the first PPP project in the country, that was commissioned, and then gradually you find that the metro projects really took speed. And at present you have about close to 100 kilometers of metro lines in operation in MMR. Yeah, so these are some of the growth centers which I was speaking to you about, which are proposed all over MMR. So you can see right from Vasai in the west to Kharbao, say beyond Thane, and then right up to Poinad, Alibag at the southern side, you have growth centers spread all over MMR, which are going to fast track the economic growth of the region. Yeah, so this was how the travel pattern also moved. Now, if you see, up to 1990, it was basically, from the Virar western suburbs, you used to move to Nariman Point for jobs. Similarly, from Kalyan area, we used to move to Nariman Point, and from Navi Mumbai also. But now there are various other growth centers and other residential hubs which are being developed because of this suburban rail connectivity also expanding and the metro rail connectivity expanding. So that is how it is going to look in Mumbai 3.0, where you find that the number of growth centers, which was earlier only in, say, BKC or Nariman Point, you're going to have growth centers spread all over MMR and well linked through suburban and metro connectivity. So this is going to make all the growth centers and the residential areas well connected, interconnected, which is very important for speeding up growth. Yeah, so this is the metro master plan which MMRDA has prepared. So we have about 14 plus lines in MMR, plus there are lines which are being developed by Mahametro also in Thane, which has a ring railway. Then you have metro master plan, which is also prepared by SIDCO. So in all, this comes to about 400 odd kilometers of metro line, which is going to be proposed, and probably it will be commissioned in the next 5 to 7 years in phases. And we also have at present about 100 kilometers of metro lines in operation. At present, the metro carrying capacity is about 8.5 lakhs per day, which in 2031, hopefully, we expect that, we will see reduced traffic congestion on the roads. Lot of traffic will be moved to metro system, and we expect that, by 2031, there will be a huge jump in, as and when, these metro network gets expanded and commissioned, you'll have a huge jump in the metro ridership. And hopefully it will, be close to that 13 million number, which is actually projected. Yeah, so these are the details of the metro lines which are part of the master plan. Now, if you see the green ones, they are basically lines which have been commissioned, and the orange ones are the ones under construction. The one thing which you would like to really appreciate here is that no city has got so many metro lines which are under construction at the same time. So that shows the amount of funding which is going into the construction of these metro lines. Even if you see Bangalore, they are doing it in a very, phase by phase manner, and they are gradually extending. Whereas in Mumbai, considering the urgency of transportation to effective economic growth and infrastructure development to economic growth, the government has decided that we have to take up these lines simultaneously so that the network effect is obtained, and you have a lot of people using public transport, you have better accessibility to all parts of MMR. Yeah, so because of this metro connectivity, better last mile, first mile access, what do you expect is that the public transport share will increase, you will have lower IPT share also, so you won't have too many cars, you won't have too many autos. So you will find that your average journey speed is increasing on the roads because of reduced congestion, which is at present very low, to about 37 kilometers per hour. And this will be a huge contributor to the economic development of the region. Yeah, so these are some of the projects which MMRDA has taken up and completed in the last decade. Some of the important projects, if I have to mention, are those metro lines 2A and 7, basically which provide connectivity in the western suburbs, leading right up to Dahisar. Then you have, I told you about the Metro Line 1, which is the east-west connectivity connecting Warsaw and Ghatkopar, which has been implemented on public-private partnership by MMRDA. We have the monorail also. At present, it will be shortly, resumed. Services are expected to be shortly resumed. And we also are going to connect it to, Metro Line 2B at Chembur, so that, there will be that interchange effect also. So the ridership will also increase. Yeah, so these are some of the important projects in MMR which have been commissioned. The Navi Mumbai Airport was commissioned recently. Now, recently there was a news, this thing that they're going to start the international flights also from Navi Mumbai. The Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link, which is actually very critical to provide connectivity from Mumbai city or downtown area and central Mumbai to the Navi Mumbai, the airport. The Mumbai 3.0 is very critical. The MTHL is critical for that. The Trans-Harbour Link is expected to, get more and more traffic once the Shivdi-Worli connector, which is, under construction, that is complete. So that will be linking it to the coastal road. So all these infrastructure projects, you can see, they are being fast-tracked. I'll go quickly in the interest of time. So these are some of the important infrastructure projects or heritage projects also, you can say. Bharat Ratna Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Smarak is coming up. You have the Balasaheb Thackeray Rashtriya Smarak that is coming up, and numerous other road projects. Yeah, so the amount of, the secretary was speaking about finance. So if you see, he mentioned that, about 5 lakh crore is being, spent or worth of infrastructure projects are ongoing in MMR. So MMRDA itself is spending about 3 lakh crore. You can see that data on the screen. Metro projects about 1.5 lakh crore. Your ring roads, I'll come to it in the next slide, about 50,000 crore. Then you have 1 lakh crore for other infra. So all totaling about 3 lakh crore. So this is something which I would like to bring to your notice. This is how we are decongesting Mumbai by developing these set of 7 ring roads. So you have right from the inner ring road, which is actually from the downtown area, or you can say the actual Mumbai city area, and that goes on, increasing. There is this coastal road, which is actually running from Nariman Point, you have right up to Worli, and then you have the Worli-Bandra Sea Link, and then from Bandra, you're going to have this coastal road to Warsaw, and then from Warsaw, you're going to Dahisar, and then from Dahisar, you're going to basically go to Virar using the Dahisar or Uttan Sea Link, Dahisar-Uttan Virar Sea Link. So that is going to go to the extreme end of Virar. And then you're going to have the multimodal corridor, which is going to actually run from Virar to Alibag. So that forms the outer ring road. And then you have the MTHL. So you have the outer ring road from Virar. You're going to come to Navi Mumbai. Then from Navi Mumbai to MTHL. Then through the Worli Shivdi connector. And then you have the coastal road, which can again take you to Virar. So that is going to be the outer ring road. Yeah, so this is something which MMRDA has taken on a pilot project, that is the automated rapid transit system in BKC. So this is another initiative to provide last mile connectivity in BKC and solve the congestion issues. So at present it is proposed to be implemented phase-wise. The first phase is about 3.5 kilometers and we have about 8 stations. So basically what we are trying to do in the first phase is, we are trying to connect the Bandra station with BKC, that is the, you can say, the GST Bhavan in E block of BKC. And the other end, we will be connecting Kurla station with the Bharat Diamond Bores. So that will be coming close to Bharat Diamond Bores. So basically, we are connecting both these stations, suburban railway stations of Kurla and Bandra with BKC. And hopefully in another 2 years' time, the construction work has started. Hopefully in 2 years' time, we should have the phase 1 up and running. Yeah. So this is something which is very important, the first mile and last mile connectivity. So MMRDA has been spending a lot of time in planning and implementation of the multimodal integration at each of the Mumbai metro stations with not only the BEST, but also, providing the interchange with other metro stations which are close by, cross FOBs across the highways so that you can cross over easily. So these are some of the initiatives which MMRDA is taking to provide very good multimodal integration at each of the metro stations so that the ridership is improved and people have that sort of accessibility to reach accessibility to reach the railway stations. Yeah, so I just touched upon this project. It's a very prestigious project of MMRDA, wherein we are trying to, rehabilitate this slum of Ramabai Nagar in Ghatkopar. And this is, this project is already kick-started. And we hope that, we'll be able to, provide about 1,700 slum tenements to the people there. Yeah, so these are the competitive strengths, or you can say this is something which the MTHL is going to really provide the competitive edge, you can say, to MMR's growth. And, what we are planning is that third Mumbai, which is about 324 square kilometers in the MTHL zone. So this will be just beyond Naina. You can see that in that area. So it will be just beyond Naina. And this 3.0 will also have, the innovation city and other developments associated. We are also the SPA for Palghar and, the south side beyond Naina. So Mumbai 3 is also part of that area. Yeah, so this is the, when we did the economic master plan with the Niti Aayog, there was a lot of brainstorming about what are the projects which should really drive this economic growth, which we are talking of, say, by 2030, where we want to achieve a GDP of 300 billion USD, or by 2047, when we want to achieve a GDP of 1.5 trillion USD. So what are the growth drivers? So these are the projects which were identified. One was the Vadhavan Port City-led development, Vadhavan Industrial City, the Boisar high-speed rail. There is a bullet train stop at Boisar. So around that, we want to have a growth center. Then there is a bullet train stop at Virar. So there also, we are developing a growth center. Kharbao, this is just beyond the creek, upwards of Gaimukh. Then we are also developing tourism-related at Gorai and Mud Island. Then BKC and Wadala, we are also financial centers. Naina is being developed by Citco. MBPT also developing their own SEZs. Then we have the Goregaon Film City, they are doing development. Then Alibag, Padigar Logistic Park. So these are the various projects which are going to act as the drivers. Now, he also touched upon the secretary about the various MOUs which MMRDA has, MMRDA and various other government authorities have signed with prestigious financial institutions, funding agencies, consultants, contractors, suppliers world over. So we are associated with the World Economic Forum, then we are associated with the Crossrail of UK, we are associated with various other consultants. So this is how, the funding assured, funding is sort of, so to say, stitched across for various projects. So bottom line is that about 10 lakh crore is the total funding assured. Yeah, so these give some of the details of the MOUs which we signed over the period of years. So you can notice that in 2023, we have also signed a MOU with the University of California, Berkeley, for development of local growth centers. Yeah, so this is the photograph of taken when we signed that MOU with the Davos World Economic Forum. Yeah, so this is the details of the MOU signed at the WF Davos 2025. Just it gives a flavor of who are willing to partner with MMRDA in this economic growth. So that is something which is eye-opener. You can see all the top firms, real estate, it could be financial institutions, it could be, the academia, all are interested in this partnership with MMRDA. And this is the, the message from the founder, chairman of World Economic Forum. And MMRDA is, the only, you can say authority, organization of the government which has got a MOU with the World Economic Forum. So what's next? So these are the outcomes and the impact. So this is something which is very important. So we will be aligning with the UN's SDGs. So basically the green public transport is something which is very important. Then job creation, I told you that we are planning to add about 3 million jobs. Then future ready infrastructure. So infrastructure will be robust, resilient, it will be safe, it will be sustainable, and at the same time it will promote equity also. Affordable housing is a very important aspect of the economic growth. So about 3 million affordable housing units are proposed to be created. Public participation. So basically we would like to involve all stakeholders who are part and parcel of MMR to be part of our journey towards achieving the economic targets. Environment sustainability, very important. Mobility, connectivity, digital platforms. This is something which I can just touch upon briefly. Each authority or each arm of the government, or you can say ULB, is very much focused on digital platforms. To give you a small example, there was this event held, I think it was held last month, wherein BMC has launched this Civet Twin, which is actually a very important AI-enabled tool which speeds up your development permissions. So that is something which is going to reduce drastically the time required for anybody to require to get their development approvals, get their plan approval. So that is an important development which I can give you as an example. Yeah, so this is how we move towards a sustainable and prosperous MMR. Quality public transport, affordable housing, robust economy. This is how, I showed you the drivers which are going to help you boost the economy, ease of living, and clean and green energy. Yeah, so this is how we would like to move up the livability index. This is a snapshot of where we are and where we would like to go. You see that, we are having a very high density of population, but gradually we want to move up to more density, more livability. Density is actually good. Okay, rather than spread, density is actually good, but we must ensure that we provide proper affordable housing, proper transport, we provide accessibility to jobs which are going to really improve your livability index. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for the patient listening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. May I request Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan to kindly present a memento to Mr. M. Mahadev. We now move to an industry presentation on innovation for durable construction. And for the same, please welcome Mr. Nilotpal Kaur, Senior Advisor, Director, Sika India Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Nilotpal Kaur.
Good morning, everybody. After what Mr. Mahadev said, I think even if people are thinking about leaving Mumbai, they will be entrenched within Mumbai for at least the next 3-4 decades, yeah, till 2047, when we see ourselves as a developing nation of 30 trillion US dollar GDP. And I think let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Mahadev's presentation. So on the hind of that, we talk about construction, and after water, the second most consumed material is concrete. And we're going to talk to you about what basically excites concrete to create more durable structures. Now, when we talk about Viksit 2047, two things which come to my mind was about the thriving and sustainable economy, and the next one was all about investment in R&D, investment in technology and science. And this is all about durability, so that you don't have to repair or see a leakage, simple way, or you have to repair frequently. So, we talk about innovation and durability. Can the life cycle be increased so that you don't have repairs? Then we talk about a very new concept, and thanks to Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Honorable Minister, who introduced ultra high performance fiber reinforced concrete, where concrete sections were reduced by 30 to 50%. And the turnaround time for construction is much faster by at least 30 to 40%. A lot of repairs of bridges in the districts, etc., are taking place as we speak. And we talk about corrosion, because Mumbai is very much affected because of the saline atmosphere, and how do you prevent corrosion from attacking. And finally, the MTHL is a reference for a wonderful, unique, first of its kind bridge deck waterproofing to give a service life of more than 75 to 100 years. So, these are some of the facts and figures about our company Sika, and you can see, which I will only talk about, is the technology centers all about innovation, and one of them is in India. And this company, for 115 or 16 years, since 1910, have been involved in all massive infrastructure, the largest construction chemical company across the globe. In India, we have 13 factories. We're well spread for the last 42 years, and you can see the coverage is almost across the network of what you can reach the projects, whether in the north, east, south or west. We are focused on these key areas of application, just simply putting. First is obviously concrete, as I said, the second most consumed material across the globe. To increase the durability by 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. We are very much into waterproofing, from infrastructure to residential, commercial, with the state-of-art new technologies which are faster, which have replaced the old bitumen systems. We are into tile adhesives, just to put it simply, so that your bathroom does not leak. Then flooring and coating. Now if you look at the Indira Gandhi International Airport, all the carpets have been removed because they are expensive to maintain. An epoxy terrazzo, which has been laid about 6 years back, is still lasting. This is the example. Then of course we have refurbishment, and we talk about the Parliament building, which is going to be converted into a museum as an example, which required structural strengthening, and it has been done in no time. Then of course we have industrial sealants for the motor industry. Now we talk about UP or UHP, ultra high performance fiber reinforced concrete, where 150 MPa concrete is developed by concrete technologies within India. And India in this field is going to actually bypass or overtake European countries as well as Japan, because that is the elixir of technology. Now look at this bridge, and you see the bottom section and the top one. You see the foundations. A set of 15 to 16 foundations replaced by only one. That is the strength of ultra high performance concrete. As you can see, more sustainable because you have 30% less loading, less requirement of joints, and so many other things. This is a typical concrete, what we call the proportion. But what is most important is, at 24 hours, you get a 60 MPa concrete, which most of the high-rise towers get in 28 days. And look at this, which is a state-of-the-art. It won the PCI award, 102.6 meter span without any foundation in between. Now these strengths are 150 50 MPa as I said, and practically achieved, because this is very, very important. So if you see the summary out of this, foundations reduced by 30 to 50% in terms of savings, in terms of bearing and expansion joints, which are very complicated, and that's why you get the bumps when you drive through a bridge, reduced by about up to 50%. Overall physical scope of work to ensure early delivery is about 30 to 50%. So if you have a project for 2 years, you can actually deliver it in 1 year. All these small bridges, 100 meters, 50 meters across in districts, which required a tender, retender, etc., now can be laid in 1 month. That is the speed of ultra high performance concrete. And these are the elements in terms of high dispersion, in terms of fair face concrete, because you don't want your concrete to look ugly. Then you need to also protect the concrete from early drying, otherwise it's going to crack. As well as you need to control shrinkage, because concrete shrinks, and that's why most of the cracks happen. Very much in high rise, ultra high performance, and I'm sure you heard about this, Lodha World 1. So it's something to do with a 76 280 floors, and you got to pump the concrete. So if you've seen concrete and through a concrete pipeline, the effort required to reach that, this has been achieved with 30 to 40% lower pump pressure, which means saving on oil, and which means green. When we talk about sustainability, the embodied carbon is not only in the cement consumption, but how you replace cement with slag, fly ash, but also you reduce consumption of power electricity. This is the wonder of high performance or ultra high performance concrete. Talking about corrosion, endangering, I'm sure you've seen this picture. So when your concrete achieves a pH of around 9 from 12.5, you will see these brownish spots on your roof or the concrete structure. Now, what Sika has done is we've introduced something within concrete which inhibits that, and it has IIT Chennai and IRC, which is the Indian Roads Congress accreditation, being used now quite extensively across the country in many projects. And it's a 17-year-old story when it started, of course. It was used at the Swiss highway. You can see there are 3 panels out there with half cell potential, and there's a reference mix on the right with silica fume, which is a very fine additive in the middle, and the Sika product at the left, at the extreme right, and you can see the red area. Over a period of 1 year and 2 years and 3 years and 5 years, and this is what has developed. So this is very important for coastal areas, especially like Mumbai. The Bandra Worli Sea Link has used that, and there are many other structures in Mumbai within MMR which have also used that. This is wonderful, not because I am representing Sika, but this was a totally new concept in bridge deck waterproofing, especially it started with the Atal Bridge, the MTHL as it is known as, and it's a hot spray system. Of course with protection for the sprayer, very important. And has been already tested 35 years overseas, and Nexco in Japan use it very regularly. Nexco is a sort of what we have CPWD in India, or the NHAI, we have Nexco in Japan. And this is the various reports on a long-term testing to ensure durability and that water does not seep through the SMA or the asphalt layer through the concrete and creates corrosion problems and rehabilitation. So these are the various layers, and these have been used in different ways. There is a primer, there is a spray layer, there is a bitumen layer, and then over that you have your SMA or your mastic asphalt. So these are the various stages. It's a very laborious but very fast, very detailed, and very important is the surface treatment or substrate treatment. And very much in Amchi, Mumbai, we have the Coastal Road, we have the MTHL and the Thane Creek Bridge. 3 living examples, and the MTHL was run about 3-4 years back. So, a little bit about the company which I represent with my team here. This is the largest construction chemical company, about 120,000 crores in Indian rupees across the globe. And we are in India since 1986. And again, the spread of the factories. So thank you very much for your kind attention, and I'm sure you will have a great session today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. May I request Mr. Jitendra Mehta to please present a memento to Mr. Nilotpal Kaur. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and insights with us. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nilotpal. Thank you so much, Mr. Jitendra. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to an important panel discussion on project management and revival of city infrastructure. To moderate this session, may I invite Mr. Fani Prasad Mandalaparthi, Practice Leader and Associate Director, Transport, Logistics and Mobility, CRISIL, to kindly join us on the stage. We also welcome our distinguished panelists, Shri M. Mahadev, Officer on Special Duty, MMRDA, Shri S.K. Survase, Chief Engineer, Expressway Nodal, MSRDC, Mr. Santosh Rai, Chief Business Officer and Head, Business Development, Hindustan Construction Company Limited, Mr. Akhileshwar Sahai, Advisor, Basil Knowledge Center. So now, the dais is all yours. Over to Mr. Fani Prasad.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and welcome to all dignitaries and the esteemed speakers. So on the same topic of MMR at 2047, in line with the Viksit Bharat mission towards that year, and what are the opportunities and what are the developments in MMR that can be explored, and we have some great minds who can share their thoughts on the same. We will also have 5 minutes at the end for an audience Q&A so that we can entertain some questions from the audience. Yeah. So starting with, I'd like to ask, actually this is a common question to all panelists. So Mr. Mahadev, opening with you. If I could just, off the head ask you, what is coming to mind when I talk about top 3 practical and implementable priorities for the economic and social transformation of MMR? What would you say?
Thank you very much for your question. So if you see top 3 priorities, the first, since I am a transport planner by background, and this thing would be that, the development of the metro rail systems in MMR and the ring railways, which the government is proposing, encircling various parts of MMR. That is one of the top priorities, not only for MMRDA, but also whoever is the implementing authority to push and get it completed as fast as possible, probably in the next 5 years or so. So that is priority number 1. Secondly, from my point of view, housing is something which, affordable housing is something which the government needs to push. I'm talking from a government perspective. And, government is developing or coming out with various schemes for, pushing affordable housing, slum rehabilitation, and also coming up with, ways by which, you can develop affordable housing, say, close to some sort of a TOD type of thing, which Navi Mumbai is doing, close to railway stations, close to bus stops, where they are developing housing for the economic weaker section, the low income groups. That is something. And the third, which I would And in transport, of course, I would also talk of green transport, like, pushing your bus transportation, because now we find that bus transportation is pretty lacking in MMR. So along with the metro development, also push the bus transportation probably through dedicated bus lanes, providing first mile, last mile connectivity through buses, and having some sort of BRTS on these, these ring routes, so that, people can access long distance travel. And then in infrastructure, as I mentioned, housing is one of them. Also, we need to focus a lot on, stormwater drainage, then your waste recycling, which is actually a big issue nowadays in Mumbai. We don't have, we are not able to tackle the huge amounts of solid waste which is being generated. So that is something in urban infrastructure. These water supply is another important thing in urban infrastructure development. Then the third aspect would be the digital push. How we can make things easy for the common man. How we can get governance to his doorstep. By the example which I mentioned, in BMC, they have developed this Civic Twin. So which basically is an AI-enabled tool which, simplifies the process of obtaining development permissions. So earlier it used to, be number of revisits and revisions to the plans to obtain development permission. But now all that hopefully will be cut down through AI intervention. And, other interventions we can say is this digital integration of, the ticketing. Especially when you travel in public transport, wherein we have this Mumbai One app. So basically what we have done is that all the metro services, the suburban rail services, and also the public bus transport operators. So the entire ticketing is brought under a single app. So what you can do is that it also has a journey planner. So if you want to, move from this point A to point B, you need to use the app. So it will tell you what are the various public transport modes available. You can book your tickets through the app. And, you save a lot of hassle using that. And you can also monitor your, the progress of, what is the time which is going to be taken, how do you interchange. So a lot of benefits can be provided through this internet, through this integrated app. So these are the top three. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. S.K. Survase, the same question to you. What would you say are the top three priorities?
Thank you very much. Rightly, Madhav sir explained. So top priorities should be the metro, then second will be roads and water supply system. So this should be the three top priorities for MMR region to grow. What I feel.
Right. Indeed. So, Mr. Santosh Rai, the same question to you. In your mind, for economic and social transformation, top three practical implementable priorities?
I think my colleagues have covered some of the points, but I'd like to focus more on the softer side. I believe the number one priority has to be we have to reduce the rate of people getting killed. Number one. I think we have to also see that people stop getting drenched. Still in the mean, we walk on the roads, we all are in our nice cars. I can still see plenty of people walking, running. Still they are not able to save themselves from stop being drenched. So the point I'm trying to focus on is there needs to be a lot of attention to the basic plan which goes into the action. Look, we are building and we'll continue to build, for sure. But these buildings also has to, at the end, lead us to the ultimate goal where we want to be. Pedestrians find themselves in the most vulnerable position in a city like Mumbai. We have just seen a very major accident happening on, Delhi-Dehradun expressway. So the third area I will say is, which is very important, is education of the users. Very critical. I think educated, non-educated people, whoever they are, we all forget the rules when we are driving on this. There has to be a massive drive in that direction wherein we are better users of these facilities. We'll continue to build. I have no doubt about that. The money is there, vision is there, everything is there. But there has to be some user sense which has to start prevailing, and a lot of focus should go there is what I personally feel.
No, thank you. very good points on the softer aspects you have brought out. Thank you. Lastly, to Mr. Sahai, Mr. Akhileshwar Sahai of Barcel. What would you say, sir? Just 3 ideas that come to mind for the transformation of MMR.
Okay, I will take half a minute to set the context. Today, MMR region means 26 million people. 26 million people. 2047, it will be, I'm going by UN projections, 40 million people. 2047, Maharashtra is talking about, Mr. Mahadev, if I'm wrong, correct me, 5 trillion economy. MMR is talking about 1.5 trillion economy, right? Now, if you look at the World Bank report of 2025 made for Government of India, 50% of the infrastructure which is required to be built for 2050 in the country is yet to be built. Now, this is the context, and what holds good for Maharashtra, India, also holds good mode for what you call Earth's prima in India, that is Mumbai, first city of the country. Now, this is the context. What are the 3 things I require to be changed? Number 1, in fact, all 3 are 3 words: execute, execute, and execute. And I will give you, I'll show you this with 3 examples. Example number 1, Mumbai heartthrob now, Atal Setu. I carry with me a copy this thick of the report made by none other than J.R.D. Tata. The committee was headed by J.R.D. Tata in 1970s. In fact, as Cabinet Secretary, when Mr. T.N. Session was trying to work against the alignment because it was going close to the nuclear installer, J.R.D. Tata went to Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. Now that's Atal Setu. How many years we have taken to construct as a nation? And believe me, I don't know anybody sitting in this hall knows it. As chairman of Tata Sons, Ratan Tata went to the Chief Minister of Maharashtra and told him, I will build it on my cost, just allow me to name it after J.R.D. Tata. So this is one. Second is metro rail. Mr. Mahadev rightly told that close to 100-kilometer metro rail is functional now. Well, very good. But is it enough for Mumbai? In the same time frame, I will not go to outside the country. Delhi Metro Rail Corporation has made operational 414 kilometers of metro rail and constructed another 100 kilometers in other cities, Kochi, Jaipur, and sir, Mr. Mahadev, if I am not wrong, 2 lines of Mumbai also. Third, and that really pains me, 2000, I am going back to 2000, when I did MUTP 1 studies for World Bank for BST Mumbai. At that time, believe me, we were worried that BST daily ridership had come back from 50 lakhs to 48 lakhs. And why? Because the prices have been increased. Now I'm sitting in 2026 when I don't know whether BEST will survive next 5 years or not. I think it's daily ridership. Anybody can check from the mobile. It has come below 22 lakh. So we have to totally reprioritize ourselves. We have to start thinking differently. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, I'll just have another round of a volley of common questions. I would like to start with you, Mr. Sahai. How can the agencies, and Mumbai has multiple agencies with their own jurisdictions and own mandates to execute, how can agencies collaborate better from the planning to pre-construction, construction and commissioning stage? You can throw light on any ideas you think that can help better collaboration so that we are not stepping on each other's toes but still planning better for the common good of the commuter and the passengers.
See, you have asked a very good, pertinent question from me. I have written 10 articles on this subject, told 10 times Niti Aayog, sorry, why for so many agencies are there? The question is not coordination. Question is collapsing the agencies. See, you have Mumbai BMC. As per 74th Amendment, what is supposed to be its role? It is supposed to have 18 different roles. You are not even ready to give 4. First thing first, we do not have an urban governance architecture for the Viksit Bharat. 10 agencies cannot build the future of Mumbai, period. So I will not tell you, do better coordination, have fewer agencies with adequate manpower, with adequate capacity, with adequate finances to play their role.
Thank you, Mr. Sai, for those views. I would like to go with Mr. Santosh Rai. And also just one point coming to mind. A few years back, we had this launch of PM Gati Shakti platform, which was supposed to, it is an GIS-based platform which is supposed to enable coordination and planning of routes, corridors, multimodal and between agencies, at least with the central sector projects. But also at the state level, I'm sure the states also have access to that platform. Maybe that can be done even at a city level to collaboratively plan and deliver better. But planning is one thing. So Mr. Rai, maybe would you say things like having some type design, some single window clearance and other kind of arrangements can help to plan and also get permissions better for easier expediting projects?
See, I think infrastructure projects do suffer when there is not a better plan. And what I mean by better plan is not merely a technical plan that this is how we are going to build the structure. I believe that's not that complicated part. You get stuck because you want to build something and the land is not available or the clearances are not in place. Even today, I mean, many projects we are executing, and I can say, despite NHI's or MORTH or the Government of India's desire that 90% of the land is acquired, we still suffer problems on ground. And look, ground realities have to be resolved. They are not so easy to resolve. I mean, I completely side with you. But I believe that's where we do have a lot of problem. Which means what happens that then when we want to accelerate the project, then comes, can we look at an alternate design? Can we solve this problem in a different way? And then we lose a lot of time in that process. I believe, I will say MTHL is one of the good examples. In MTHL is one of the good examples, I'll say. I mean, what Mr. Sahai said, yes, history has taken its time. But when it came to the execution point, I had a small opportunity to be with that project, but we could see that journey. It came from PPP to EPC, but when it finally came on EPC, I can tell you almost 80% of the detailing was done for that job, and that was a very, very good part of the on the part of the clients. So if this is done, this single window clearance, look, a lot of things are now falling in one place, but still land is one subject which is a subject of many people. And if that is controlled, I can say a lot can be handled. Forest and environment is another area where we still need to improve. I see these two as the bottlenecks. Barring that, we are in good shape.
Thank you. Mr. Survasi, the same question to you. You are part of a mega agency yourself, and you have been behind a lot of mega projects in the MMR region. What do you think can help better collaborate? And maybe you can touch some light on how you interface with other agencies, even for that matter, let us say a metro line sees some surprising utilities coming up during execution. So how can that be prevented instead of post-facto management?
To build such a huge infrastructure, what I feel, there is a requirement of huge skill manpower. So we should develop facilities to create skill development facilities because creation of such huge infrastructure requires skilled manpower, which is lacking as of now. So we should parallelly create some education centers to have technical knowledge. Then second one will be use of modern technology, AI based. So it will definitely help to create such huge infrastructure. So like coordination to other departments, so one is a tool what you already explained, that PM Gati Shakti portal, so which is helping us to coordinate each department, what they are doing and what we are supposed to do. And for better coordination, we are having series of meetings with each other, sharing of data, utilities, so that better infrastructure can be built. So that is focus to be given in MMR region. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mahadev, how much are you actually using PM Gati Shakti portal? It has been there since 3 years now, and obviously there is a government push to it, and state government is also supportive.
Yes, so this PM Gati Shakti portal is being very actively, pushed by the government of Maharashtra also for implementation. And as you very well know that, it's a very good planning tool where all these, existing infrastructure developments, including utilities, they are on various layers on a GIS platform. So it helps you, to plan your projects much better and, avoid, last moment surprises or so to say, and, keep within the timelines for implementation. So at MMRDA level, what we are doing is that we are mapping all the infrastructure projects, the road projects, the metro projects, and other infrastructure projects which other agencies also are doing, MSRDC, CIDCO. So on a GIS platform, we are mapping all these infrastructure projects which are ultimately being transferred to the Gati Shakti layer also, portal also. And many a times when we go for Government of India funding, so one of this thing is that they also ask that have you mapped your entire alignment, or have you, used the Gati Shakti portal to map all your details there, so that, we can also have a look at them. So that is one of the requirements when you go in for some sort of a central funding. The other, Mr. Suravse rightly mentioned that there is a huge gap in training. Okay, nowadays you find that, we have to, or MMRDA itself is doing projects worth 3 lakh crores. MSRDC is also doing heavily into infrastructure development. Okay, so the manpower requirement, especially the skilled manpower requirement, not only the labor, but also the engineers, okay, who can take up these projects and implement them, that itself is a challenge. And most of the time we find that, there are contractors, but they are not able to give that sort of a speed which we need. So, every time we have to talk of, probably L&T or probably some very, very top-notch companies. So, if you always talk of those companies, then it gives very little opportunity for others also to come up. So, as a government, we would like that, there is a good competition also for tenders, and also all other contractors also are able to, scale up to that level of implementation. So that is something which is important. We are also trying to standardize the tender documents to level, all the authorities. Suppose MSRDC is doing a bridge project, their tender documents are different. So if MMRDA also doing a bridge project, their tender documents are different. So every time a contract has to bid, he has to start from scratch, look at all the tender provisions. So there are variations. So can we standardize that? So some sort of a thinking is going on.
Okay.
Can we adopt FIDIC? The other important initiative which I would like to throw light upon is that there is a lot of coordination needed between government authorities and project implementing authorities. So government is planning or is shortly going to introduce a bill for in the assembly regarding the formation of the UMTA, that is the Urban Metropolitan Transport Authority. So the UMTA bill is proposed to be introduced and got approved. So it will have an authority headed by the Chief Minister, especially for Maharashtra, in which all the implementing authorities will form part of that body. So, there will be a lot of inter-department coordination which is lacking, and this is expected to, solve many of the problems at the planning stage itself, so that when you go in for implementation, you don't have any problems, so to say.
Is this going to be limited to urban centers alone, or across Maharashtra?
It is basically this Urban Metropolitan Transport Authority is proposed for all the metropolitan regions in Maharashtra. So there are about 5 metropolitan regions, and Mumbai Metropolitan Region is one of them. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Just now to throw some a different angle to this conversation, while we have seen in the earlier presentations about Maharashtra crossing, this one, I think 0.5 trillion in the GDP, poised to become one of the fastest growing states. It is already 7.9%, well above the GDP growth rate average pan-India. So many figures to be proud of, and rightfully so. But on the one hand, while we have so many large capex spends happening, we are seeing over the past few years a lot of contractors protesting about delayed payments, a lot of unpaid dues running up to, there are some figures of 1 lakh crores which are outstanding. And this has been taken ahead on multiple forums with a lot of agencies, and still there is not much resolution. In fact, just I think last week there was another such forum where this issue was raised. So why is that happening? Maybe I will start with you from MSRDC perspective. I don't know what are the MSRDC unpaid liabilities, but why is this happening, and how can we bring better confidence into the process? Because making these kind of bill payments and routine matters systematic will also go a long way to achieve our targets, to complete projects on time, and to show to the contractor community that we are partners with you, and you can also help us to achieve our 2047 mission.
As you asked that 1 lakh crore pending dues and all. So actually it has happened in various government departments.
Papers, actually.
Yeah, government departments due to non-planned expenditure actually. So birth of MMRDA or MSRDC, such bodies are created due to such unplanned, to avoid such unplanned expenditure. So there are no such dues with our agencies for payment delay or something, because we designed the project with finances so that there should not be any lack of finance for completion of this project. So what you heard news is a non-planned expenditure done by different departments in Government of Maharashtra, overall in state, not with corporations like this. They are dedicatedly working, and there is no such any financial crisis.
Sir, what would you say from MSRDC perspective? What is the overall expressway strategy? Especially, obviously, you take up expressways span Maharashtra, but especially on wherever it intersects in MMR. So you are also presently behind a lot of mega projects, Virar Alibag, Mumbai-Pune 10 laning is also there in the annual, and all you have been behind Bandra-Worli and so many projects. So what is the overall expressway strategy and how does it combine into the network of MMR region?
Yeah. Initially, what MSRDC has did, we have formed grid of around 6,000 kilometers all over Maharashtra. So aim is to reach from every corner of Maharashtra to MMR region or Mumbai within 5 to 6 hours. That is main aim. So we have formed grids. So accordingly, we have taken up these projects. Rightly, first one is Mumbai-Pune, of course. Second one, Samruddhi Mahamarg. So further, we are connecting this MMR region in better coordination, that Virar-Alibag. So that is with multimodal corridor. So we are planning metro over that corridor also, road plus metro. Second one, and this Virar corridor will cover 9 growth centers in MMR region. So that is a major boost, like Samruddhi for Maharashtra. So MMC will be the main corridor for this MMR growth region. It is a 8-lane and in some portion it is a 12-lane expressway. So without any hindrance, there will be direct connectivity for this MMR region through this MMC. Second one, we are connecting across like Kharbau to then Vadodara Mumbai Expressway, we are also connecting that one. So that will connect another growth center. Third one, we are planning Samruddhi Mahamarg to Wadwan port. One expressway is being planned. So likewise, we are creating another one is Mumbai Hyderabad, what we call Kalyan Latur. That is also creating another route for Mumbai towards Hyderabad via arid zone of Maharashtra, Marathwada, Ahmednagar and all. So likewise, we are making net of these expressways to connect MMR region. That is our plan.
So Mr. Mahadev, on the same point, just what is the strategy on expressways in particular? Especially because we also heard recently NHI coming up with Mumbai-Pune Expressway of its own. So it's a direct competition to our existing expressway. So to have this on the same point of collaborative planning, so perhaps how are you offsetting these kind of risks where the demand risk will be shifting modes or shifting corridors and yet your projects may continue to be viable?
See, one is that we have a lot of coordination with the implementing agencies like MSRDC. Like to give you an example, MSRDC has developed this Samruddhi Mahamarg. Okay, it is terminating at Amne, which is slightly, close to, you can say, Padga on the NH3 leading to Nashik. Now, what MMRDA is planning is that we are planning an expressway which will actually be an extension of this Eastern Freeway, which is terminating presently at Chedanagar. So we will be taking it to Thane. Then from Thane along the NH3, we are planning to connect it to Amne. So basically, we are working hand in hand. So we are not competing each other. Similarly, they are developing this multimodal corridor, okay, which will connect Virar to Alibag. So what we are planning is that we have growth centers, okay, Kalyan Growth Center. We have this Airoli Katai Badlapur Road. So we are planning interchanges with multimodal corridor at typical locations where, the traffic can get the benefit. So it is basically a sort of, coordinated efforts between the authorities who are developing expressways and, arterial roads in MMR. Similarly, they are developing this Bandra to Warsaw connector, okay, coastal road. Now, BMC is connecting to their coastal road. Again, from Warsaw, they are taking it to Dahisar. From Dahisar, BMC is taking it to Bhayandar. Then from Bhayandar, MMRDA is taking it from Bhayandar to Virar. So they are all working together. And again, this road will be linked to the multimodal corridor also to form the outer ring road. So it is all a very coordinated effort which is happening. So on that part, it is, very clear. And more or less, I would say the roles of MSRDC and MMRDA are also very distinct. More or less, they take into account now, they are also, I think, Shaktipit also is with MSRDC. So they are planning the Shakti Peeth also. I think Konkan Expressway also is with them. So these are the expressways. So they are linking to cross-state expressways. So that is their major role. So that is how this entire exercise or implementation of infrastructure is happening on the ground.
Mr. Sahai, the question to you, just to expand on this topic, while a lot of transport networks and corridors are being developed across different modes, we are not seeing a lot of PPPs, unlike at the central level where they are quite open to exploring different models. What is stopping PPPs in roads, railways, urban transport? Is it a bad prior experience? What do you say?
Roads, railways and
Metro, urban rail.
should I start from metro rail? My laptop is there. In that laptop, I have the data of 951 metro lines in 216 cities of 63 countries. And ever since the first 3 miles of metro were constructed in London in 1863, trust me, I hope I'm not shocking you. There is not even single case. When I say single case of a metro rail PPP concession who survived through its entire concession period. Those people were not idiots who constructed it. How can you give something to someone that you develop on PPP, but you cannot make money? It's impossible sector to have PPP, number one. Number two, Government of India has realized that, and anybody who has read the 2017 Metro Policy will find that Government of India has itself changed the policy. Earlier, Planning Commission wanted 8.2% FIRR from the metro project. Now it has been changed to 14% economic rate of return for the city, not for the metro rail. So now Government of India says metro rail cannot make money. Roads, the original PPP model, what happened, everybody knows. I don't have to tell. It became a PPP project for developing projects by taking the equity out from the project cost and then running the PPP projects on infinite IRR. And this was done by everybody. I will not say. And what happened? All loan became NPA with all the banks. And this gentleman was sent for 1 year by SBI to Hyderabad to just monitor the sticky accounts of the developers. Rail, again, sorry. And why do you want every infrastructure project on PPP? Does not every person in this country pays a tax known as GST? Now we are taxing the poorest person of the country. Infrastructure projects, particularly urban infrastructure projects. Thank you very much, sir. Don't ask for PPP. Simply ask for facility to be provided, duly funded by the Government of India and the state government, and the state governments can do it. He has just told, the moment it was decided to take up the Atal Setu project on EPC, everything fell online. So infra, particularly urban infra, sorry, no PPP. unless there are small projects which can be done on TV.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Santosh Rai, just the last question before you open up to the audience. As HCC, what do you say are the key takeaways, learnings from Bandra Worli Sea Link that you've had? Maybe on the contract management aspect, overall project execution planning, what would you share some of your key learnings, takeaways?
I will say I can share the learnings from not only Bandra Worli but from Coastal Road. Both these jobs have very similar nature. But I believe planning, when I say plan means you have decided exactly what you want to get built. I can only make a very bold statement. Bandra Worli, the bridge what you saw which is built was not the bridge what we tendered for. Please understand. Right from the design to what everything you see, it was a single pylon, now you have 2 pylons, you have no Worli cable stayed bridge. Bridge was much more closer to the shoreline. I mean to say this was not thought of. And when I say that, it's not a mistake of somebody, but I believe this is what the team has to put this effort in the first place. What is that you want, please define it very, very clearly. And second thing I will say, we are in the business of projects worldwide. There are enough data, and I can say 95% of projects globally, including our own country, have overrun their cost and time. And why have they done that? They have done that because some elements which were to be thought of could not be thought of. Now, where do they get delayed in our context? There can be a change coming up which nobody could envisage, and now nobody wants to own that change. Now you want to spend 2 years, 3 years, 4 years sitting on that change. I believe the contracts are contracts. Contracts have to be executable, and they also need to have a fair mechanism to deal with the change. ना तो client ना ही contractor भगवान है. ये project का business है, इसमें changes हो सकते हैं, and there is nothing wrong with it. I think we as a community, right from the consultants to the clients to contractors, all of us to understand that these changes may come, but then we need a fair mechanism in the contract to deal with it, so that the supervising officer, the executing authority can take those decisions in line with the contract. The problem happens when there is no provision in the contract, then how do we deal with it? Unfortunately, what is happening over the last period of 10 years, I can say, for sheer pressure of money or for whatever, there is a trend that you want to believe that contractor can own every risk. Now that is not possible. We are a limited service provider community. We play on our 7-8% margin. That's all our role is. So it's very important that all our contracts allow us to have such kind of fair mechanisms. My only last version would be what everybody was saying. FIDIC is a very strong document used globally, or even harmonized FIDIC is being used globally. There are different versions of it, and if some decision is taken about this is a standardized version which we will use in every contract of the government, it makes life easy for everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, one quick question because we have to move to question also. Yeah. No.
See, and this is something which I want to tell to Bombay, sir.
Tell to, sorry?
Bombay. Mumbai, sorry, Mumbai. I'm still Bombay. Sir, we are 24 million. Shenzhen is 2 million. PM keeps telling look east. I'm telling look east. Shenzhen, a city of 20 million, has today 700 kilometers of metro rail. It will have 1,000 kilometers in 2035. It has got 16,000 electric buses, and it has got 20,000 electric taxis. I don't have to tell anything. So where we must reach if we have to become 40 million is the question.
That is the figure we are looking at. Thank you. So moving on now to the audience, if anyone has a question to any of our panelists, please feel free. Yes, Mr. Please.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for giving opportunity. I'm Nikhil Desai. I want this planning authority, whether they are aware that Mumbai city is made up of 50% slum area. The people staying are half the population of Mumbai is poor, and they need a road transport, cheaper road transport, because the local trains are so packed now, people cannot even enter. If you see a video when a train enters the platform and people try to go in, you will faint just seeing the video. So what we need is a 10,000 BEST buses on road. Instead of thinking about that, we keep thinking about metros and coastal roads and Atal Setus and all motor car intensive projects. The rich people who own car are 11% in Mumbai. So what is that great planning you people are doing for only rich people has no meaning. If Atal Setu coastal road has a BEST bus moving on it, then the common man benefits. It is only for the car owners, then your planning is stupid, I say.
Sir, so I think just to summarize the question, car-centric planning is nowadays being seen with more highways, elevated freeways, flyovers. Flyovers simply push traffic from one junction to the other. They do not solve traffic problem. Why is it, sir, that we don't see the same spends like what this gentleman is talking about to improve our bus fleet, to improve local train routes, line doubling, more services, premium services? Why are we seeing more of less of metros or railways or pod taxis coming up? But why not more for the common man? Any of you, sir? The planning agencies you was talking about.
I'll just take a quick this thing. See, let me put it this way. The government is definitely, public transport is the way out. Okay, so public transport, now each city has got its own way of, addressing or providing public transport to its citizens. Now, we all know that, the suburban railway was the lifeline of Mumbai city for so many years. Still, it is a lifeline. But it's carrying close to about 80 lakh, 75 lakh people daily. But as you all know that, there is, they are severely crowded and it's very difficult. It's not comfortable, though it may be the cheapest in the world. It is very cheap to travel on the suburban railway, but it is very crowded and it is very difficult to travel during peak hours. So if you find recently the study by the suburban railway system, the railways themselves, they find that there is a slow shift towards the metro. Okay, now metro services are actually more reliable, more safe, and for a city like Mumbai, you find that because of the traffic on the roads, providing bus transport also will not really serve the required purpose. Okay, so basically you're going to have the metro backbone, and bus services definitely we are going to improve more or less on the feeder system, as feeder system to the metro. So what happens is that you have a metro station within 500 meters, that is the plan, within 500 meters of any part of Mumbai, and the BEST bus service will be actually providing some sort of a feeder system, primarily as a feeder system to the metro system. And BEST, as you all know, that they are all in the process of procuring more and more buses. At present, they have only about 2,700 odd buses from their earlier fleet of 4,700 or odd. They have dropped down like anything. So they are in the process of procuring. Now, regarding your other point regarding why buses are not using Atal Setu, see, there is nothing preventing BEST from operating buses on Atal Setu. In fact, you find that their premium bus service Chalo is operating on Atal Setu. So they are regularly providing services from Navi Mumbai to Kulaba and other areas via Atal Setu. Okay, so Chalo is operating buses on Atal Setu. So it's a, you can say demand and supply sort of situation. Probably once the Shivdi-Varli connector is ready, we may find more buses are coming so that they provide service right from the Navi Mumbai airport area, not only to southern Mumbai, but also, to western suburbs. So it is all, BST is they are procuring more and more buses. So in days to come, we will see better services from BST, not only on their regular routes, but also in the last mile, first mile connectivity of metro stations. You will find more buses connecting Navi Mumbai with Mumbai also. So all this is definitely, you can expect these things to happen very soon.
Thank you, sir. In fact, how is the No Car Fridays coming up, sir, in BKC? No Car Fridays, that initiative of MMRDA.
So this is another initiative which is taken by MMRDA. We kickstarted this Friday Public Transport Day on World Environment Day to promote public transport, so that at least on Fridays, every Fridays, people forgo their private vehicles and try to use shared transport, carpooling, or through some sort of a bus system or the public transport to come and commute to work to BKC. So far it has seen a reasonable success, because some of the problems which people are facing is that your first and last mile connectivity to BKC is not that good, in the sense that many of the people still rely on shared autos, and autos are not available during peak hour. You find that the buses are stuck in traffic and they are not able to move that fast. So shared autos seem to be the preferred mode, and unfortunately shared autos, one, the prices or the fare during the peak hour is very exorbitant. And many a times you find that it is very difficult to get a shared auto also. But we are trying to provide more and more public transport, at least on Fridays, to encourage this participation by the people who work in BKC. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any last question from any audience member? Anyone?
I would just ask, we spoke about skilling part, right? This is almost 15, 20 years, the whole industry, the government, center, state, all states are talking about skilling initiatives and all. But I don't see any drastic change in this. I'm sorry to say, but absolutely no towards this. Even with the state agencies or the private sector also, not encouraging so much skilling. There are few students sitting here, but I don't think there are many institution people also sitting over here. There is nothing driving towards the institution also. There are some subjects which should be towards the skilling initiatives for all these sectors, which I think the agencies should take it forward, working towards the institutions also. And plus the private, I think HCC is also there, other private sector is also there. I think the skilling is the most important part if we want some efficiency in the project side. I think any one of you can answer on this. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rai, would you like to answer? In fact, just before you answer, I think the onus on skilling is, I think now, of course, a lot of private contractors have taken up as part of their CSR, and they have founded your institutes also. Primarily, it should be a social infrastructure issue, should be provided by the government. But how do you see the skilling coming up now?
Principally, I'll not agree that this should be social. There's no need this to be social. This is completely purely driven by business. Look, we need skills. The business needs the skill and the society needs to give that skill. So there has to be a way that we can translate it into an actual action. And if you ask me, companies like us, we have been associated with engineering colleges, post-graduation colleges, not merely for the namesake of it. I mean, we are literally investing into them to produce class engineers and class post-graduate students who can take up on project management and other things. But this cannot still solve the problem, because this is a much, much, much larger issue. So I strongly personally believe a technology here has to come into a very, very big role. What we are doing and what we are trying to do. First of all, lot of skill has to be reposited and documented, and database has to be prepared, so that any new engineer, let's say some student is coming out and he wants to understand that how a piling has to be done in a marine condition. Maybe Santosh Rai is dead tomorrow and he's not there. Many of us are gone from this world. He can still pull out that computer and I can still give him access to all that information in such a lucid way that this gentleman or the lady can go tomorrow and can have a confidence of undertaking the task. So we believe it's a combination of both. Another important thing I will say, the model of internship has to be changed in our country. Let's go to the US way. You know, we bring students, bring them, and what do? एक काम करो बेटा, कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम में बैठ जाओ, ये कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का डॉक्यूमेंट है, पढ़ लो, and then you come back to me with questions. No, no, no. Put him into the shift. The shift engineer is facing a problem. Pay them onto the same internship rates what we want to pay them, and let them be a part of problem solving. I can tell you we can solve a lot of problem by this. US has solved its much larger skills issue using these methods, and why can't we do that?
A quick point you wanted to make something?
Very quick one.
Yeah.
Can civil engineers raise their hand? How many civil engineers? Good. There are no civil engineers in the country now, sir. Half of the civil engineering departments have been closed in last 25 years.
And this is a construction event.
And even those civil engineers who came out of the engineering colleges, they took to computer engineering.
IT, finance.
So my question is even bigger. Forget about the skilling.
Skill is...
Who will construct?
Okay.
And the people who are coming out today, they will take at least another 10 years of skilling to become a real construction engineer. And this is not only civil. Take any real engineering job.
The core engineering.
Even in IIT, for the first time in 10 years, civil engineering has made a comeback in IIT this year.
Yes, second strain. Now
Okay?
they want people.
Now God knows in how many other engineering colleges.
Do we have time for a last quick question?
Yes, one question only.
Acha.
Hello?
Yes, please.
Yes. I have heard that around 40 million population will be there in MMR region. We are investing a lot in transportation, construction, housing. But what about water supply? Water supply will be a major problem at that time. Now also we are facing, because of this natural all calamities, now only 7% water supply is remaining in dams. And Mumbai is the only city which used to get regular water supply all over India. But in MMR region, they are facing problem now also. So what planning for that is done for water supply and sewage disposal also? Because we are very late in that. Yes.
Anyone can answer, I think, more from the planners, authorities perspective.
As a MSRDC, in our planning areas, we have taken up a task of construction of dams. So first dam will be constructed in SP area in between Naina to that Khopoli area. So we have identified one site which is having a potential of our 14-15 TMC water supply. So that will serve the purpose of new town, as well as it can give supply to Navi Mumbai and other Mumbai 3 and Mumbai 4. So what we are planning in this way. So likewise, other planning areas, SPAs may also be thinking so. I think MMRDA also in the same position. So definitely that is point of concern. Rightly, I also pointed out, water is the big issue.
Yes.
So we should think about it. And we
in
are
fact, sir,
going
now
ahead.
water has been stopped to construction sites, right, temporarily. So for the development, this should be in uninterrupted supply, and so that the work can progress unhindered.
See, regarding water supply, actually, a lot of views are there. One is that we need to use water judiciously, and probably, use of your sewage water, treated sewage water, use of rainwater recycling, and then now BMC is also talking of desalination plants also. So, we need to look at all these aspects, because water is something which is, limited source. You can't say we have, we can provide unlimited quantities of water. So it will be always in limited quantity. So we have to use it judiciously. So that is something aspect which probably in the days to come, we have to learn to, use water judiciously, and how we can conserve water which we have. Probably that has to be, or one of the things could be, have systems where there is less of water leakage also, because water leakage also is a major source wherein you lose potable water, treated water, leaking from the pipes. So all these things, it has to be given a very holistic, thought not just because, I don't know, there is a limit to how many dams you can create and how many new water sources you can create. So there will always be some sort of a limit to that. So we have to learn to live within that limit. That is probably another way of looking at it, which we have to be very serious about.
Very nice point, sir. So thank you very much for this session. I think, please quickly. There's no mic. You are from the landscaping industry.
Yeah, I'm from the landscaping industry and I work on ground level. Okay, so I'm sharing my personal experiences. Like we plant shrubs, medium-sized trees and big trees, and we make big gardens and basically beautifying the city. Now what is happening is the base is not created in all this. Like since you all are from the planning committee, the STP waters are not planned and ready at site. Then the rainwater harvesting, there is no rainwater harvesting happening in any of the BMC approved buildings also, though they give approval and they give the OC. But there is no rainwater harvesting done. Maybe they do it just to show and it is removed later on. Now when I plant so many shrubs and plants and trees on the roads and even on the metro medians, what are we using? You know, that is only the groundwater. Through tankers, we are watering it. And once I stop that, that is my contract is over, they all die. So this is a very, very major concern. We talk about sustainability, we talk about water conservation. Honestly, there is no planning for that. So when we talk, no, I mean, it sounds very nice that we should consume it, sambhal ke, that conservation is needed. But there is no action.
I think this is a good feedback, sir, for the planners, maybe to incorporate this aspect also in the planning. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much to the speakers for their time. Thank you for the very lively audience. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, our moderator and all the panelists. Can we have a huge round of applause for them? Now I request Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan to please present mementos to our speakers on the stage. Pani Prasad, our moderator. Thank you so much for moderating this amazing session. There was Shri M. Mahadev, Mr. S.K. Surwase, Mr. Santosh Rai, and Mr. Akhileshwar Sahai. Ladies and gentlemen, our event is graced by the presence of Srimati Varsha Swapnil Tembavlekar, Corporator Shiv Sena. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking out time and gracing this event. We request you to please come up on stage, and I'll request Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan to please welcome. I request Sri Rahul Shevale ji to please come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, on stage, Srimati Varsha Swapnil Tembavlekar, Corporator Shiv Sena. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ramamurthy. Ladies and gentlemen, now we begin with our afternoon industry presentation. Our next presentation focuses on sustainable and innovative solutions in the field of environmental management and sanitation infrastructure. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Satish Narkar, Executive Director, and Ms. Himali Patil, Research and Business Development, HEC Enviro India Private Limited, to deliver an industry presentation on green innovative solutions for mobile FSSM. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Satish Narkar and Ms. Himali Patil.
Namaskar. Honorable former Member of Parliament Shri Rahul Shewaleji, under whose support this event is taking place, dignitaries, officials, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. It is indeed a unique privilege and honor for HEC Enviro India Private Limited to be part of this Construction Times MMR Summit. This platform is mirroring the progressive, sustainable and future-ready blueprint for MMR. On behalf of HEC Enviro, I sincerely thank the organizers for this opportunity given to us. Today we are here to present our advanced mobile FSSM and on-site sludge dewatering system developed in collaboration with Simon Woods. Thank you. Himali.
Good afternoon, everyone. I take this privilege to introduce our HEC Enviro on-site sludge dewatering system. Before I explain this technology, let us first see the challenges we face. So as we know, like India is transitioning towards becoming a developed nation. So urban growth is outpacing our underground utility lines. So basically when we look closely towards the census data and also the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs planning estimates, while approximately we can see households in Maharashtra are connected to septic tanks, like 35 to 40% of households in Maharashtra are connected to septic tanks, and then rest, which is decentralized, that is on-site system, and rest is connected to the sewerage network. So basically we need to clean on a regular basis, like millions of septic tanks need to be cleaned on a regular basis. So this means we need some better technology. Only among that, only 60 to 70% get treated. Rest is untreated. So why this gap exists? Okay. So basically there are many things. Like first, I would like to say volume inefficiencies and high cost. So the traditional vacuum tank, which collects sludge with more amount of water in it. So we have to travel a lot from one place to the disposal site. So basically it takes more trips, then also fuel cost consumption, also the operating expenses. Secondly, we have inaccessibilities. Inaccessibilities like many areas, peri-urban areas, there are narrow roads and the crowded lanes. A vehicle cannot reach there. So apart from that, we also have like human and social cost. For example, our sanitary workers' safety is much more important. We have to support the prohibition of employment as manual scavengers and its Rehabilitation Act 2030. So we need to ensure their workers' safety. Also about the climate penalty. This traditional vacuum truck requires more trip from one place to another, so it takes more fuel consumption and then more greenhouse gas emissions. So why we are lacking in this system? So let us see. Now, as we are looking into the solution process, HEC Enviro has introduced on-site sludge dewatering of septage from septic tank rather than carrying out millions of wastewater among cities to a place till the distance or disposal site. So what is this system? Let us understand first. So first is the sludge suction. So our vehicle going to collect the sludge from the septic tank safely with the help of proper vacuum system, which is strong. Secondly, there is a controlled dewatering system. So dewatering system is that once we collect the sludge from the septic tank, there is dewatering chamber. The sludge is pumped towards the dewatering chamber, and then the polymer is injected. Once the polymer is injected, it triggers a rapid flocculation, and the solid and liquid parts get separated. Once it is separated, the solid part, which is sludge, and the liquid part, it is treated. So obviously this treated water, that is the third step, reject water management. So once the water is rejected, that is, it means it has a clear appearances. We can use as a jetting purpose. We can also take some portion of it and release into the septic tank again, because it is already treated. And also some portion can be, released to the nearby sewerage network. And finally, the remaining sludge. So once the water gets separated, only the 10% of amount is sludge. So the sludge, after the treatment, you can add lime into that with the help of our lime stabilizer, integrated lime stabilizer. Once it gets mixed up, it kills pathogens in it, and then it rises the pH about 12. So it can be used for further handling or treatment. So why this system is beneficial apart from the traditional one? This is smart and sustainable. Our vehicle carries, 90%, it reduces the volume because only 10% of sludge is there in the in the vacuum tank, and also the 90% get reduced automatically. Secondly, the sludge handle per vehicle is 30 metric cube per trip, so it doesn't require more trip, no more fuel consumption, and no more greenhouse gases. Also the third, time and cost saving. So we doesn't require more trips, so we are saving the time. About the reject water, so the water which after treatment is clear, having a less organic pollution, total nitrogen, total phosphorus, and total suspended solid. It just not, save our time, but also it is beneficial for human health and environment.
The Swachh Bharat
Let
mission
us see the
targets
video.
sustainable disposal of fecal sludge and elimination of manual scavenging. Introducing the on-site sludge dewatering vehicle by HEC, which is not only sustainable but can operate with the least human intervention. When the vehicle reaches the septic tank, the sludge is sucked up through the suction hose. The sludge first passes through the stone filter where large particles are removed, and then it is taken up to the sludge tank. The sludge is then pumped into the dewatering tank and polymer is added simultaneously, resulting in flocculation and quick separation of solid and liquid contents. The flocculated sludge gets dewatered through filter screens and liquid drains into the reject water tank. The separated reject water can be emptied at the designated plant for treatment to enable reuse for irrigation, gardening, or groundwater recharging. Part of the reject water can be used to maintain the optimum operation of the septic tank. The dewatered sludge is emptied using a hydraulic tipping mechanism into the lime stabilizer. The lime stabilizer converts it into a nutrient-rich and pathogen-free sludge that can be used as fertilizer, which happens through an exothermic reaction between the dewatered sludge and lime. The stabilized sludge can be readily used in agriculture or for soil enrichment. The on-site sludge dewatering vehicle reduces sludge volume by up to 90% and enables cleaning up to 10 to 15 septic tanks per trip. The system proves its efficiency by saving time and cost of operation and manifests sustainability by reducing carbon emissions and in many other ways. The entire process is a big step towards achieving national and international climate change goals. Thank you.
Most importantly, this is not just an idea. We are already working, and we have already deployed our vehicle or this system in many ULBs. You can see Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai, Lucknow, MCOR, Prayagraj, Gorakhpur, and many more. So this is already, we have deployed this system. Also, we are going to support many government programs by using this technology. So we are going to, support Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0, Amrut 2.0, Life Mission, and many more. As we are going to definitely reduce the trip apart from the traditional vacuum machine. And also we are going to use less fuel, greenhouse gas emission is reduced. So ultimately, this is the technology we are committed to provide to many government bodies and the agencies. I would like to say one thing as I conclude, that we usually think about developing a city, like we usually think about the roads, infrastructure, tall buildings and metros. But this sanitation system is the stronger way to build a smarter city. So it might not be always visible, but it plays an important role in environment and also at humans' life. So I would like to express my profound gratitude for construction leadership or construction time leadership, and also our honorable chief guests and also the dignitaries and delegates for giving us this opportunity. Let us build a stronger, healthier and greener India. Thank you.
Yeah, as Himalaya has concluded, see, basically nowadays the sustainable development goals are very important, and really one must contribute to it. And this is the way we are really starting it for the basic sanitation system, that is septic tank clearance. Thank you.
May I request Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan to kindly come up on stage and present a memento to the team present on stage, Mr. Satish Narkar and Hek Enviro. To inform all of you, our event is graced by the presence of Mananiya Shri Ravindra Vaikar, Member of Parliament. I'll request Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan and Mr. Jitendra Mehta to please come up on stage, and I invite Mananiya Shri Ravindra Vaikar, Member of Parliament, on stage, along with Mananiya Shri Rahul Shewale ji. The afternoon calls for a louder round of applause. I'll request Mananiya Shri Ravindra Vaikar ji to please address the gathering.
नमस्कार. श्री रामामूर्ती यांच्या माध्यमातनं आणि माझे सहकारी श्री राहुलजी शेवाळे यांच्या पाठिंब्याने आज MMR 2047 याचं आयोजन केलेलं आहे. एक चांगलं आयोजन. मुंबई शहराला आत्तापर्यंत काय झालं, आज काय करायला पाहिजे आणि उद्याला काय पाहिजे. माझ्या एजेंसीज आहेत, जो भी एजेंसी है उसके अंदर मुंबई महानगर पालिका आती है, उसके बाद माडा आती है, MMRDA आती है, SRA आती है, और उसके माध्यम से हम लोग हमारी मुंबई की डेवलपमेंट कर रहे हैं. 1888 की मुंबई महानगर पालिका का जो कानून है, उस 1888 का कानून के माध्यम से मुंबई महानगर पालिका मुंबई में बेसिक एमिनिटी देती है. यानी पहले हम लोग बुक खोलेंगे 1888 का, तो उसके अंदर नगर सेवक होने से लेके महापौर होने के बाद 961 सेक्शन 61 के बाद हमारे बेसिक एम्यूनिटी चालू होती है, यानी बच्चे को एजुकेशन देना, कचरे के ऊपर हम लोग क्या करने जा रहे हैं, उसके अंदर कानून क्या है, आरोग्य के लिए हम लोग क्या करेंगे, ये अंडर सेक्शन 61 के साथ चालू होती है। और उसी प्रकार से 1992 में एक अमेंडमेंट हुई, 73 और 74 की अमेंडमेंट 1992 में, जिसके अंदर 12वें परिषद में 18 चीजें जो मुंबई महानगर पालिका ने मुंबई के लिए करने चाहिए, उसके माध्यम से ही मुंबई महानगर पालिका हमारे उधर जो सर्विसेज देती है उसके माध्यम से हमारा जो एरिया है मुंबई, वो 483 किलोमीटर का एरिया है। 3 बाजू समुंदर, एक बाजू हमारा कोकन। 2000 किलोमीटर के रास्ते हैं हमारे मुंबई में, डीपी रोड। करीबन 6,500 टन रोज का कचरा जमा हो रहा है। उसमें ड्राई गार्बेज, वेट गार्बेज, और उसके उठाने का काम मुंबई महानगर पालिका प्रतिदिन कर रही है। मुंबई में 5.5 लाख बच्चे हैं मुंबई कारपोरेशन के अंदर, उसको पढ़ाने का काम, प्राइमरी एजुकेशन, और 61 स्कूल है जिसके अंदर हम लोग 10 तक पढ़ाते हैं। हम लोग जब थे, राहुल सेवाले जी, मैं था, अभी विश्वास राव भी आए हैं, हम लोग ने कारपोरेशन के माध्यम से जो भी चीजें करनी चाहिए उधर उस टाइम किए। स्टैंडिंग कमेटी में चेयरमैन थे हम लोग दोनों भी। जब मुंबई कारपोरेशन 340 करोड़ से डेफिसिट में थी, हम लोग ने एक काम किया कि ऑक्ट्राय के अंदर जो भी कमियां थी उसको सुधारने का काम किया। और मैं जाते जाते जो 340 करोड़ रुपए से डेफिसिट में थी कारपोरेशन, हमने 4 साल में उसमें बदल करके 20,000 करोड़ रुपया प्लस में लेने जाने का काम हम लोग ने किया। मेरे बाद राहुल आया, राहुल ने भी वो बैटिंग की। तो इसी प्रकार से मुंबई कारपोरेशन चलाने वाले हम लोग तभी थे। उसके बाद हम लोग विधानसभा गए, मेरे 4 टर्म कारपोरेशन में हो गए, यानी 20 साल हो गए। 3 बार मैं एमएलए बना, हाउसिंग मिनिस्ट्री मेरे पास आई, हायर एजुकेशन आया। तो हाउसिंग मिनिस्ट्री में जो भी काम करने थे, कानून बदलने थे, मैंने बदलने का कोशिश किया। ये जीएसटी के बारे में हमने काम किया। तो इसी प्रकार से म्हाडा में भी हम लोग ने काम किया। मगर मुंबई कारपोरेशन के मुझे लगता है डीपी के गुप्ता जी भी आए थे, वहाँ बहुत सारे बदल करने बहुत ज़रूरी है। मुंबई के अंदर हम लोग चर्चा सत्र में मैं होता तो तभी मैं पूछता था कि बहुत सारे बदल डीपी के अंदर करके लोगों को जो चाहिए वो देने का हम लोग को कोशिश करना है। हम जब वहाँ बैठते, हम लोग वहाँ खड़े रहते तो लोगों को क्या चाहिए उसी प्रकार से कानून बनना चाहिए। तो उसी प्रकार से हम लोग ने वहाँ भी रेरा भी मैंने लाया। मैं म्हाडा का था, मेरे पास हाउसिंग थी, तो रेरा के ऊपर मैंने 3 महीना काम करके मुंबई का एमएच रेरा और सी रेरा, यानी सेंट्रल रेरा था, उसमें एमएच रेरा लाया मैंने। उस रेरा के अंदर मैंने 2 कानून में बदल किया। वहाँ शिक्षा का प्रबंध नहीं था, दोनों को भी, तो वो मैंने शिक्षा का प्रबंध डाला। ऐसे बहुत सारे काम उसके अंदर किए। अभी मैं राहुल सेवाल जी के बाद अभी मैं दिल्ली पहुंचा हूं, यानी 4 बार कारपोरेशन, यानी 20 साल, 3 बार एमएलए 15 साल, और अभी 8वीं बार मैं एमपी बना हूं, जहां मैं मुंबई शहर के लिए सुधार करना चाहता हूं। एक नया माननीय पंतप्रधान जी के माध्यम से नया जोगेश्वरी स्टेशन ये दिसंबर में लाने का कोशिश कर रहा हूं, कि जहां से 24 गाड़ियां हमारी कोकन और बाकी के साइड चलेंगी। बहुत सारी बातें करनी है, मगर आपके यहाँ जो कामकाज चालू है आपके, उसमें मेरा नाम नहीं है। मगर मैं मिलने को आया था, सेवाले जी ने मेरे को फ़ोन किया, कल मैं दिल्ली में था 3 दिन, नहीं आपको आना है। मैं बोला आके तो जाऊंगा। यहाँ आने के बाद एक अच्छा लगा, एक कॉन्फ्रेंस कि जिसके बारे में चर्चा होनी बहुत ज़रूरी है। हर चीज़ के ऊपर चर्चा होगी तो उसको उसमें के माध्यम से मार्ग निकलता है। अभी मैं MTNL के मीटिंग में जाके आया, BSNL अभी हो गई है, मगर BSNL में उनको जिस प्रकार से फेस कर रहे हैं, लॉस में जा रहे हैं BSNL, 70-80 प्रॉपर्टी हमारी यहाँ है BSNL की, 35,000 करोड़ लॉस में जा रही है। तो मैं आज वो मीटिंग में कहा कि माधवराज सिंधिया से हम लोग बैठक करेंगे। 35,000 करोड़ ज़्यादा नहीं, हमारे BKC में उनकी बड़ी बड़ी 10,000 स्क्वायर मीटर की जगह है, उसका यूज करो, बाकी की वर्ली की जगह का यूज करो। जैसे BST के माध्यम से भी हम लोग ने, BST की चेयरमैन भी है, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर रहे हैं। तभी भी हमारे सामने BST का प्रश्न आता था कि 100 करोड़ हर साल BST को देना चाहिए, स्टैंडिंग में आता था हमारे। आज तो 1000 करोड़ लग रहे उनको, तो BST तो भी चला रहे वैसे प्रकार से। तो हर प्रॉब्लम बैठने के बाद, चर्चा करने के बाद हम लोग सॉल्व कर सकते हैं। और इसी प्रकार से आपने, सेवाली जी और आप दोनों जन ने ये इनिशिएटिव लिया, ये प्रोग्राम अरेंज कर लिया, इसके लिए धन्यवाद। और मेरे को फेलिसिटेट किया, इसके लिए धन्यवाद। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
Time for the next presentation. Road infrastructure remains one of the most critical components of economic growth and urban mobility. Our next session addresses the challenges associated with road construction quality and explores practical solutions for the future. It is my privilege to invite Shri Swapnil B. Patil, Executive Engineer, EODB, Development Plan Department, BMC, to deliver his presentation on ease of doing business implemented by BMC ETDR initiative taken and AI introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, Swapnil B. Patil.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, our Chief Engineer Sunil Rathod rushed to Vidhan Sabha Adhiveshan. So, on behalf of him, I am proud to present a milestone initiative by Government of Maharashtra and Mumbai Municipal Corporation, a next generation uniform digital platform for transparent building permissions. This backed by the cutting edge technology including AI, ETDR and EODB reforms. This initiative directly aligns with the Viksit Bharat Mission to radically elevate India's ease of doing business and infrastructure deployment. Talking about the EODB initiative, obtaining construction permit traditionally meant maneuvering through the web of fragmented approvals. This slide shows you how we uniform into a single window system, untangling that web. From the moment an applicant submits a common application form, portal, which is known as an auto DCR system, act as a single gateway directing project simultaneously to internal departments of BMC like fire, traffic, tree, to the ward assistant commissioner. And we also integrated with the revenue authorities or airport authority, NMA, which are external bodies. In building permission department, file goes from sub-engineer to municipal commissioner where concession is required, and for other approvals, we route file through sub-engineer to deputy chief engineer. The integrated plot cleanly takes an applicant from scrutiny grants like concession, which is the first approval, to the final approval of building completion certificate, also known as occupation certificate. Key features of this digital ecosystem is enlisted here. We have integrated and we have presented all the reforms here in a single slide. These are the 14 major reforms which we implemented over a period of time. This EODB started from 2007, and now in 2026 we have continuously updating it to serve the people and the nation. Technology is only good as the policy behind it. So like online NOCs to affidavit reduction, zoning maps, development charges reduction, risk-based approval, to the randomized project allocations, which ensures the unbiased auditing and fair approvals. These all are protected under the Right to Public Service Act 2015. We have features like GIS, BEAM. In GIS, we have color-coded zonal maps, multi-layered, where site constraints are transparently mapped into a single DP remarks. Then also we have BEAM, like applications, which project the applicant's building into one slide, and all NOCs, online NOCs on one page also there. So inspections, we are also trying to get coordination of the various departments for a single inspection site visit. Now coming to the ETDR, this is the very new initiative taken by the BMC. Trading TDR will now be as simple, as transparent as online banking. It begins with the login and listing, where sellers set proposed values, moves through automated bidding and negotiation, settles via instant transaction and payment, handle secure trade settlement, issues sellers payout, conclude with automated digital records, update to 100% compliance. How ETDR exchange overcomes the key challenges. Historically, TDR market suffered from a massive lack of transparency, unfair pricing, and painfully slow manual document routing. We are deploying blockchain technology to ensure unhackable trust, AI-driven insights to guarantee fair valuation, full digital automation, and convert slow, weak manual approvals into lightning-fast processing times. This platform creates values across three primarily pillars. For developers and societies, it provides instant access to liquidity and transparent market pricing. For the government, we receive agile data enrichment rich environment for streamlined urban planning. And for citizens, ultimately benefit faster public infrastructure delivery, better design, and modern urban spaces. Now, CVIT AI. This is the India's first initiative taken by BMC under the guidance of Government of Maharashtra. In this CVIT AI, we developed a twin system where applicant and BMC are in hand to hand with specialized 12 agents from review permissions to preview permissions. We have shifted our focus. Before an architect developer officially submit a building plan to the city, they can upload it on this twin portal where a rigorous AI-empowered submission compliance self-review is done. How AI helps? AI helps in documents, drawings, maps data, and historical data. Documents, there are many missing documents, incorrect entries which require corrections. So this AI checks all the corrections before the application is submitted to the authority, so reducing much amount of time in which applicant or developers are now facing problems. By letting applicants find and correct mistakes before submission, we eliminate the endless cycle of rejection and resubmission. These are the 12 AI agents which helps in creation, review, and submission stages. Creations assist help architect and developer from regulation support to form filling assistance, and then document assist, drawing assist, concession assist, and site assist helps them to submit and review the application. We have also developed fee calculator and develop a mechanism where the information is given to developers by WhatsApp, emails, and officers also. So all these AI agents will make proposal very simple and approvable beforehand. This historical digital transformation is an initiative of Government of Maharashtra, spearheaded by BMC as the nodal agency. Together, we are building faster, smarter, and completely transparent future of Maharashtra urban landscapes. Thank you.
May I request Sainath Rajadhyaksha, Vice President, Kohinoor Group, and Shantanu Kulkarni, Senior IT and E-Governance Management Consultant, to please come up on stage and present a memento to Swapnil Patil. We also are lucky that Srimati Trishna Vishwasrao Ma'am ji has graced this event by her presence here. Trishna Vishwasrao, Chairman Best Committee. We request you, ma'am, to please come up on stage, and I request Mr. Ramamurthy to please present a memento. Thank you, ma'am. We would love to hear your thoughts, ma'am.
आज यहाँ पे सबसे पहले हमारे एक्स खासदार राहुल शेवाड़ी जी, उनका मैं बहुत शुक्रगुजार रहूँगी कि उन्होंने मुझे यहाँ निमंत्रण दिया है। यहाँ पहले हमारे जो खासदार वायकर जी आके गए और उन्होंने मुंबई महानगर पालिका के बारे में बताया। आज मैं बीएसटी की चेयरमैन से मैं काम कर रही हूँ। आप सभी को मालूम है कि बीएसटी एक मुंबई महानगर पालिका का एक भाग है, मगर आज की जो स्थिति है बीएसटी की, बहुत ही लॉस में चल रही है बीएसटी। मगर फिर भी मुंबई महानगर पालिका हर साल, अभी इस साल में तो 1000 कोटी का बजट में तरतूद भी किया था, उसी के मुताबिक बीएसटी का बहुत सारा खर्चा है, वो खर्चा निकल रहा है। बहुत सारे कर्मचारी रिटायर हो रहे हैं, उनकी ग्रेजुएटी देनी है। बीएसटी आप सभी को मालूम है कि हर महानगर पालिका में ट्रांसपोर्ट लॉस में ही होता है, मगर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी सप्लाई ये प्लस में होती है। और इसी तरह मुंबई महानगर पालिका का ये सब कामकाज है। मैं इतना ही कहूँगी, यहाँ पे राहुल शेवाड़ी जी ने मुझे बुलाया, उसके लिए मैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रगुजार रहूँगी। और बीएसटी के लिए मैं आप सभी के साथ इतना ही शेयर करूँगी, आप सब बीएसटी के लिए आप सोचें और बीएसटी कैसे सक्षम हो सकती है, उसी के बारे में आपको मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी। इतना ही कह के मैं मेरा 2 शब्द समाप्त करती हूँ। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
Our next speaker is Mr. Vijay Kupse, Director Sensen AI, AI-driven planning, enforcement and compliance management for city infrastructure. The next presentation will be given by Mr. Vijay Kupse.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, my name is Vijay Kuspe. I'm a director in Sensen Networks, which is an Australian AI company. We are doing a lot of smart city projects, including city of Singapore, Chicago, and we are happy to be here to show you what are the possibilities that exist to improve our city's operations. So there is a small video which I'll just play, and then we can talk about it.
Imagine future cities where the elderly move freely, where children feel safe, where clean air is not a luxury and sustainability is the norm, where ambulances reach on time, not by chance, but by design, where school buses operate safely and public transport is accessible to all, cities with zero crashes, where every journey returns home, where every public fund invested creates a better citizen experience. But the reality is still some distance away. Cities struggle to enforce laws effectively. They do not lack laws, they lack the operational intelligence to enforce at scale. Cities of the future must be sensible to become sensitive, to plan better, operate efficiently, enforce fairly, and audit continuously. This is the future of Indian cities, and this is what we help build.
So that was a short video talking about where we should be reaching. Our cities should be sensible to take care of all the citizens and the stakeholders inside it, and then little bit of short glimpse of what the problems we have in an Indian context. The major problem is our scale is huge, our problems are huge, and no Western solutions are going to solve it. So we attempted to solve it from ground up. So current infrastructure challenges are all the esteemed panels has covered that our infrastructure challenges are cost overruns. One of esteemed panels has mentioned that delays, safety failures, enforcement gaps, siloed data, and regulatory lag. So these are some of those top 6 which we have identified, mentioned here. So how does the technology can help here? Just earlier presentation, BMC has done a wonderful job of demonstrating something, what is the use of AI in building the fast track the permissions in that. So I won't cover that part, BIM for, and then they have also mentioned the blockchain. So I'll leave those parts aside. But apart from that, there are other gamuts of technology which can be deployed to make our cities run efficiently. So consider a city as an ecosystem. We see it that we can build a city OS. Consider that we need to run a PC, so we need a OS in that. We run a mobile, so there is a OS in that. So consider a city as a OS, and then we can modularize what are the different things that needed. So I could see that there is a planning related AI intelligence is required. So I would call it as a plan OS. Then operating intelligence is required, and then enforcement intelligence is required. So the enforcement is something that we have grossly not touched at all because of the scale that we are, the ground realities are there. So I'll show you some of those trials that we have done in Indian context, and compliances and governance. So currently the AI technology is there to help us. So what is the AI can help? AI, of course, has a lot of roles for policymakers to make their life easier, faster. The pace of a policy making can be faster. The infrastructure companies, of course, they are the independent businesses, so they have to be helped to make their businesses run faster, better. And for the investors, of course, they need to see the better ROI. So AI has a plan, AI has a role in all those places. I'll just play some of those videos, so just to give you an idea. So consider you're running a big infrastructure, like we are coming up with the ports, right? So this is actual footage of a Singapore port where our system is deployed. So this is showing what is possible with the technology. So I thought I'll pick up some of those videos which could be interesting. So what is happening in this video is there is a lashing operations that happens where your containers are loaded and unloaded and put up into your big ships. So and then there is a lashing is very important operation that needs to be optimally done because it's a safety, because one cargo ship has almost 1,000+ containers. So here the AI is analyzing everything what it is saying, and it is analyzing for a safety, compliances, speed, and efficiency. So it is actually monitoring all those people who are working, and there are safety rules like they should not be within those meters of a distance of that particular crane. And the crane needs to do its lashing operation job very precisely. So this is very, very safety critical. And this happens 1,000 times a day in any ports. So it has to happen all the time. So the technology is available. So this is already there, deployed in Singapore airport. I think same analogies, you can do it in the construction sites when the bridges are metro bridges are being done. So you can actually deploy a monitoring system which will enhance the safety, security, and compliances of the operations. So another part which is not so much touched in Indian context is, I came from Pune, actually traveled from Pune today. So we did a very survey that how many people follows the traffic rule. Somebody said in the morning that we also have to take a place that people has to behave on when they are on the road. But classically, worldwide, unless authorities are able to enforce the laws to the scale, the citizen behavior will not change. So that's the important thing. And then problem is Indian complexities are so high, there was no automation solution, no technology till today which was able to solve that problem. But now technology is there. I'll show you that one video. So this is Pune's FC road. Before we did the trial with the Pune police, you see the people are occupying the road by parking the vehicles on the left-hand side. So that's the normal behavior of the people. So there is something called as a road carriage efficiency. Every city, you can't build infrastructure overnight, but you have an infrastructure which you can utilize optimally. And part of it is you should be able to use it optimally. So what we did was we put up AI cameras and did the enforcement engine which will generate the challans for the people who are overstopping, double parking, wrong direction, all those things. And then the result was the same day, same time of that, only after 30 days of implementing the solution. So road efficiencies, it has a direct role in improving your road efficiencies. You don't have to really spend thousands and thousands crore to improve your road efficiencies. I have a good study of the Pune BMC area where 350, 400 hotspots are there. I am sure that there are part of the Mumbai where there are hotspots like this, where you can implement such kind of a thing. I call it as a digital angioplasty of your cities. So that's a possibility. Yeah, so that's on the operations enforcement side. So similarly, the AI can help you to predict lot of things like structural health. We have done one work where all the columns that I always wonder that in like I was in Taiwan, any new column that we build, there are sensors are already built into that, which will give you the structural integrity of those columns and cement strength. So that's a possibility which can give you the insights into those. So many crores goes into building those assets. Assets can tell you its health. So technology is available today. So another interesting thing that we did, that how do we manage our assets? Like this was this was like a city operations administrator people. So we took this example because this was this area was just cleaned by the corporation people, made it very clean, and then what we saw was there are 2-3 things I'll tell you what this technology can give you the insight about. This use case can give you the insight about. There is a repeatable behavior where people will come once they start seeing the garbage, they think that it is a dumping ground, and then they start doing it. So there is a repeatability in terms of that. But if you have eyes on the ground which can give you the alert, you see that the alert has come, the dumping act detected, you can actually take a action on that. You can identify the repeat offenders. And there's another feedback that you can get is based on this kind of a alerts are, you can identify the areas where dumping, your sewage collection, your collection operations needs improvement. So that also can be seen that way. This is another thing that AI can do for you, where if there are any illegal constructions, illegal encroachments are happening, you can get, the authorities can get notifications quickly. You can see that encroachment has detected. And then that is fast forwarded. So the idea is technology is there, which can, the cameras which are sitting on so many thousands of cameras across all the cities, they can give you the insight. And then they can help the people authorities to plan their city operations better. This is another interesting thing. This is a live, actually we did the things. So now this is, you see the person which is sweeping, and then, so now see the AI is now analyzing, there is a different act, that person is doing something different than others. So it has detected that it's a sweeper. So most of our city roads are given contracts where they have to swipe once a day, twice a day, and things like that. So here is the technology which will give you a feedback that whether the work has been done as per your contract or not. So, and then of course you can use the technology to take the attendance based on the people who are coming in. So yeah, so this is another thing that now we'll move to the regulatory compliances part, where now we have something called as a Indian Road Congress compliances. All our roads are supposed to be built to follow Indian Road Congress guidelines. But I meet a lot of people from the departments, but there is, of course, the skill deficit is there, but there is no intention deficit, but there is a skill deficit. So how can we automate auditing all our roads, not just once in a blue moon, or not at all done? Oh, sorry, it has gone back. Can I go back? So there is an audit tool I wanted to show, but it is not playing. Sorry. Sorry, that video is not playing. So what does that mean is, I'll explain what does that mean. So I'd explain that. So there is a dash cam based, camera based systems are available, which will analyze all your roads and compare it with your DPR and give you the audit reports, whether they are really complying to the standards or not. We have seen that, and then it has helped. I mean, even it has helped to even count the inventory. Many times it is expected to have 500 boards on that road, and for some reasons there are only 300 boards on that road, so on and so forth. So that's the thing. So I'll just wrap it up. So coming back to what does the AI can do? This was the infrastructure challenges that we have identified. And with the AI, you can actually address the cost overruns challenges, delays. You can identify, you can address those safety failures, enforcement gaps, siloed data, regulatory lag. All these 6 major challenges that are being faced by the implementation agencies can be addressed by the technology of today. We are not talking about the future, it's a today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay. May I request Mr. Jitendra Mehta to please come up on stage and kindly present the memento to Mr. Vijay Kupse. As our Shri Mangesh Pangare, Corporator, has graced our event by his presence, I request Shri Mangesh Pangare, Corporator, to please come up on stage, and I'll request Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan to please present the memento. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure that our event is graced by the presence of respected Mayor of Mumbai, Srimati Ritu Tavde. I request Mr. Ramamurthy to please come up on stage. I request Mr. Jitendra Mehta also to please come up on stage and present memento.
Ex-Housing Minister, Government of Maharashtra, Sri Prakash Bhai Mehta is also with us. We would like to invite him on the stage. Prakash Bhai, please join us on the stage. He is the person who has changed the policies in MHDA, SRA. He is the best housing minister of that time who has transformed the industries. Yeah.
On stage, we also have former Minister Maharashtra, Mananiya Shri Prakash Mehta ji. I'll request our dignitaries to please present a memento to Mananiya Shri Prakash Mehta ji. I request ma'am to please share a few words to this gathering. Thank you.
सर्वांना नमस्कार. या ठिकाणी MMR 247 समिट 2026 आणि या कार्यक्रमाला आज या ठिकाणी मुंबई महानगरपालिकेचे उपमहापौर श्री संजय घाडीजी, शिवसेना सरचिटणीस तथा माजी खासदार श्री राहुल शेवाळेजी, माझे मार्गदर्शक आणि नेहमी ज्यांच्या मार्गदर्शनात आम्ही काम करतो ते आमचे माजी मंत्री प्रकाश मेहताजी, नगरसेवक श्री भास्कर शेट्टीजी, कन्स्ट्रक्शन टाइमचे चीफ एडिटर श्री राममूर्तीजी, त्याचबरोबर जितेंद्र मेहताजी सिनियर व्हाईस प्रेसिडेंट क्रेडाय, त्याचबरोबर सपोर्टेड बाय सर्व सन्माननीय इथे बसलेले आपण सर्व. आपण आज या ठिकाणी इथे केवळ एका परिषदसाठी जमलेले नाही, तर भारताला आर्थिक महासत्ता बनवणाऱ्या सर्वात मोठ्या इंजिनची गती कशी वाढवायची याचा कृती आराखडा या ठिकाणी तयार करण्यासाठी आपण सर्वजण या ठिकाणी उपस्थित आहोत. विकसित भारत 2047. मला आठवतं राहुलजी, तुम्ही आणि मी 2012ला आपण तर आमचे स्टँडिंग कमिटी चेअरमॅन होता, त्यावेळी आपण या ठिकाणी DP प्लॅन मुंबई महानगरपालिकेमध्ये आणला होता आणि आपण तो मुंबई महानगरपालिकेच्या महासभेमध्ये प्रोजेक्ट पण केला होता. विकसित भारत आपण मुंबईचा आणला होता त्यावेळी. आणि आज या ठिकाणी विकसित भारत 2047 हे केवळ राष्ट्रीय स्वप्न नाही, तर ती आपली एक सामूहिक जबाबदारी या ठिकाणी आहे. आणि जेव्हा देशाच्या विकासाचा विचार होतो तेव्हा संपूर्ण या ठिकाणी जगाची नजर ही केवळ आपल्या मुंबईवरती आणि मुंबई महानगर प्रदेशा म्हणजेच MMR या सगळ्यावरती टिकून राहते. मुंबई महानगर प्रदेशाच्या देशाचे विकसित योगदान या ठिकाणी काय आहे हे केवळ सांगण्याची गरज नाही, ते देशाच्या तिजोरीत सर्वाधिक महसूल देणारा उद्योग, व्यावसायिकांना सुरक्षित आणि प्रगतिशील वातावरण देणारा हा प्रदेश भारताचा एक मोठा आर्थिक कणा आहे असं मला या ठिकाणी वाटतंय. मुंबई ही फक्त स्वप्नांची नगरी राहिली नाही आहे, तर ती देशाच्या अर्थव्यवस्थेची जीवनवाहिनी आहे. मुंबई जेव्हा या ठिकाणी आपण बोलतो ना, आपण नेहमी बोलतो की साप कात टाकतो, मी असं म्हणते की मुंबई जेव्हा कात टाकते तेव्हा संपूर्ण देशाच्या प्रगतीचा वेग हा बदलतो. म्हणजे मुंबई महानगर ही काय आहे पूर्ण आपल्या भारतासाठी आणि देशासाठी. आज आपल्या या ठिकाणी लढा हा केवळ आर्थिक आकडेवारी पुरता मर्यादित नाही, तर जागतिक स्तरावरती अव्वल ठरणाऱ्या पायाभूत सुविधा निर्माण करण्याचं आहे. कोस्टल रोड प्रकल्प असू दे, मुंबईतील रस्ते सिमेंट काँक्रिटीकरणाचा खूप मोठा धडाका आपण पाहिलं की मला खूप सांगायला प्रत्येक वेळा भाषणामध्ये खूप अभिमान वाटतो. 2014पासून मुंबई महानगर पालिकेमध्ये या ठिकाणी मुंबई नगरीमध्ये जवळपास 2000 किलोमीटर वरचे रस्ते आज आपण या ठिकाणी 1700 किलोमीटरपर्यंत आपण आलेलो आहेत. आणि पाऊस आहे म्हणून, नाहीतर यंदा पूर्णच आपण करणार होतो म्हणून 2027पर्यंत ते पूर्ण CC कॉन्क्रीटचे रोड होतील अशा पद्धतीचे एक्झिक्युटिव्ह डिसिजन या 2014पासूनच्या कार्यकाळामध्ये मुंबईकरांनी या ठिकाणी पाहिले आहे. महायुतीच्या कार्यकाळात या ठिकाणी आपले आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहेब आणि आपले आदरणीय उपमुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय एकनाथरावजी शिंदे साहेब यांच्या ज्या कामाच्या धडाकामध्ये ज्या पद्धतीमध्ये मुंबईचा विकास या ठिकाणी आपण पाहतोय तो सांगत असताना आम्हाला या ठिकाणी खूप अभिमान वाटतो. विस्तीर्ण असे मेट्रोचे जाळे असतील किंवा मुंबईचा चेहरा आपण पाहिलं की मुंबईमध्ये ज्या पद्धतीमध्ये मेट्रोची कनेक्टिव्हिटी पण चालू आहे आणि ज्या पद्धतीमध्ये PWD MMRD चे ज्या पद्धतीने कामं चालू आहेत हे सांगत असताना मुंबईकर म्हणजे मी महापौर म्हणून प्रत्येक ठिकाणी जात असताना मला जे मुंबईकर भेटतात त्या मुंबईकरच्या त्यांच्या चेहऱ्यावरचा आनंदसुद्धा बघताना फार आनंद होतो. मुंबई महानगरपालिका या संपूर्ण प्रक्रियेमध्ये अत्यंत महत्त्वाची भूमिका बजावत असून आशियातील सर्वात मोठी सांडपाणी प्रकल्प आपण जो बोलतो STP प्लॅन उभारण्यापासून ते मुंबई एअरपोर्ट पॉल्युशन मिटिगेशन्स प्लॅनद्वारे पर्यावरणाचा समतोल राखण्याचं संपूर्ण काम या ठिकाणी अहोरात्र मुंबई महानगरपालिकासुद्धा करत आहे. मात्र MMR क्षेत्राचा हा विकास करत असताना केवळ एका यंत्रणेने स्वतंत्रपणे काम करून चालणार नाही, तर MMRDA मुंबई महानगरपालिका रेल्वे असेल किंवा MSRDC किंवा सिडको या सर्व यंत्रणांमध्ये जेव्हा एकसंध समन्वय असतो तेव्हाच विकासाचा एक बुलेट ट्रेनसारखा एक मोठा वेग आपण या ठिकाणी पाहताना बघतोय. जेव्हा या सर्व यंत्रणा कागदावर नव्हे तर जमिनीवरती एकत्र येऊन काम करतात तेव्हा मुंबईचा खरा अर्थाने विकास होतो आणि तो विकास फक्त होत नाही तर तो गतिमान विकास होतो. आपलं सरकार हे केवळ फाईलवरती काम करणारं नाही आहे तर प्रगतीचे रस्ते जमिनीवर उतरून गतिमान पद्धतीने कसे काम करायचे त्याचबरोबर पायाभूत सुविधांचा हा एक पूर्ण प्रगतिशील काम करणार हे आपलं सरकार आहे. आपण ट्रिपल इंजिन सरकारमध्ये आज आम्ही काम करताना आम्हाला आनंद होतोय. केंद्रामध्ये सत्ता आहे आपली महाराष्ट्र शासनामध्ये आणि आता मुंबई महानगरपालिकेमध्ये सुद्धा महायुतीमध्ये आम्ही बसून मुंबईकरांचे महाराष्ट्राचे गतिमान अशी कामं करणारी सरकार आज आपले मुंबईकर महाराष्ट्राची लोक बघतात आहे. माझी लाडकी बहीण योजनेच्या सक्षमीकरणासोबत सर्वसामान्यांसाठी महानगरपालिकेने आपली चिकित्सा हिंदू हृदयसम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरे आपला दवाखाना यासारख्या योजनांमधून आम्ही शेवटच्या माणसाच्या आरोग्याच्या आणि सुखाची सुद्धा या ठिकाणी काळजी घेतोय. इमारतीचे मजले मोजून इमारतीचा विकास ठरत नाही तर त्या शहराच्या राहणाऱ्या सामान्य माणसाच्या चेहऱ्याचं हसू त्या शहराचं जे भविष्य ठरवत असतो. मला सांगताना फार आनंद होतो की आदरणीय देवेंद्रजी आदरणीय एकनाथरावजी शिंदे यांच्या कार्यकाळात BDD शाळा असेल तर आता धारावीसारखा प्रकल्प असेल इतके मोठमोठ्या योजना फक्त ते बोलून दाखवलं नाही कागदावर केलं नाही तर त्या कार्यान्वित करण्याचं कामसुद्धा या ठिकाणी केलेलं आहे. अतिशय चांगलं काम या चालू आहे. कन्स्ट्रक्शन टाइम्स या परिषदेच्या माध्यमातून एक अत्यंत योग्य विषयावरती या ठिकाणी मंथन घडवून आणण्याचं काम या प्लॅटफॉर्मवरती झालेलं आहे. आदरणीय राहुल शेवाळेजी आपलं मी खूप अभिनंदन करते. सर्वांना एकत्र आणून या ठिकाणी तुम्ही एक चांगलं सकारात्मक असं एक मंथन एक विचार मंथन या ठिकाणी आपण उभं केलेलं आहे आणि या सुंदर अशा भविष्यातील धोरणांना नवी दिशा देण्याचं काम आपण या ठिकाणी करतोय. मला या ठिकाणी बोलवून 2 शब्द बोलायला दिले. आमचे मुंबई महानगरपालिकेचे सुद्धा विचार मांडण्यासाठी मला या ठिकाणी सांगितलं त्याबद्दल मी आपले खूप खूप आभार मानते. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद. जय महाराष्ट्र.
Ladies and gentlemen, effective waste management is the cornerstone of sustainable urban development. Our next presentation focuses on the challenges and opportunities associated with waste management in the Mumbai Metropolitan Region. May I now invite Mr. Rajneesh Trivedi, CEO, SFC Environmental Technologies Limited, to deliver a presentation on MMR Waste Management 2035, today's challenges and tomorrow's opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rajneesh Trivedi.
I know waste management is not a very attractive and a very impressive topic to talk about, and that too post lunch session. But I hope that I'll make this interesting for all of us. And as part of this presentation, I hope that all of us will take something great about what we are doing, the potential of waste management, and what we can actually achieve, by following the right practices in the country. So just as a brief background, I am Rajneesh. I basically work for a company called SFC Environmental Technologies. It's purely a technology company. The whole focus of this business is around technology. So one of our core products is around sewage treatment plants. It's a technology called CTEC, which is patented by SFC. This technology has been there in the country for the last 10 years. We have done more than 1,000 plants in country. Each state, each city would have a CTEC plant. So it's basically the sewerage which is there is being treated, in a most efficient manner through this technology. The other technology which we have is about, solid waste management. Solid waste management, as you know, is one of the key areas, for the country. I think there is a huge initiative and there is a huge potential which is there. But unfortunately, all what we see around solid waste management is just one thing, kachra. Kachra is the only thing which we see. Despite all the policies, despite all the initiatives which have been taken by the government, which we still see that the things have not changed on the ground. So that's where we thought that let's do something little differently. Let's encourage people to see what differentiated things which we have done, and hopefully the country will follow that. Just to give you a background of what we do, we are into basically solid waste management. Solid waste management is nothing but the wet waste which comes out of our houses. Dry waste, wet waste, mixed waste, whatever kind of waste is, you give it to us, we are able to treat it. We are one of the largest companies in the country as far as solid waste management is concerned. We have around about 1,500 tons of capacity. 450 tons of capacity is already operational through 2 plants in Goa. Then there are 2 more under construction plants which is there in Odisha and in Assam. And there are 2 more plants which are coming up in Delhi and Mumbai. And I'll talk specifically about the project in Mumbai because I think that's something which is very important for all of us to see what we are trying to do. This just gives you some of the ideas in terms of what we have done. Our technology which is there for the waste management is our own technology. We have a proprietary ETP technology. We do more than 98% recovery, at our waste plants. We have 40 to 50% higher biogas yield as compared to any other, plant which is there in the country. So in all what I'm trying to communicate here is that if you have the right technology, if you have the right intention, if you have the right will to do, something in the waste management, it is possible. This just gives you an idea in terms of, how we have been able to, transform a wasteland, a landfill, into an actual operational plant. On the left side, you will see this was the plant. This was kind of a plot which was given to us. We bioremediated it, and we converted it into a plant on the right side. Similarly, that was the first plant on North Goa. Below you see the other plant in South Goa. So basically what we are doing is, we are just not treating waste, we are changing landscape of solid waste management in India. And this has a significant impact not only on the real estate, because real estate is something which is becoming very critical in terms of how you treat your waste. If you go and see around all the areas around Mankod, Deonar, you go and see the Eastern Expressway, the biggest problem which you see is in the evening when you go, you can't breathe the air properly. There is so much of smell, there is bad odor which is there. But is this something which is associated and this is something which is must wherever a waste plant is? Not necessary. I would encourage all of you, who would want to go and see our plant in Goa. If both the plants are within, habitation, you have government offices, you have people living around, and there are no issues. Obviously, there are, sporadic elements which are there who wants to create problems. But overall, on an entire basis, if you see, it's a very clean environment. You can go inside a plant, you can have your tea, you can eat your food, and you can come back very happily without thinking that you had gone into a waste management plant. So this is the infrastructure inside a plant. This is not photographs of any resort or a hotel. These are actual pictures of the plant. And when you go and see this, you will find it even better than this. So this is how a waste management plant should be. But unfortunately, you don't find it anywhere in the country. And why don't you find anywhere in the country? It's not that we don't have technology. It's just that we don't have the right will to put up a good quality plant. The objective here is, कचरा ही तो है, कचरे के लिए भी पैसा खर्च करेंगे. The objective here is that we don't have to, sort our systems. The government has provided efficient mechanism to provide support. The corporation is providing, all the support to provide the waste. The issue here is the intent is not there. Intent is right now only collection of waste. What we want to do is, कचरा मेरे घर के सामने नहीं दिखना चाहिए. कचरा मेरे घर के सामने से निकल के कहीं चला जाए, फिर मेरे को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. बट अगर वही कचरा मेरे घर के पास आ रहा है, जहाँ पे वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट प्लांट है, वहाँ बहुत प्रॉब्लम है. So the whole issue what I'm trying to say here is that waste management can be done sustainably, it can be done profitably, it can make the life easy, it can make the life healthier, it can clean the environment, and most importantly, I'm intentionally saying this because of the platform, it can even improve the real estate value. Think about, the entire, Eastern Expressway which is there. If tomorrow all the issue around this waste management was not there, or if these plants were being operated, more efficiently, what kind of a real estate value that will be? So what we need to see is, we don't have to see waste management plants as an investment, as an asset, as a cost. You have to see the kind of, ripple effect it is going to create on the economy, in the area where we live, and obviously the ranking of the cities. So I think we need to, look at waste management from a completely different perspective, not as कि अरे यार कचरे का प्लांट है, इतना पैसा क्यों खर्चना है. This is one time investment. If you do properly, it can have, a ripple effect as far as the economic activity is concerned. So this is just again, giving you an idea of our first plant which was there. This plant was actually set up 14 years back. Can you imagine? This was a plant which was set up 14 years back at that point of time, where there was not even a single plant operating in the country of such size and this magnitude. So it took us 2 years to construct, 2 years for tendering, and 10 years of operation. This is the only plant in the country which has run its full life of 10 years under a concession agreement. There is no plant in the country elsewhere where the plant would have run for 10 years fully. At maximum we have 3 years, 4 years. That's the maximum, size, the longevity of any plant. Most of these plants in these 3 or 4 years are actually either, closed down, shut down, or they're dead. Because the intent is, कचरा ही तो है, 2-4 साल भी चल गया प्लांट तो बहुत है, नेक्स्ट टाइम क्या होगा, फिर से नया प्लांट लग जाएगा. So the kind of money which we keep on spending on, investment and reinvestment is huge. Now think it from a real estate perspective. What will I do if I was a real estate player? I will say यार, जितना अभी FSI मिला है उतना बना लो, थोड़ा सा स्ट्रेंथ और बढ़ा लो, उसके बाद एडिशनल और FSI मिल जाएगा, तो we'll have much more higher IRR to make. So this is again one of the pictures of a plant. So this is to give you an idea in terms of how does our plant work. The first plant, this is an integrated municipal solid waste plant. We designed it, we did the engineering, we did the financing, construction, supply, installation, everything, and we also did the operation and maintenance. So we've been built it and we've been running it for the last 10 years. And this is by far the most efficient plant in the country. On any parameter which you take, environmental parameter, pollution parameter, in terms of the output parameters, this is the only plant which have been able to do it. And by the way, this is the only plant in the country where the data in terms of how much of waste you get, how much of waste you process is available on daily basis and it's uploaded on the website. So that is the transparency. And the transparency is because when you do the work right, you don't really have to fear for anything. The only anxiety in most of these plants is that, first of all, if you have to go to any MSW plant in the country, first of all you don't get permissions. Why you don't get permission? Because you don't want people to go and see and shoot it. Actually we are very happy to give permissions because people go and shoot their pictures. This is the only plant in the country, again, I am very sorry to say, repeating this word only plant, because where a lot of students, lot of cultural exchange program happens, lot of governments create their training sessions for their corporations in this plant. So this again, talks about, the second plant. This just a glimpse of, what we have done. Because of the technology which we have, and more importantly, our experience of, establishing multiple plants, running plants for 10 years, now we have been able to, form multiple joint ventures with various oil marketing companies. Because the government, under the STAT program, wanted, domestic fuel, domestic gas to be produced. They wanted to promote, the public sector companies to come into this sector and start developing this program, because they have, a lot of, funds available with them. They have the funds, they have the corporate governance, they have the will, but they don't have the technology. And that's where, their partnership, has happened. They've evaluated all, market players, but they found that, since HWT has been doing such a fantastic work, they thought that, they will have a joint venture with us. So we have a, joint venture with Gas Authority, ONGC, IGL, Indraprasth Gas, Oil India, Mahanagar Gas. And with Mahanagar Gas, under this joint venture, we are going to come up with our first plant in Mumbai, which is in Morankhod. It's a 350 tons plant, where we hope that, very soon, we should be able to, along with our joint venture partner MGL, be able to, start working on this. And I can assure all of you that the quality of the output and the plant will be so good that, this is going to become one of the, areas, or one of the, we want that this should become one of the, famous spots where anybody from the country coming to Bombay should also go and see that, look, I'm going to go visit a kachra plant. Because this is not going to be a kachra plant, this is going to be an eco park. That is how, our intention here is. This gives you a little bit of a, it's a more of a technology or a technical thing in terms of what our differentiated, scheme or our processes is. So whether it is pre-treatment system, hydrolysis, biogas upgradation, dewatering process, effluent treatment plant, operational expertise, design know-how, you talk about it, we have solution for all the problems. And why we have the solution for all the problems? It's not that, we have created a rocket science or, we have created something different. Why we have been able to create and come up with a solution is because we know what we are treating. When you know what the problem is and you try and address that, that's where when you get solution. So that's a very differentiated thing which we have been able to do, because the whole objective of the market is, waste आता है, waste plant में चला जाएगा, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? अगर आज मेरे पास 100 टन waste आया, मैंने 10 टन, 20 टन, 50 टन process किया, बाकी 50 टन मैंने छोड़ दिया, then there is no point. The whole objective here is that our system, our processes have to be so robust that if I am getting waste, I should make sure that 80, 90% or 95% of that waste I should be able to process. That's the whole objective of, setting up a plant. The objective of the plant is not to get the best waste, for my purpose and give the balance to the corporation back. Then there is no point. So our solution, what we are offering is a 100%, waste solution, 100% solution to the waste which we are getting. And if you see in both our plants in Goa, we treat more than 95% or 98% of the incoming waste. And it's only, less than 3% which goes as inert into the landfill. This is also very important. I mean, very recently, the Supreme Court of India has, taken a cognizance of, the entire, kind of, I would say, an unscientific way how, the waste has been, processed in the country. So what they have come up with, they have come up with, certain observation. They have, created a Supreme Court monitoring committee. They have, empowered district, collectors to start imposing fine if the waste management is not happening, proactively. They have, started now to launch a curriculum in schools for solid waste management, which I think is a very, very, effective way of teaching, people right from, the beginning that, what you should and what you should not do. Unfortunately, what happens is when it comes to the civic sense and, when it comes to, teaching ourselves, that's the last thing we want to do. Because everyone believes that, we know everything. हमें पता है हमें क्या करना है. So I think the first thing which we need to do is to, shred that inhibition that मुझे सब पता है. I think this is a very, very important step, though it will take time, but this is a step in the right direction. Then another recommendation is accelerate legacy waste clearances. All the, the legacy landfills which are there, those needs to be, remediated in an action downward and then translate and disseminate these orders. So this is one of the things. Just coming to the challenges, I mean, what are the typical challenges in waste management? The typical challenge is that, the input waste which you are, getting in the plant, changes daily. It changes, if you are getting this waste in a rainy season, you will have so much of, water in it. What do you do with that? If you are getting waste in Shraddh season, maybe, or maybe in seasons when you are fasting, you will not have that calorific value of waste. You will get a value of a different waste. Sometimes, when you are getting into the, peak season, tourist season, you get a lot of dry waste. So what happens is that the quality of the input waste changes. And the moment the input waste keeps changing, the technology doesn't adapt to that. And that is where the biggest problem in the country is. That nobody has been able to, set up a technology which can adjust and accommodate itself based on the incoming quality of the waste. So that is where I think as Hindustan Waste Treatment and as SFC, we've been able to, bring that, kind of a change in the way how, the overall technology works. And we are able to, treat both, wet waste as well as, mixed waste. Segregation, this is another problem. Most of the waste which you get, we don't get segregated waste. Now, if I am doing if I am trying to, as a simple example, if I am trying to, make a roti at home. Now, if that atta which I get is mixed up with, different things, how do I make a roti? I cannot. So, the importance is that whatever we are doing, the kind of waste which we are getting, it should be clear and segregated. But unfortunately, that doesn't happen. Should that become a problem and a challenge in the country? No. We have a technology which can even, treat the mixed waste also, as good as if you are getting a segregated waste. Then, if you don't have good segregated waste, you have biogas productivity issues, which we have been able to, change it. Then you have a byproduct issue. What do you do, after you have segregated the waste, you've used the wet waste for biogas. What do you do with the balance of the waste? You should have technology, you should have solutions where you can consume 100% of the waste in-house, and that's what we have done. Project Life. The biggest challenge and the biggest problem in the country is that most of these plants, as I said earlier, will survive for, few years. These plants in India, we have proven that, it has worked for 10 years and it's going to work for another 10 years. So the average life of our plant, which we set up is around 20 to 25 years, which is as good as, any manufacturing business which you do. Quality output. This is again one of the biggest issues which is there, which we have been able to, sort out. Now, based on all these problems, what are these recommendations? I mean, what should we do to create or, make this issue a challenge as an opportunity? So our recommendations are that, we should have a mandatory feedstock characterization. The moment you have a mandatory feedstock characterization, you're able to know that what kind of, problem you have and what kind of, solution you need to find. Even if you go to the doctor, he wants that, first pellet test kara ke aiye. Why? Because he wants to be sure that the cure and the medicine which he is giving is for the right problem. Similarly, if you have the mandatory, feedstock characterization available, you know what solution, what technology you need to, provide. Second is prescribe pre-treatment standards. I mean, what are the standards? If you go and see any plant in the country, the waste which is collected from roads or anywhere, and the situation which you see inside the plant is as good as the same. कचरा वहाँ से उठ के वहाँ पे आ जाता है, वहाँ पे भी पड़ा रहता है. The change which we have brought is that if you go to any of our plants, the waste, you don't even see waste. You go inside our plant, the way the plant is designed it, that the waste comes, it goes into the in-feed bunker, the truck puts the waste into the in-feed bunker, the in-feed bunker is closed, the truck goes out and you don't see the waste. That is the change which we have to bring it, and it's not a rocket science, it's just mindset. You are setting up a plant to treat the waste, not to create more waste. And you need to understand that when the waste comes, by the way, this waste which comes to the plant is like 24 hours old. Itna baas marta hai, sir. I can assure you, you can get less baas at our plant than what you will get the baas at your home. Because अगर आपका ही घर में waste 12-15 घंटे पड़ा रहे, वही बास मारने लगता है. But here it doesn't. Why? Because you have the right process, you have the right technology, you have negative suction. Once the waste gets in, the shutters are closed. You don't allow the waste smell to come out, and there are negative suction and blowers which are there will start working. So as long as you know what you are treating, as long as you know what you are trying to create a solution, you will get the right output. minimum performance benchmark should be there. Because when you are going and doing these projects, because unfortunately these are not private bilateral projects. You have to do these projects under tendering, you have various scrutinies. What our only request here is that, and what we recommend is that there should be minimum performance benchmarks. You're competing with the right set of people. Unfortunately, you know how it happens. I mean, I can quote L1, I can become an L1 by quoting a figure, but then at the end of the day what happens? So, these are very critical and important projects. We need to take this much more seriously, that, if by virtue of ensuring that I am wanting maximum participation in a project, but that maximum participation results in something which doesn't maximize the objective, which minimize the objective, we should, rethink in terms of how we, come up and, plan these projects. Standardized digested classifications, CBGS priority technology under SWM 2026. So technology focus in our policy making, in our thinking, it has to be very critical, because it's only technology which we differentiates. As one of my earlier participants talked about, that how our culturally, how we are not very attuned to keeping our surroundings clean. So the only way how we can do that is through technology. Again, the Supreme Court, monitoring committee is there. Our suggestion is that, this monitoring committee should partner with, the urban local bodies, should partner with, all the agencies and authorities who are developing these projects, because through that engagement and interaction, the counterparties would know what the problems are, what the issues are, and only once they know what the problems and the issues are, would they be able to solve it. And then, easiest, standardization of monthly performance reporting. The moment you start reporting every day, you are obligated to start performing. The moment I know that I don't have to report anything, I can go scot-free. I am not performing. I know that I have a solution. So I think it's very important that if all these processes, suggestions are followed, we'll be able to create a differentiated environment in the country for solid waste management. Again, there is a Maharashtra CBG policy which is there. It's a very welcome step which is there. It provides a big opportunity for the people, for the projects, for developers in Maharashtra to be able to take advantage from this policy and be able to kind of set up good quality projects. I think the current policy which has come out recently, it gives a kind of a portfolio of around about 500 crores. It provides the CBG plant owners, to be able to set up good projects, utilize diverse, feedstocks. Unfortunately, in MMR region, the only kind of waste which we get is the municipal solid waste. So I think in MMR region, this policy can be, of great use. The policy provides for the viability gap funding, which is essential for an infrastructure project like this. It provides land allocation and infrastructure, which is again one of the very prominent requirements, that, you don't get, the right land, for these projects. Most of the times you get, landfills for these projects. Now, moment you go into a landfill, you have, 15, 20 meters of, garbage lying there. When you start constructing, you cannot construct a plant over there. So you have to do a lot of piling work, a lot of civil works goes on, which increases the cost. Now, if you increase the cost, the idea is not say that, because I am putting up a waste management plant, that's why the cost has gone up. That's a wrong notion which is there. So it's very important that we get the right quality of the land which is available and the right place, to be able to set this project. And if we can get to do these projects under a PPP model, it helps to kind of get a lot of support from central government as well. Then there are also a support for SGST refund, the sales tax and the GST. There is also a refund scheme on that. So collectively, I would say, the Maharashtra CBG policy, it's a welcome step, and I think that if all the developers comes along, utilize this policy, I think we can change the way how the projects happen. But unfortunately, I'll give you one data statistics. Even the central government have a VGF scheme for waste management plants. But believe me, you don't have anybody going and asking for the VGF. Why? Because they say, यार इतना महंगा प्लांट करने की जरूरत ही नहीं, प्लांट ही ऐसा सस्ता बनाते हैं जिसमें VGF की जरूरत ही ना पड़े. Now think about it, that the government has realized that until unless you have VGF available, VGF is viability gap funding, you can't make these projects profitable. But here, on the other side, you have nobody going and asking for it. He says, हम VGF से भी सस्ता plant बना देंगे. So the idea here is that why people don't go to ask for VGF is because they know the moment they go and ask for VGF, they now become accountable. Because then you have to disclose what you're doing. And the moment you disclose what you're doing, that's where somebody will catch you. Okay, either you're not following the right technology, either you're not following the right process, or there is something which you're doing. So I think it's like something that God is giving us. Lakshmi aa rahi hai, but hum keh rahe nahi, hame nahi chahiye. We are self-sufficient. I think that mindset has to change. If this funding is available, I think we should, ensure that this funding is utilized in the right way by the right people for doing a right project. That's very important. So these are, some of the factors which are there, in terms of factors which can drive the growth. There are a lot of, tailwinds which are there. There are a lot of opportunities which we believe exist. And I think if we are able to, work together, work, with a single objective of, doing the right quality, the right, type of projects, I think there is a huge way to go forward. Yeah, thank you.
We are graced by the presence of Mananiya Shri Sanjay Ghadi ji, Deputy Mayor, BMC. Mananiya Shri Sanjay Ghadi ji, Deputy Mayor, BMC. And now I request our Honorable Deputy Mayor, Shri Sanjay Ghadi ji, to please come up on stage and share a few words.
सर्वांना नमस्कार. Construction Times MMR 2047 या कार्यक्रमाचे आयोजक सन्माननीय माजी खासदार आणि शिवसेनेचे राष्ट्रीय सचिव सन्माननीय राहुल शेवाळेजी, या कार्यक्रमाला आपल्या सर्वांना आत्ताच मुंबई महानगरपालिकेच्या वतीने ज्यांनी मार्गदर्शन केल्या त्या मुंबई महानगरपालिकेच्या प्रथम नागरिक सन्माननीय महापौर ऋतुताई तावडे, माजी गृहनिर्माण मंत्री सन्माननीय मेहता साहेब, या परिषदेला उपस्थित सर्व उद्योजक, मार्गदर्शक बंधू आणि भगिनींनो, मी प्रथम राहुल शेवाळे आणि त्यांच्या टीमचं मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो. कारण राजकीय पक्षाचे नेते किंवा लोकप्रतिनिधी एक पारंपरिक कार्यक्रम घेत असतात आणि हा एक आगळा आणि वेगळा कार्यक्रम राहुलजींनी आणि त्यांच्या सहकार्याने घेतला, त्याबद्दल त्यांचं मी अभिनंदन करतो. मुंबई शहराच्या आणि महाराष्ट्र आणि देशाच्या आर्थिक विकासाच्या जडणघडणीमध्ये अशा प्रकारच्या कार्यक्रमाचं फार महत्त्व असते आणि ते आज या इथे संपन्न होते की मुंबई शहर किंवा महाराष्ट्र किंवा भारतामध्ये जगामध्ये जे जे काही नवीन नवीन प्रकल्प आलेले आहेत ते आपल्या देशामध्ये, आपल्या मुंबई शहरामध्ये व्हावेत या दृष्टिकोनातून या ठिकाणी चर्चा होते. मी थोडासा उशिरा आलो, परंतु मी घनकचरा व्यवस्थापनावरती जे प्रेझेंटेशन पाहिलं अतिशय सुंदर आणि हे आपल्या बाजूच्याच राज्यामध्ये नॉर्थ गोव्यामध्ये त्यांनी ते केलेलं आहे आणि त्यांनी जी खंत व्यक्त केली ती आमची आणि आमच्या मुंबईकरांची देखील खंत आहे की मुंबई शहरामध्ये एवढ्या मोठ्या टनामध्ये प्रत्येक दिवशी कचरा संकलित होतो आणि त्या कचऱ्यावरती आम्ही खर्च करतो मुंबई महानगरपालिकेचा, मुंबईकरांचा कराच्या पैशातून. परंतु इतर राज्य आहेत की अशी केरळ असेल, छोटी छोटी राज्य आहेत, या कचऱ्याच्या माध्यमातून त्याच्यावरती प्रक्रिया करून त्याच्यातून उत्पन्न आपल्या शहराला, आपल्या महानगरपालिकेला मिळवून देतात. अशा प्रकारची अनेक उदाहरणं आपल्यासमोर आहेत. ते गोव्या राज्यामध्ये जो प्रोजेक्ट केला तो इथे आपल्याला महापौर मॅडम त्यांनी दाखवलं आणि अशा प्रकारची आवश्यकता आपल्या मुंबई शहराला देखील आहे की मुंबई शहरामध्ये दररोज निर्माण होणारा कचरा त्याचा उत्पन्नामध्ये आपल्याला परिस्थिती बदलून आपल्याला त्याचा फायदा घ्यायला पाहिजे. त्या दृष्टिकोनातून आपण देखील मुंबई महानगरपालिका देखील याच्यावरती मंथन करते. त्यांनी जी खंत व्यक्त केली ती खरी आहे की ज्यावेळेला आपण पूर्व उपनगराच्या हायवेवरून मॅडम जातो त्यावेळेला अतिशय दुर्गंधी आपल्याला येते. ते मानखुर्दच्या इथे जिथे आपलं डम्पिंग ग्राउंड आहे. आपणही गेलो होतात वृक्षारोपण करण्याच्या निमित्तानं, मी गेलो होतो आणि तिथे गेल्यानंतर खरी परिस्थिती आपल्याला पाहायला मिळते. आणि या परिस्थितीमध्ये बदल व्हायला पाहिजे आणि तो बदल कसा घडवायचा त्याची चर्चा आज या परिषदेमध्ये झाली आहे. मी खरोखरच आपल्या आयोजकांचं मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो. अनेक कंपन्यांनी किंवा संस्थांनी आपले आपले प्रोजेक्ट या ठिकाणी डिस्कस केलेले आहेत. आवश्यकता या मुंबई शहरामध्ये जी रिअल इस्टेट वाढते आहे, घरांची निर्मिती होते आहे, त्याचबरोबर या मुंबई शहराला चांगली सेवा देण्याची यंत्रणा देखील मुंबई महानगरपालिका असेल, MMRDA असेल, SRA असतील, या संस्थांच्या माध्यमातून देखील व्हायला पाहिजे. त्याची चर्चा आणि उहापोह देखील ह्या शिबिरामध्ये होतो आहे. मी फार माझं वक्तव्य न लांबवता आमचे मंत्री महोदय देखील या ठिकाणी आले, त्यांचं मी स्वागत करतो आणि राहुलजी तुमचं मनापासून आभार व्यक्त करतो. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
Shri Bhaskar Shetty ji is here with us. We request Mr. Ramamurthy, Mr. Sainath and Mr. Shantanu to please present the memento. We have with us Yuva Sena Karyakarani Sadasya Shri Suyash Sanjay Ghadi ji with us. Request you to please come up on stage as we present the memento. Ladies and gentlemen, we are again very lucky that our event is graced by the presence of Shri Srirang Appa Barneji, Member of Parliament. I'll request Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan to please escort our guest on the stage and present a memento. Final technical session of the day. The topic for this panel discussion is opportunities and challenges for real estate in the MMR region. To moderate this important discussion, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Ambrish Vijay Zondale, Senior Director, Western Region and Major Products, India and South Asia, Kone. We also welcome our distinguished panelist, Mr. Manthan Mehta, Managing Director, JVM Spaces, Mr. Prashant Khandelwal, Director and CEO, Agami Realty. Architect Reza Kabul, President, ARK Reza Kabul Architects. Mr. Pankaj Joshi, Conservation Architect and Principal Director, Urban Center, Mumbai. Engineer Sandeep Isore, President, Practicing Engineers, Architects and Town Planners Association.
So good evening to all of you. Building context, MMR, Sapno Ki Nagari, right, as we know, offers immense growth potential. And this growth potential can be unlocked only if you are able to seamlessly, efficiently, and effectively execute plans in place. Today you see cities, beyond growing horizontal, are growing vertical. And while they are growing vertical, the most important challenge that we see is how do you bring seamless movement? How do you create human experiences? With this as a background, let me start this panel discussion today with an open question to all my panel members is while MMR is growing strategically, or is it catching up demand? So what do you think while these projects of infra and redevelopment are we strategic in nature or are we catching up with demand? Maybe Manthan, you want to start?
Well, we are actually going with the flow, if you ask me. There are many things that are happening. Infrastructure is by default the backbone of any city that we have, and with the rising demand, the rising supply, both of things that you could say. The rising influx of people in the city, the only thing that would help us is the infrastructure, and the government has been proactive with that. There's a nice web of metro that is surrounded the city really nicely, and there are many, many plethora of projects that are coming up. So definitely that is there. And that, in a way, is helping the redevelopment as well. So it's like a mix of two. And unfortunately, we are stuck into it. If you want that answer, that would be it from my side, yeah.
Yes, sir, there are plenty of opportunities so far as infrastructure development is concerned. So, जसं मराठीत म्हणतात निष्पक्षपणे जर सांगायचं झालं तर in last 10-15 years or maybe 20 years, the speed of infrastructure development has rise tremendously. So this is certainly going to help the real estate sector because there will be more and more housing demand, maybe in probably in the affordable housing demand. So that demand is already there. By virtue of infrastructure such as roads, then metros, the traveling time journey will be very nice. But after the real estate sector is booming, by virtue of so many houses when constructed, one aspect will have to be kept in mind about the livability. But when we were demanding for the infrastructure growth that is happening now, so we have to bear a transition period, which will be, once the infrastructure boom is there, there will be some kind of trouble to start with. Once it gets settled, then these aspects of livability and all those things will have to be balanced in the coming future.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
See, we have a substantially challenging decade till we reach 2047, because if the Mumbai Metropolitan Region has to pull the whole economy of India to a 5 trillion economy, we are talking about Maharashtra being 1.5 trillion and Mumbai being somewhere around 1.2 trillion. That's 3 times the GDP now. So essentially we are looking at another, say, 20 years to virtually triple. Real estate is kind of growing according to, what it is expected, and I'm sure real estate will achieve these targets. The real disconnect is whether infrastructure will keep pace with the real estate. And essentially, good city is good business, bad city is then by default bad business. What we are seeing is the substantial out-migration of educated youth from outside the city. The in-migration is of labor, wanting jobs and all. So essentially that disconnect, how do we create an environment where young, educated, high net worth individuals would like to stay in the city, is something which we need to kind of do that. And the disconnect is in various sectors, like 90% of Mumbai uses public transport. So how do we achieve 10,000 buses in Mumbai and maybe another 15,000 buses in the Mumbai Metropolitan Region? How do we bridge this disconnect of water supply, sanitation? Can a metropolitan city, a global city, be without footpaths? Those are the questions which we need to introspect. And I think there's a lot of work. We've been talking to Mr. Shevai. You have a corporator who has the best footpaths in the city, and he's been like for last 20 years struggling to kind of get that, but he's got it. So we are very optimistic that this can be done because we have examples where we've done in Trombay, we've done in the other Matunga areas. What we need is the scaling up. Do we see that in the region? And I think that is the challenge which is there in next. Infrastructure will happen, metros will happen, tall buildings will happen. What happens to the intermediate open spaces, footpaths and road?
I think your question a few years back would be we were catching up. But I think with the current leadership today, we are not talking about Mumbai 3.0. We are talking about Mumbai 4.0. CM sir is traveling himself to Palghar, talking about a airport in the sea, reclaimed airport. We are talking about a Vadhavan port with 76,000 crore kind of infrastructure. We are coming up with a bullet train, which will be kind of operational, I think, in Gujarat in 1 year, and in Maharashtra, Mumbai to Gandhinagar will happen in next 2-3 years. With this kind of infrastructure, we are, in next 5 to 10 years, I would say these are all strategic move, and it takes time for infrastructure. I think around 5-7 years ago, all of our real estate developers used to think, are we in a wrong place? Entire Mumbai was dug up. We have metro going on everywhere. Metro work was going on everywhere. We were not able to travel. But today, since all the metro work was going on together, once everything is connected, it will be one network. The kind of movement it will create, like Pankaj sir said, कि public transport is most important. अगर सारा network एक साथ इकट्ठा हो जाएगा, then you are at a different space. So पहले real estate की cost होती थी कि आप साउथ में ज़्यादा महंगा होता था, नॉर्थ में कम होता था, वेस्टर्न सबब में आप देखोगे बोरीवली के आज भाव बांद्रा से ज़्यादा हैं. If you see so, and over a period of time, close to metro station, the rate will be higher. And so our leadership today is thinking strategically. Currently, we always see that we are catching up because हमको ground level की reality दिखती है, हमको उनका vision नहीं दिखता. But I would say we are definitely going to be, Mumbai, Maharashtra is going to be so MMR overall region, Mumbai 3.0 is already developing fast. Mumbai 4.0 plans they have already started. So I'm super bullish about MMR.
If you ask me, I think we are late. We are just reaching, or we are just trying to achieve the current population. Whatever infrastructure we are doing, this should have been done many years ago. So we are already late. By the time we finish this whole network, we are going to run short. So what's the plan for the expansion? We don't have any plan for that. The problem with us, we are not thinking about the future. We are not thinking about, 50 years ahead. We are just trying to, right now, currently, we are trying to solve today's problems, which still we have not been able to. So I think we should, there are 2-3 suggestions I have. One is that we should have one single body approving the plans. We've got BPT, we've got MMRD, we've got municipal, we've got SRA. All these are different things, and all of them are working in a different, they've got no sync with each other. When we are doing, suppose like we're doing Dharavi or we're doing BPT, it should be planned like a virgin thing and think about the future, not just do buildings and do this thing. It should be like a master plan. Even if you are talking about development in downtown, in the island city, we are doing individual buildings, they're giving approval on 700, 800, 1,000 square meter plots, which is not correct. There should be cluster. Cluster is the way to do it. Because if you do cluster, you're going to get more open space, you're going to get more larger plots, you're going to get more wider roads, you're going to get all that. So if we have the coastal road, today you come from city, you come to Bandra on the coastal road. Once you land in Bandra, you take 1 hour just to reach from the coastal road and exit to any point in Bandra. Especially in the evening time, it's a big challenge. So we are not thinking about the internal, the detailed, smaller, micro level thinking. We are just doing now macro level. We have to think in toto, and we have to think the entire city's fabric at one time. So my suggestion is that we are already late. We should think more in advance for the next 50 years.
Quite interesting. We see mixed views here. Strategic, or catching up with demand. Yeah. So, okay, moving on further on the real estate story. Manthan, this is to you. Where do you see the biggest opportunity in MMR today? And what is the biggest constraint preventing you for fully leveraging on it?
The biggest opportunity is Mumbai as a location. I mean, you cannot beat this location. Everyone has a dream to come to Mumbai, and Mumbai MMR is sort of synonym, I mean, if you ask me. Again, the opportunity I throw back to the infrastructure only. Infrastructure is connected in such a way that the entire Mumbai and MMR are connected in a beautiful way. So that is the biggest opportunity if you ask me. अगर आप पूरे देश में समझो, सबका सपना रहता है कि मुंबई में एक घर लेना है. कहीं पे भी आप जाओ, शायद आप दिल्ली में ना लोगे, पर मुंबई में घर लेने का सपना सबका रहता है. So that is the biggest opportunity. Mumbai and MMR itself is a brand. The only thing that is stopping us is maybe, as sir also rightly said, the infra work is going on, and that is where there is a sort of a disturbance for now, but this is temporary. Once the things are done, you may feel that you missed the bus. So that may be a thing, but the location itself is the biggest USP, if you ask me.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I agree. So this is to Mr. Reza Kabul now. How do you balance the opportunity of vertical growth? This is interesting to me because I come from elevators, with the challenge of maintaining design quality and human experiences. So I'm too keen to know on the human experience part of it. So what do you plan while you're growing vertical? Mumbai is going vertical. How do you take care of the vertical experiences, human experiences?
So I think we should adapt a few things from overseas. Like I have an office in San Francisco and we're doing work over there. So what is done over there, what the bylaws says that the ground floor is for the public. And you have to give a certain, if you're making a tower also, so you have to give a certain area of the ground area to the public for public amenities, and it will be open for them to use it. They have a time limit. But that gives the people some place, because today we are going all vertical, especially when I'm talking about city. We're going vertical on a 70 meter. I have done a building, a 250 square meters, a 70 meter building. Okay. I mean, we did it because the client wanted it. But if you ask me, actually, it's not the right thing to do. It should be in a larger scale where you have some open space, where you have some this thing. So you get the experience. Today, we used to play cricket. We had play cricket grounds. Where are those grounds today? Where are those, place for somebody to go for recreation, just take a walk or something? Just going vertical. Yeah, we are trying. We are giving intermediate floors. We give amenities on the floors. We give all those, eye wash. We give it just like an eye wash. It's a selling point. Everything is there. But we should have some kind of a, infrastructure, some kind of a thought, some kind of a, where the children can play, where they can just go and sit down. We can have some fresh air. We don't have anything today. Mumbai is just becoming vertical without choice. We have no choice. We can't go further outside. We've gone into the coastal road. We can't go any further. But it's a big challenge. We try to give the best. We give them terraces. We give them terraces intermediate, trying to give them, some recreation spaces. But only what I would say is redevelopment should be with cluster development, not with individual buildings. That's my submission to the...
Yeah. In fact, that brings me to the next question. I was traveling today from SV Road, Borivali to Bandra, and you see everything, all walls to the road. And as you said, earlier cricket ground, space to walk, talk, all that is gone. So my next question is to Sandeep. We all know redevelopment is the buzz today in Mumbai. A lot of projects are going through, a lot of projects are getting stalled. So what is your thought on this, and what actions are needed from various stakeholders for a seamless process of redevelopment?
So redevelopment process itself is a complex one, as complex as the development control regulations for Mumbai. So we as a PIATA had tried a lot to make that development control regulations simpler, but Mumbai itself is a old and new city, old city, and it has got its own problem. But so far as redevelopment is concerned, there are various options available. But as I fully agree with sir that cluster redevelopment is the best option, and probably the rule makers or the administrators have really identified that, and that's why the regulations have been drafted accordingly that there is a more and more incentive for coming together. So people need to think about the benefits of their personal benefit as well as benefits to their surrounding and as well as the benefits for the city for coming together for redevelopment as a cluster redevelopment. Only thing I, as a PIATA member, I feel that the provision of cluster by any who wish to come together and make a cluster is there, as well as there is a provision in the DCPR to make clusters marked on the DP plan as a master plan, so that those are already identified clusters. Maybe a bigger clusters will have to be started by the government authorities, because people will have faith in the government authorities that this will be done as is being done now through C&D agency. So the bigger the cluster, the more advantage for the city, the more advantage for the individual. He will get a bigger size home, a reconstructed home, rehab home. And as Sir has rightly pointed out, there will be more and more amenities maybe carved out. So rather than thinking of going a few kilometers away for getting an entry to some garden, probably the gardens will be in their own doorsteps. So that kind of approach needs, so taking this opportunity, I will request the students are also there. Let people think of coming together, because for last 15 years I am experiencing, I am associated with Bendi Bazar cluster development. So I am experiencing through that people says, नहीं नहीं हम इनके साथ नहीं जाएंगे, हमारा तो उनसे जमेगा ही नहीं. I think socially we have to accept that coming together will be benefited to each and everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is to Pankaj now. What is the biggest policy-led opportunity and what structural challenges still need resolution?
I think architect Riza Kabul brought forward that the fundamental problem that ails Mumbai is multiplicity of authority. We have one elected body, but we have more than 8 authorities giving building permissions, where they have no role to do that. No city does this kind of thing. So you see it playing out in monsoons. When there's a disaster, it is BMC which has to clean out. But railways will never take responsibility of their area, BPT will never take responsibility of their area, MMRDA will blame BMC. So that blame game is becoming a fundamental structural flaw. And now that you have the mayor, deputy mayor and all sitting here, I fundamentally feel that municipal corporation is the only authority, even under the act, even under the constitution. Rest of the authority are unconstitutional and they should not. They should be merged with municipal corporation, if at all. You cannot have multiplicity of authorities giving permissions when they don't do anything about infrastructure. Neither provide water supply, nor do sanitation, nor do anything else. The whole engineering, health, education is done by municipal corporation, and they have the only right to plan and do. It might have its own problems, but at least you know who's responsible. So that is the first fundamental thing. In terms of infrastructure, I think it's high time that you don't use things like water for flushing and washing cars. The dual systems through the State Environment Committee, everything about 20,000 square meters is having dual plumbing. We are the only arrogant city in India which use drinking water, level water for flushing and washing cars and all other things. So I think let's be pragmatic. You are not going to get this kind of unending source of supply of water. Use whatever water, 90% goes in sewage, treat it and use it for whatever purposes, and you don't have a shortage. I think it's a myth. Look at Varda and other cities in Vidarbha. They're getting 15 days may 1 hour water supply for drinking. So I think that arrogance we have to shed. Mumbaikar is too arrogant in terms of water supply, public transport, because we've not looked at other cities at all. So that is a fundamental kind of structural thing. And the third thing which we definitely think in terms of looking at challenges in public open spaces and all, let us implement our development plan. Your development plan of 1967 was implemented 15%. Your development plan of 1981 was implemented 18%. Your development plan of 2032, why is there no disclosure of how much plan is implemented? So your city has grown from 1950s without even 100% implementation of a plan. New York, London, Shanghai, look at Bangkok, all have gone beyond 80% implementation. And now they have competitions, design, interpretations towards what to do with open spaces. We have not done the unitary development plan implementation at all. So essentially the fundamental flaw is we are not looking at, like, nobody is accountable for development plan implementation. You have a municipal commissioner who's in charge of the development plan department. But have you ever asked a question कि कितना plan implement हुआ है? After independence, चलो 1950s से how many plans and how much is implemented? In a private company, if you implement 15% of your target, will you get your salary? No. The thing is that let there be accountability. Let us implement plans. We have one of the best development plans in the city. It's not optimally the best, but as compared to other cities, because we are like Andhe mein Kana Raja kind of thing. So we have a very good development plan. But even that we implement up to 10%, 15%. That means generations have been deprived of the benefits of plan implementation. I think the three fundamental things: single authority, second is use your resources well. We have more than adequate resources for the city. And third is, if you do a plan, please implement it. Like, let it not be in a shelf and, every 20 years we run this charade of making new plans and not implement.
So let me continue with you. Just hold on. So quite inquisitiveness, building inquisitiveness. Will this change? While you're saying, we are still, in the transition phase, things are so premature now. Will this change?
No, I think we don't have an option. The thing is, I said, my starting thing was young people are moving out. If you have 3 lakh flats empty in the Mumbai Metropolitan Region, if it reaches 1 million, I think the builders will force you to make those changes, because bad city is bad business. You cannot afford to do that. What architect Reza Kabul talked about, opening up the ground floor things. Hong Kong, public transport goes through buildings. It's no longer, the lower 2 floors are not yours, they are city's floors. You do whatever, you go like you want 100 story, you want 10 FSA, take 20. If that is what you want. But essentially, you don't tamper with the public domain, because the public can bend so much. After that, they're going to shout. Yeah. So I don't think we have an option that, what we say that the builders will decide. Builders cannot decide if they cannot sell. If we come to a point where you have an inventory of 10 lakh houses in Mumbai Metropolitan Region, you see what happens. So I think let us not wait for that situation. We need to kind of work.
Sure, yes. This is to Prashant. Execution is key. Like we heard now, execution is going to be most critical. So what is the biggest efficiency gap today, and how does it impact project outcomes?
So efficiency-wise, I think one is the policy side, that we takes a lot of time for approval. We have multiple clearances from multiple departments. That is one of the key things. And then construction is completely an easier part. But I think getting the approvals done. So there are a couple of points Mr. Sore, Sandeep sir also raised, and sir, Pankaj sir and Reza sir has raised. So for the social thing, so getting societies together to do cluster is a task in itself. As a developer, let's say if we approach society, we get one society, then we approach multiple society around that. Everybody wants a different offer, a better offer. So अगर आपने एक society को X area percentage दिया है, अगले को चाहिए X plus Y, उसको फिर Y plus Z, nobody is satisfied with the same offer. Second, the kind of since they are staying together from so many years, from 30, 40, 60 years, they would always say कि भाई हम तो आँख से आँख नहीं देख सकते. तो आप इन सब लोगों को एक साथ लेकर आना एज अ डेवलपर. तो बेसिकली अब हम पहले क्या होता था, एज अ रियल एस्टेट डेवलपर आप मतलब कॉलर टाइट करके चलते थे. अभी हाथ जोड़ के मेंबर से बात करके, मतलब वी आर मोर ऑफ अ रीडेवलपमेंट इज द डिफरेंट गेम ऑल टुगेदर. ये सर्विस इंडस्ट्री हो गया है जहां हम सोसाइटी मेंबर्स के आभारी हैं कि उन्होंने हमको काम दिया है. ऐसी स्थिति हो गई है आज की तारीख में रीडेवलपमेंट की। आज सोसाइटी मेंबर्स राजा है और उनको सर
वो बोलते हैं कि हम तो बॉस है, आप हमारे वास्ते
हाँ, हम
we are the owners.
If
You
I
cannot
may
call
add.
them tenants also. You are the, they say we are the owners.
If I may add, हम प्रॉफिट कितना कमाएंगे वो भी वो डिसाइड
करते हैं कि आप इससे ज़्यादा प्रॉफिट नहीं कमा सकते, हमारे फ्लैट इस लेवल पे आएंगे। तो मतलब बेसिकली द फंडामेंटल प्रॉब्लम यही है कि सोशली वी एज इंडियंस, मतलब हम उसी सोसाइटी से आते हैं। हमारा थॉट प्रोसेस रहता है कि भाई मेरे घर के अंदर मैं 10 करोड़ का इंटीरियर कराऊंगा, घर के बाहर तो कचरा वहीं फेंकूंगा, मैं रोड पे मैं वही थूकूंगा, मैं मतलब तो वो थॉट प्रोसेस हमारा अलग है। हम लोग कैसे अपना कल्चरली चेंज करें अपने आप को, वो सबसे बड़ा सोशल जो चेंजेस हैं वो बहुत डिफिकल्ट है आना। सो दैट इज़ द फंडामेंटल प्रॉब्लम टुडे फॉर नॉट गेटिंग द क्लस्टर अनटिल अनलेस द वे अभी SRA और म्हाडा का हुआ। लैंड ओनर म्हाडा है तो म्हाडा ने सीधे कर दिया एंड इट विल क्रिएट अ डिफरेंट इम्पैक्ट। मतलब आप इतने बड़े लैंड पार्सल को डेवलप करोगे, द काइंड ऑफ मास्टर प्लान, द काइंड ऑफ बिल्डिंग्स, मतलब यू विल सी द सिंगापुर, दुबई और शंघाई काइंड ऑफ बिल्डिंग्स इन मुंबई विद द बिगर लेआउट्स। बट ऑन अ इंडिविजुअल लैंड पार्सल, वहाँ सोसाइटी ओनर है या 33/7 में सेल्स बिल्डिंग है, गेटिंग पीपल टुगेदर इज अ नाइटमेयर टुडे, इज़ नॉट अ ईजी टास्क। हमको पता है कि कैसे सोसाइटी डेवलपमेंट करते हैं, बस सर के मतलब हम वी हैव टू टेक आर्किटेक्ट। तो आप समझो 5 बिल्डर 10 बिल्डर प्रेजेंटेशन दे रहे हैं एंड एवरीबडी हैज अ डिफरेंट आर्किटेक्ट हु इज प्रेजेंटिंग अलॉन्ग विद देम एंड द काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चन दे आ रहा कि घर खरीदने वाला इतना क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछता जितना सोसाइटी देने वाला पूछता है आज की तारीख में। दैट इज़ अ फैक्ट। तो वो बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है आज की तारीख में। सेकेंड चैलेंज हमारे पास आता है प्रोजेक्ट आने के बाद जो क्लियरेंसेज में टाइम लगता है, जो टाइम कॉस्ट ऑफ मनी है ना वो बहुत ज़्यादा है। वो एज अ लीडरशिप, एज अ अथॉरिटीज़ उस टाइम को कैसे कम से कम किया जाए, उसको कितने फास्ट प्रोग्रेसिव किया जाए, दैट विल क्रिएट अ लॉट ऑफ डिफरेंस। क्योंकि वो इम्प्रूवमेंट, इफ़ वी रिड्यूस दैट टाइम, द डेवलपमेंट टाइम विल इंक्रीज अ लॉट। हमको सर्टेनिटी आनी चाहिए कि हमारा ये जो प्लान है, ये आज जो रेगुलेशन है उससे पास हो जाएगा तो हमको OC भी मिल जाएगी। मतलब संदीप सर इज हेयर, सो ही वुड से कि भाई आज ये पास हो जाएगा लेकिन इससे आगे कितना होगा, until unless you get a full CC there is no guarantee about it। सो वो सारी चीज़ों में मतलब छोटी सी बात है, ट्री NOC है, वी आर सो आई गिव अ डिस्क्लेमर। 2010 में IGBC प्लैटिनम रेटिंग प्रोजेक्ट किया हुआ है मैंने, जब IGBC नया आया था। तो वी आर वेरी पैशनेट अबाउट ग्रीन बिल्डिंग्स। ट्री पॉलिसी चेंज हुई जहाँ पे आपको एज ऑफ ट्री के हिसाब से ट्री प्लांटेशन करना है, फेयर है ना, बहुत अच्छी पॉलिसी है, लेकिन जगह तो नहीं है हमारे पास। वी डोंट हैव प्लांट। अगर 50 साल पुराना ट्री है उसमें मैं 5 झाड़ लगाने तो 250 झाड़ लगाने, 250 झाड़ लगाने के लिए जगह कहाँ है? BMC को पूछते हैं कि जगह तो वहाँ उनके पास भी जगह नहीं है। मतलब BMC को खुद के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट के लिए जगह नहीं है ट्री प्लांटेशन के लिए, तो एज अ डेवलपर कहाँ से मिलेगी? सो द होल आइडिया इज की पॉलिसीज आर, द इंटेंट इज गुड लेकिन एग्जीक्यूशन is going to be challenging and that will create a lot of impact on the speed and the timeline of the redevelopment project.
Agreed. So I have a limit.
Excuse me, he's right. You know, when we go for a cluster development, you have to go to high power committee, you approve high comfort. After you do, first of all, you have to convince all the members. Then you have to convince the high power committee. After the high power committee, if it is a high rise building, which it is a high rise building, you have to go high rise committee. You have to go to MOEF. You have to go to fire. You have to go to there is so many these things, you know. So it's a big challenge. I just want to give the example of Gift City of Gujarat. I'm doing a lot of work also there. और वहाँ पे हम क्या करते हैं ना, एक बार हम पूरा प्लान सबमिट करते हैं। हम वहाँ पे आर्किटेक्चर, स्ट्रक्चरल इंजीनियरिंग, MEP, फायर, फसाड, एवरीथिंग इज सबमिटेड एट वन गो और हमारे पास सबके पास से कमेंट्स आ जाता है। सो वी शुड ऑल्सो, इफ़ यू वॉन्ट द सिटी टू डेवलप दैट फास्ट and this thing, so we have to streamline our approval process। क्योंकि क्या होता है, कभी कभी हम आज प्लान बना रहे इनके लिए, by the time the plan comes to implementation it's almost 5 to 6 years and so many of the people who are, you know, going into redevelopment, the person is dead and gone। So I mean we have to streamline that process and we have to make it a shorter process।
से अगर टाइम निकलता है ना, पहले क्या है, घर की डिमांड होती थी, आप कुछ भी बनाओ बिक जाता था। आज की तारीख में कस्टमर को अच्छा लेआउट चाहिए। कोविड से पहले बालकनी, कॉम्पैक्ट घर बिकते थे, कोविड के बाद बालकनी बिकती हैं, बड़े घर बिकते हैं। इंस्टाग्राम की एज में घर का जो प्रोडक्ट है पहले बिल्डर इंट्यूशन से बना देता था कि यार इतना बनेगा बन जाएगा। आज रिसर्च करनी पड़ती है। जैसे कोई भी एफएमसीजी कंपनी, आप कोने से हैं, आप कोई अगर लिफ्ट एलिवेटर बनाएंगे तो आप पहले रिसर्च करेंगे, प्रोडक्ट डेवलप करेंगे, फिर बेचेंगे। हमारी इंडस्ट्री में हम आज प्रोडक्ट डिज़ाइन करते हैं, 3 साल बाद अप्रूवल आएगा, हम 5 साल 8 साल बाद डिलीवर करेंगे, तब तक जो प्रोडक्ट डिज़ाइन किया है वो मार्केट ही खत्म हो गया। आप समझो एज अ डेवलपर द काइंड ऑफ रिस्क वी टेक, अगर हमने जो आज डिज़ाइन किया वो प्रोडक्ट है वो 8 साल बाद नहीं चला या 5 साल बाद नहीं चला तो वी आर आउट ऑफ द गेम। एंड द अमाउंट ऑफ मनी विच इज इन्वेस्टेड इन वन प्रोजेक्ट इट एट अ डिफरेंट लेवल। सो डिजाइनिंग अ प्रोडक्ट विच विल लास्ट द साइकिल ऑफ, एंड मतलब कंज्यूमर माइंडसेट इज चेंजिंग लाइक एनीथिंग। पहले इंस्टा सोशल मीडिया कुछ नहीं था, अभी एवरीबडी इज लाइक, मतलब 20 लाख का घर वाला भी, उसको भी चाहिए 5 स्टार वाला इंटीरियर, और 20 करोड़ वाले को भी वही चाहिए। सो इट्स अ डिफरेंट बॉल गेम टुडे बीइंग अ रियल एस्टेट डेवलपर। जस्ट दैट्स द ओनली,
कंज्यूमर इज मोर अवेयर एंड मोर डिमांडिंग,
सुपर अवेयर। सर आजकल सिक्का लेके आते हैं, टाइल बजा के देखते हैं कि भाई टाइल में कितना बज रहा है, नहीं है तो चेंज करके दो। तो उस लेवल का अवेयरनेस है। एंड वेयर आर वर्कमैनशिप और ऑन अ डिफरेंट लेवल, काम किससे कराते हैं? कॉन्ट्रैक्टर से। उसके आदमी कौन है? जो लेबर कॉन्ट्रैक्टर के लेबर जो काम कर रहा है उसके हाथ में फ़ोन है, वही वो इंस्टा रील देख रहा है और मेरा टाइल लगा रहा है, और या गाने सुन रहा है और टाइल लगा रहा है। तो जो फोकस है वो कहाँ है? नहीं है। सो आप उस लेबर को डांट भी नहीं सकते हो कि वो उठ के चला जाएगा तो लेबर नहीं है मेरे पास। सो द डिफरेंस बिटवीन हाउ द काइंड ऑफ क्वालिटी यू वांट टू गिव, इंटेंट अच्छा है, माल अच्छा दे रहा हूँ, मटेरियल अच्छा दे रहा हूँ, वर्कमैनशिप खराब है, कस्टमर बोलता है बिल्डर खराब है, और हम तो बदनाम लोग रहते हैं। वो प्रॉब्लम है।
Thank you for the honest discussion. Let me open it up to the audience if they have any questions to ask. Yeah, we have a couple of hands raised. Can you pass on the mic to them? Yes. Excuse me. Yeah.
Sir, as a lot of redevelopment is there, और FSI की तो खैरात हो रही है, रजा काबुल सर है, पंकज जोशी है, तो गवर्नमेंट को प्रीमियम की पड़ी है, इतने बड़े इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सब बन रहे हैं तो प्रीमियम कलेक्ट करना है, तो FSI की खैरात करनी है। तो डू यू थिंक देयर शुड बी सम स्टॉपेज फॉर FSI इन मुंबई बिकॉज ऑफ infrastructure and all other basic problems? This FSI and this quantity of quantum of construction is not matching infrastructure of basic problems, that is water supply, sewerage and all other facilities. So we should stop somewhere.
Let me answer that question. Yeah. I don't think we should stop. We should put it onto the developer. Like what we are talking just now, sir said, you use the water that is, you recycle the water and use it. You should be net zero building. If you are a net zero building, then what is the problem? अगर आपके बिल्डिंग में आप वाटर सप्लाई दे सकते हो, आप अगर सोलर पैनल्स लेके कर सकते हो, if you are generating your own electricity, if you are generating your own water, that is the main essential things of life. And if you can do that, there should be no cap on FSI. You keep all the parameters and you do it. That's my thought. Like Singapore is doing. Singapore is there. Hyderabad is there. Hyderabad is also unlimited FSI. You can go ahead and do that, but you have to get all the infrastructure in place. So developer has to do it. Instead of doing so much development charges you pay to the city, you put it on the onus of the developer. He has to do this. In fact, even the road in front of the, the development, he is supposed to develop that, and he has to be responsible for that, for maintaining the road also for few years.
As a urban planning theorist, I'll tell you one thing, that FSI, even in municipal corporations, started as a planning tool. It became a commodity later on, TDR, and then, every time there's an election, there's more FSI. The fact is, FSI needs to be deleveraged from planning. FSI is only a planning tool. See, by increasing FSI doesn't mean that the pressure doubles on your infrastructure. Because making a 100-storied building, but when you have only 100 people living in massive flats, the implication of water supply, sanitation and all is much lesser. As compared to making dense SRA building in half an acre plot where 4,000 families are staying because the pressures are different. I think you need to kind of remove FSI as a currency in Mumbai. You want 100 FSI, take 100 FSI, but provide A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. The fact is that only then will you see any change. Right now, we've made it into a currency. So you want money, increase FSI. You want this, you increase FSI. You want to shift tabela, increase FSI. You want IT, you increase FSI. 33 has what, 27 sections now, which is extra FSI, kasam milnar. There is a section which has 24 subsections and there are multiple subsections of how to increase FSI. The fact is, open it up. Let people have as much FSI as you want, but then you provide your own water supply, you provide your own sewage treatment. BMC will say that we will take only clean water out. You handle your garbage, you handle your sewage, you handle your organic waste composting, and that is what is done across the world. The kind of onus municipal corporation takes is like making city into pampered brats. That is the planning equivalent of what Mumbai is. So let us get more practical. FSI is not a problem. The problem is what comes as a larger package. And what we are doing is we are hitting at FSI but not looking at all the other implications which are there. So I would kind of refrain from that.
सर मैं 2 मिनिट लूँगा. शेवाळे साहेब, आम्ही आता BMC मध्ये जेव्हा कुठलं रिप्रेझेंटेटिव्ह घेऊन जातो तेव्हा पियाटा, MCH आणि नरेडको, इवन BDA एक स्टिअरिंग कमिटी केलेली आहे, जॉईंट फोरम तयार केलेला आहे. त्याची एक मिटिंग झाली होती. त्यातला फक्त 2च वाक्य सांगतो की XYZ said की we are together now, we will represent our common problems to Honorable Municipal Commissioner. But the bottom line was that ki we tried to convince the government to increase the FSI, As a business point of view, the FSI was required to be increased for earning more profit. लेकिन हमने सब करके देखा FSI तो काफ़ी बढ़ गया, profit नहीं बढ़ा. So now that particular aspect will also not be after you, sir, to increase the FSI. But all said and done, I agree with both of them. But one thing remains, housing for all. So if it is an housing for all, there will have to be, to balance that particular aspect, how to create affordable housing, there will have to be an additional FSI. Now, how to balance all those things with respect to, which I, in my first answer, first discussion only told, the livability. Everybody is now thinking about कि इतना सब हो गया तो वो मज़ा नहीं आ रहा है कि जहाँ पे सबको रहते हुए अच्छा लगे. So how to balance that thing? But then if it is housing for all, उतने घर तो बनाने पड़ेंगे.
So, yes, sir. They keep saying that FSI is not a problem, and tell us A, B, C, D, E, and we will do it. And they are being told to make rainwater harvesting compulsory for a certain height of building. They never do it. They somehow manage the BMC and get the OC and sell it off. And that's why there is such a huge problem of water now in the city. Only 7% water is available now, as on today, unless the rain comes. Even the parking, they said when you build so many cars will come, where you will keep. So they made parking compulsory, but all the cars are still on the road only. And they talk about the road being maintained by builders, impossible. It is all here. They want to make more and more profit, and that's why they keep saying that FSI bada ke do. Every election, why FSI is increased is only to make builders happy. That point of this gentleman is correct. There should be some limit to the FSI, unless you have infrastructure to support this. But one question I really want answer is why they are not doing rainwater harvesting in the building, new buildings.
Maybe
Sir,
everybody is doing.
we are doing rainwater harvesting. So rainwater harvesting में दो चीज़ें होती हैं. अगर आपका 20,000 square meter के ऊपर का plot है, then you have to construct rainwater harvesting tank, and we do construct rainwater harvesting tank. Then there is one more philosophy: injection bore wells. So injection bore wells are more effective way of doing rainwater harvesting, and we as a developers are doing that. So Pankaj sir is more kind of aware about it. He has been.
I think there's a substantial, I know you're a pioneer in rainwater harvesting, and rainwater harvesting as a policy is being done substantially for projects which are beyond 20,000 square meters. But there are certain practical issues which we were talking to environmentalists and environmental engineers, that the strata in several locations being clay saturates very easily. And that thing is a problem in several parts of Mumbai, where even at 3 feet you get water, which is not good or drinking quality water, brackish water, but you just cannot recharge pits. And that is when what you say is being seen, where people just connect it and leave it, and it really doesn't work as rainwater. So I think there's an engineering issue and there is a consumption issue, and I'm sure it can be addressed in a better way.
Yeah, maybe one more question. Yes, go ahead.
Hello. So my question is for Mr. Prashant, but of course all of you can answer. So as sir correctly said that जब developers plan करते हैं and then it takes 5 years and more than that for approval. So by the time it's executed, उसका worth चला जाता है. So what do you think are the steps that should be taken to reduce delays in redevelopment projects? Thank you.
So as I had mentioned earlier, I think approvals, if we can improve the speed of approvals, that will be one of the key factors which will kind of overall improve the speed of redevelopment projects.
Yeah, last question.
Yeah.
You've been raising your hand for a while.
I have attended many seminars like this. So the subject today is, and the policymakers are, in collaboration with companies like Construction Times are arranging this. So where do we see ourselves in terms of ratings? We see MMR 2047. So 2047, probably we'll be in 70s, some of us would be in heaven, so we don't have to worry about MMR. But where would we be in 2047 as a city, whether within 5 cities, top cities of the world, 10 cities or 25? Anybody can answer this.
Maybe Mr. Reza Kabul, you want to take a call on this?
Sorry, I was not paying attention.
So I would say that we are very bullish about the way the overall intent in the developer community and the design and the overall construction community is very good, and we are very progressive about the embracing new technologies, how to kind of improve the overall infrastructure. The way we have seen one waste management presentation today we have our STPs where the sensors can be installed and you can see STP आपका काम कर रहा है नहीं कर रहा, तो आपका जो water treatment plant है, जो आपका sewage treatment plant है, that is functional or not. So that way I think within next 20 years we will be a world class city. I am very bullish about it. We as a community of developers, architects and overall the construction industry, the intent is right, the technology is right, and everybody is embracing those technologies, be it let's say elevator companies or everybody. I think everybody is evolving the technology, and we are implementing new and new technologies in our products, and everybody is more keen on giving better products, and nobody wants to take a shortcut today.
I want to add one thing to your question, and I just lost something I was thinking. So, when we are doing the Mumbai 3, Mumbai 4 and all this, we are not doing any proper master planning. We are not doing future master planning. What we are doing right now, we are just cutting plots, and we are doing that we are calling master planning. That is not master planning. Master planning means something like Gift City, where you have a full infrastructure planned. The roads are in place, everything is in place, and then the buildings start. In Gujarat, the things that happen is the infrastructure comes first and then the buildings. In Maharashtra, we have buildings first and then the infrastructure. So that is, we should not do that in Mumbai 3 and Mumbai 4, what we are talking about. If you go to Gift City, there is a tunnel which runs under the city. all your drainage lines, your water supply, your garbage also is taken by suction under the tunnel, in the tunnel. There is no digging that is going to happen in the whole city. When we are doing that in Gujarat, in India itself, why can't we do in MMR 3 and MMR 4? Let us plan for it today. Yes, it is an expense, but you are going to, it is a capex, but eventually in future you do not have to go through many of the headaches like today. We are just digging for what telephone lines, we are digging for what gas lines, we are digging for what air conditioning lines. Even you go to Gift City, there is no air condition that's going to be hanging outside the buildings because it's got a district cooling. So one sector, they have one district cooling and all the chilled water goes from under the tunnel. So, I mean, let us think and let us plan like that in India, in MMR 3 and MMR 4. Right now, they're not doing that. Why they're not doing it? You have to do it that way.
This only shows how concerned we are about Mumbai and how much we own Mumbai. So thank you very much for a very honest and fair discussion to the panelists. Let me sum it up.
If you do this, then it will be good. Yeah.
So basically, we all want MMR to be globally benchmarked, more livable, more accountable, less process-oriented, shorter processes so that things could move faster. And this is what we want. Execution is going to be the key. So let's work towards this. There are people, stakeholders here in this room who take this forward. So best wishes to them. Thank you, panelists, for being so honest and fair. And looking forward for a similar next discussion. Thank you so much.
All our distinguished panelists and the moderator. This panel discussion was moderated by Mr. Amrish Jondale, and our panelists were Mr. Manthan Mehta, Architect Reza Kabul, Mr. Prashant Khandelwal, Mr. Pankaj Joshi, and Engineer Sandeep Isore. Ladies and gentlemen, since morning we have come across different variety of topics, and every summit's success is always a two-way communication. So we have an initiative wherein if you have any suggestion, feedback, you can either email it to us, but whatever happens in the moment is always the best thing. Outside, we are also taking some video feedbacks. So if you wish to give any feedback, suggestion, please visit the lobby area wherein we are taking the videos. We would love to have your feedback and suggestions. In other case, you can email it to us. You can contact organizers of the event if you don't have the email ID yet. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking forward for a two-way communication. If you have any suggestion or a feedback, you can either email it to us or else outside in the lobby, we are taking the video feedbacks as well. Thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes we'll start our next session followed by the BAM Awards. The first row of the round tables is reserved for all the winners who will be receiving the awards. So my humble request, first row of the round tables is reserved for all the winners, the awardees. So requesting all the guests who are sitting on the first row, please kindly do the needful. Thank you so much. To announce and inform you all that we have the presence of following dignitaries on the stage, and to formally welcome them and present a memento, I request Aditi Damle and Anup Siddharth from ARC Events and Media to please come up on stage. We have with us Sau Meenal Turde, Adhyaksha Mahila व Bal Kalyan Samiti BMC. I request ma'am to please come up on stage as we present a memento. Have a huge round of applause for Sau Meenal Turde. Have with us Sau Mansi Mangesh Satamkar, Cooperator. I request Mansi ma'am to please come up on stage as we present the memento. So Vanita Datta Narvankar, Cooperator, I request ma'am to you please come up on stage as we present the memento. Kumari Pradnya Sadafule, Cooperator, I request you to please come up on stage. And Kumari Nirmiti Kanade, Cooperator, I request you to please come up on stage as we present the memento. Take your seats. Now we are going to begin with our most anticipated session of today's summit. The session is called the Hot Seat Session. It is indeed an honor and privilege to welcome a dynamic leader, visionary parliamentarian, and a strong advocate of infrastructure-led development in the Mumbai Metropolitan Region. Please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Shrikant Eknath Shinde, Honorable Member of Parliament. We also invite Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan, Publisher and Editor-in-Chief, Construction Times and Equipment Times, and Mr. Philip Verghese, Executive Editor, Equipment Times, to kindly join us on the stage for the special interaction.
A very warm welcome to all. So we are here with Dr. Shrikant Shinde, the young dynamic leader. So can we start, sir? Sir, so my first question goes, Mumbai Metropolitan Region is growing at a fast pace. As a young leader, what is your long-term vision for MMR region?
First of all, I'll thank Construction Times. I think Construction Times has been organizing this event since 2019. And I'll also thank Mr. Rahul Shevai for inviting me here and all the other who are the part of this Construction Times. And we are talking about MMR region. I belong to MMR region. My constituency is Kalyan Lok Sabha, which is the most densely populated region in MMR. And you asked me long-term vision for MMR. See, MMR region is continuously growing. Earlier, when we used to talk about Mumbai, we used to talk only about South Mumbai. Now, MMR region is growing on all the sides. On one side, if you see, new Vadhavan port is coming. So, MMR region is growing toward Vasai, Virar, Palghar. Other side, MMR is growing towards Alibag. The other side, MMR is growing towards suburbs, my constituency, Kalyan, Ambarnath, Badlapur, Ulhasnagar. So I think for MMR region, there is a continuous growing population in this region. People coming in Mumbai with a dream. And Mumbai, being the financial capital, it is what you say, सभी को साथ में लेके आगे जाने का काम मुंबई कर रहा है. तो Mumbai has a lot of responsibility to cater the native people also and the people coming from outside also. लोग जो मुंबई में रह रहे हैं आज, उनके लिए सबसे ज़्यादा अगर कोई प्रश्न होगा या क्वेश्चन होगा तो मुझे लगता है कम्यूटेशन का. ईज ऑफ कम्यूटेशन, that is the main responsibility, I think, of MMRDA, BMC, and to give employment. In respect to the commutation, as you have already seen, Coastal Road, MTHL, Mumbai is also growing towards connected to the Navi Mumbai also, then to the Alibag. There is MTHL, Coastal Road, then the 350 kilometers of the metro. So the government is primarily focusing on connecting this whole MMR region, and this Coastal Road, MTHL, or the metros are not only limited to Mumbai city. They are expanding towards Kalyan also. My constituency has all connected with all the cities are connected through metro. We are coming up with the access control road, which is connecting Badlapur to the Navi Mumbai airport. We are coming up with the third airport, which is Vadhavan port. So continuously MMR is growing, and with that the needs of the MMR region, people are also growing. So first our focus is on the commutation, and next is the housing, the people living in the slums. As you see, there is a vast difference, stark difference between the people in the same region, in the same city, people staying in high rises, and on the side people are staying in the slums. So there has to be an approach of sabka saath sabka vikas, like inclusive growth. The people living in slums also have a good standard of living. So we came up with earlier we were doing this SRS. Now the new policy which government has taken over is cluster redevelopment. Through cluster redevelopment, we are providing them with the amenities, we are providing them with the open spaces also. So the cluster development we started in Thane, now this cluster development has taken place in Mumbai also. So under this cluster redevelopment scheme, people are being provided with affordable houses, good houses, with good amenities. Earlier SRA projects we were doing, so people were given rehabilitated in a particular building. But by this cluster redevelopment, a standard of living, a good standard of living has to be given to these slum dwellers also. So I think commutation and housing are the major focus which we are concentrating in the MMR region.
Sir, you spoke about these slum parts, Are we putting somewhere down the line an end to the slums, which is down the line on the railway side, on the other side? Because we have seen for the last 15, 20 years, there is no stoppage of slums, It is growing day by day. We have to put an end so that Mumbai becomes a livable city. More than a smart city, we need a livable city.
See, a major project which the government has taken is Dharavi redevelopment project. It will be one of its kind and a pilot project in the entire world, where a big proportion, I think it is Asia's largest slum, which would be redeveloped, and people would be given houses with good amenities. So in a city like Mumbai, as I said, there is a stark difference. So we are working towards it so that the city also becomes slum-free. People get good housing, good employment, and the standard of living of the people increase. So we have already started doing this. Started in Thane, started in Mumbai. SRA, we were doing it, but with the cluster, it is a upgraded policy where this cluster rehabilitation scheme and the authority has its own power to change the DP roads also, to change the width of the road, to put reservations. So I think it is an overall big development which will occur in near future, where earlier you say slum rehabilitation. So one particular slum was taken, the people were rehabilitated, and the private builder used to come and they used to sell their flats. But with this cluster redevelopment, the people are given amenities also, free spaces also, gardens also, hospitals also, colleges also, schools also. So this is the difference between the SRA and the cluster rehabilitation, where standard of living will be increased of these slum dwellers.
So connecting to your earlier answer where what's your larger vision in terms of how do you see the MMR region like Kalyan, Dombivli and Ambernath, Badlapur contributing to the larger Viksit Bharat vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji?
See, we're talking about 5 trillion economy, and MMR itself will contribute to more than 1 trillion economy. And in that region, MMR, in the MMR, Kalyan, Dombivli, Ulhasnagar, these are all the growing cities. We used to talk about Mumbai, so we used to talk only about South Mumbai, the infrastructure being created in the South Mumbai. But these cities are also now connected to the major cities. We are not seeing Mumbai as an island city. Together, as a holistic approach, we are developing Mumbai so that decentralization of the industries, decentralization of the infrastructure, everything will be done. So I think this all small cities will contribute to this $1 trillion economy, where cities like I come from Kalyan, Dombivli, Ambernath, Ulhasnagar. So earlier people used to travel to Mumbai for all the jobs. So they used to commute through railways. Now we have alternate mode of transports which are being created, and also industries are growing in Kalyan, Ambernath, in that area too. So I think a holistic approach has been taken already by the government, not only concentrating on the Mumbai, but we are concentrating as a whole on the MMR region.
So what reforms are needed in urban governance to accelerate infrastructure growth or execution in MMR?
See, earlier the organizations, say MMRDA, SRA, MAHADA, BMC, Thane Municipal Corporation, other corporations were working in silos differently. But with this cluster, we brought all this together. What we did, what our Chief Minister or the Deputy Chief Minister did, they brought all this on the same platform. So the cluster which has been undertaken is been developed by MAHADA also, is been developed by MMRDA also, is developed by the SRA also. So all together, all these organizations play a similar role, helping each other. Where there is deficit, they take part. Thane cluster also has been done by Mahaprit. So Mahaprit is investing in the Thane cluster. Some private players are investing there. Ramabai Nagar, MMRDA is investing, but SRA is there. So we have created a holistic approach towards all these problems. So your question of how urban reform. So this is a major reform which the government has taken into consideration, so that all departments will work in synchronization to help for the betterment of the city.
Sir, one pain of the real estate industry is of getting approvals of the particular plot. It's very difficult for a real estate company to get an approval faster. So what are the changes or your steps taken towards that?
Real estate, if you talk of Mumbai, Mumbai is booming with real estate everywhere. So I think this is a process. So if you have some suggestions, so we can expedite it. We can suggest it to the government, we can suggest it to the Mumbai Municipal Corporation, MMRDA or the SRA. So if you have any suggestions or any, all people are ideas, all people are sitting here, I think, from the real estate background only. So you people work closely with the government already. All the people are working closely with the government. So to expedite, we will be more than happy to expedite everything.
Thank you so much for that, sir. Sir, one more question related to MMR, which is very crucial, is we are talking about infrastructure development, the real estate development and all. Are we creating enough public spaces and green zones? tree plantation programs. Throughout the day we had program. We came to know there are not enough spaces also to plant the trees also here. So are we working towards that?
When the city grows, I think the green space should also grow. And a recent example is the 300-acre green space which the government of Maharashtra will be, and in association with the Mumbai Municipal Corporation, will be developing across the coastal road. You already know the decision of race course has been taken, where the green space of 100 acres will be developed, and it is in the process, and also 200 acres adjoining the race course and adjoining the coastal road we are developing. So in all, I think 300 acres of green space will be developed in a city like Mumbai, which is a big step towards this increasing the green zone. And also, as I said, cluster. This also will give rise to increase in the green space, green cover in the city. Because earlier, as I said, MHADA used to develop or the SRE used to develop. So reservation was not the criteria there. People, there were norms that you have to leave so much of the green space when you develop a particular slum. But in cluster, the area of the green space will increase tremendously.
So mega projects are announced frequently, but execution timelines often get delayed. What are the biggest bottlenecks slowing down infrastructure delivery in Maharashtra?
In Maharashtra, see, I will give you example of Samruddhi Mahamarga. It's a 750 kilometer of the access control road. I don't think any other road in the entire India whose land acquisition and the construction of the road was done in 5 years. Right from the inception to the completion. Shinde Saab was the MSRDC minister, then he was the chief minister. Right from the land acquisition, his involvement was there. From the start, people were earlier hesitant to give their lands. Then the government came up with the solution of giving 5 times. So people came forward, gave their lands, and the 750 kilometers of huge Mumbai-Nagpur expressway is being built in record times. Other example I can give, which are being prolonged for a very long time, but in Maharashtra, Mumbai-Nagpur expressway, then the coastal road. Tell me when we came into power, 2022. Before that, the coastal road was not seen. But in record time, we built this coastal road. So now coastal road is making commutation very easy. Then the roads in Mumbai, every time you used to hear news about the potholes. Now all the roads have been undergoing cement concretization. MTHL, tell me how much time MTHL is being built? Record time.
Record time. So Maharashtra government is working. Also metros, 350 kilometers of metro. No other city in the world, I think they have 350 kilometers of the metro, which Mumbai has. Mumbai, if you go everywhere. And this is only about Mumbai. I am not talking about my region, where the metros are ongoing. So they also add into this metro network. So the projects are being completed in timeline basis. That is why in 2024, the government of Maharashtra came up with a larger mandate, a historic mandate, a landslide victory. काम किया इसलिए तो दिया लोगों ने मैंडेट 2024
ये तो है सर, you should clap for that.
नहीं तो लोग थोड़ी देते हैं.
बात है. Sir, my final question would be.
So I think I have seen Shinde sir when he was the chief minister working, and also I have seen Devendra Fadnavis ji, who is the chief minister now and also earlier. So both are like workaholic, working day and night towards the betterment of the people, betterment of the city, and new policies. I will tell you, from 2022 till now, maximum policy amendment has been done by the government of Maharashtra, and maximum new policies have been in place by the government of Maharashtra. This is also a revolutionary step where government is making amendments into policies. कि ऐसा नहीं है कि ये पॉलिसी के हिसाब से ही काम करना है, नहीं, लोगों के लिए जो पॉलिसी चाहिए लोगों के हिसाब से आप चेंज करो. So that government is doing. इतने policies, इतने schemes, 2022 and when we went for the election 2024, all the strata of the people were covered. किसान उनके लिए योजना बनाए, महिला उनके लिए योजना बनाया, सीनियर सिटीजन उनके लिए योजना बनाई, यूथ उनके लिए योजना बनाई. महाराष्ट्र इज द नंबर 1 इन स्टार्टअप. Of all the cities in India, number 1 is Maharashtra. Of all the states, number 1 is Maharashtra. Number 1 foreign direct investment is coming into Maharashtra. So your question of expediting, I think we are already into it, and that is why people are believing in Maharashtra, coming, investing in Maharashtra.
Sir, my final question to you is, which is very critical for a Mumbaiker, that is witnessing a rapid infrastructure expansion is good, and we as a Mumbaiker, as a proud Mumbaiker myself, हे बोलू शकतो की मला प्राऊड आहे की गव्हर्नमेंट हे सर्व करतात. पण एक विचारायचं होतं की जे स्ट्रगल डेली लाईफच आहे आपल्याला, ट्रॅफिक कंजेशन्स, फ्लडिंग होणार, आता ते वर्षानुवर्ष ते पॉटल्सचे इश्यू असतात आणि प्रेशर ते सिव्हिक कम्युनिटीज आहे, काय त्याच्याबद्दल काहीतरी बोला. काय ते बेसिक इश्यूज आमचे ते ट्रॅफिक कंजेशन पॉटल्स ते.
सगळ्यात अगोदर मी तुम्हाला तेच बोललो, मराठीमध्ये बोललो, सगळ्यात अगोदर मी तुम्हाला तेच बोललो की गव्हर्नमेंट, तुम्ही जेव्हा विचारलं मला लॉंग टर्म प्लॅन काय आहे, तर कम्युटेशन ईज करणं सगळ्यात आमचा जो आहे प्राथमिक काम जे आहे, सरकारचं असेल किंवा BMCचं असेल, की लोकांचं ये जा जे आहे, वेळ जो जातो लोकांना तो कमी करणं. आज जर आपण मुंबई बघितलं तर मुंबई इज कमिंग अप विथ द एंटायर रिंग रोड. कधी कुठल्या शहरामध्ये असं नसेल की शहरमध्ये आहे आणि त्याच्या भोवती जो आहे हा रिंग रोड आपण बनवतोय. आज तुम्ही कोस्टल रोड बघितला, कोस्टल रोड जो आहे तो आता जो पार्ट आहे सिलिंगपर्यंत तो जॉईंट झाला. त्याच्या पुढे आता कोस्टल रोड कुठपर्यंत जाणार आहे तुम्हाला, अंधेरी, बोरिवली, विरार, वसई, बरोबर, विरारपर्यंत जाणार. तिथून काय आहे, तिथून एक बोरिवलीचा टनल आहे, त्याचबरोबर तिथून पुढे एक कोस्टल रोड ऑफ ठाणे आहे. परत ठाण्यामध्ये काय येतं आहे, जे तुमचा फ्रीवे आहे, ईस्टर्न फ्रीवे, तो ईस्टर्न फ्रीवे जो आहे ठाण्यापर्यंत जातोय. आणि तो ईस्टर्न फ्रीवे ठाण्याचा जो आहे तो चेंबूरवरून जो फ्रीवे आहे तिथून PDML रोडला उतरतोय. PDML रोडवरून अंडरग्राऊंड जे ऑरेंज गेटपासून जो आहे तो कोस्टल रोडपर्यंत परत टनलचं काम जे आहे ते सुरू झालेलं आहे. तर इन फ्यू इयर्स दिस मुंबई अँड ठाणे विल बी एन्सर्कल्ड विथ अ रिंग. म्हणजे तुम्हाला कुठेही जायचं असेल आता या सगळ्या मुंबईमध्ये, तर तुम्ही हे सगळे ॲक्सेस कंट्रोल रोड पकडून जे आहे ते जाऊ शकता, जेणेकरून तुमचा जो ट्रान्सपोर्टचा टाईम आहे, कम्युटेशनचा टाईम आहे तो कमी होईल. त्याच्याबरोबर मेट्रोचं नेटवर्क हे जेव्हा जाळं सगळं तयार होईल एकत्र 350 किलोमीटरचं, आज ॲक्वालाईन सुरू झाली, किती झालं आहे लोकांना, किती आराम झाला आहे, फरक पडला आहे. हे जेव्हा 350 किलोमीटरचं नेटवर्क पूर्ण तयार होईल तेव्हा लोकांना जे आहे हे शेवटपर्यंत घरापर्यंत जी आहे ती मेट्रो त्या ठिकाणी आपल्याला पाहायला म्हणजे वापरायला मिळेल. त्याचबरोबर पॉटहोलचा आपण विषय काढला, सिमेंट कॉन्क्रीटचे रोड ऑलरेडी आपण त्या ठिकाणी करतोय. शिंदेसाहेब जेव्हा मुख्यमंत्री होते तेव्हाच त्यांनी निर्णय घेतला, त्यांनी कमिशनरला विचारलं की बाबा हे दरवर्षी तुम्ही जे पॉटहोल फिलिंग करता किंवा दरवर्षी तुम्ही जे पर्टिक्युलर किलोमीटरचे रस्ते करता ते काय कुठे रूलबुकमध्ये लिहून ठेवलं आहे का की एवढ्याच किलोमीटरचे रस्ते जे आहेत ते दरवर्षी करायचे. तर कमिशनर बोलले नाही, असं कुठे लिहिलं नाही आहे. तर मग ते साहेबांनी विचारलं त्यांना, मग तुम्हाला मजा येते का रोज पावसानंतर जे आहे ते पॉटहोल फिल करायला, डांबर परत टाकायला. तेव्हा निर्णय घेतला की मुंबईचे सर्वच्या सर्व रस्ते जे आहे सिमेंट कॉन्क्रीटचे झाले पाहिजे, जेणेकरून कुठलाही पॉटहोल जो आहे हा पावसानंतर तुम्हाला पाहायला मिळाला नाही पाहिजे. तर हे निर्णय तर पहिले पण घेऊ शकत होतो आपण, पण नाही घेतले आपण हे निर्णय. मेट्रो अगोदर जेव्हा गेले अनेक वर्ष एवढ्या लोकांचं ज्याचं कोणाचं सरकार होतं, मेट्रोवरती कुठे काम केलं, कोस्टलवरती कुठे काम केलं, MTHL वरती कुठे काम केलं. इतके वर्ष मुंबई म्युन्सिपल कॉर्पोरेशनमध्ये ज्यांची सत्ता होती, मुंबई म्युन्सिपल कॉर्पोरेशन छोटं आहे का? एका स्टेट एवढा बजेट जो आहे तो मुंबई म्युन्सिपल कॉर्पोरेशनचा आहे. आज किती आहे, 60,000 65,000 कोटी रुपये हा मुंबई म्युन्सिपल कॉर्पोरेशनचा बजेट आहे. ह्याच्यामधून करू शकत नव्हते का रस्ते? नाही केलं, त्यांचं इंटेन्शन नव्हतं ते करण्यासाठी, म्हणून आज लोकांनी जे आहे ते घरी बसवलं. तर आमचं इंटेन्शन होतं, म्हणून आम्ही मेट्रो, आम्ही सिमेंट कॉन्क्रीटचे रोड, आम्ही जो MTHL, आम्ही कोस्टल रोड, त्याचबरोबर बोरिवलीचा टनल असेल, हे सगळे जे इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरची कामं आहेत ही कामं जी आहे ती मोठ्या प्रमाणात करतो. आणि त्याचबरोबर BKCमध्ये पॉट टॅक्सी, त्याचं देखील टेंडर झालं. आता ते पॉट टॅक्सी जिथे डेन्स एरिया आहे, जिथे मेट्रो जाऊ शकत नाही, तिकडे पॉट टॅक्सी जाऊ शकते. म्हणजे लास्ट माईल कनेक्टिव्हिटी तुम्हाला त्या पॉट टॅक्सीच्या माध्यमाने मिळणार आहे. म्हणजे माणूस रेल्वेमधून उतरला किंवा मेट्रोमधून उतरला, तो ॲप्लिकेशनवरती पॉट टॅक्सी बुक करेल आणि त्या पॉट टॅक्सीच्या स्टेशनवरती जाईल. त्याची टॅक्सी जी आहे त्या ठिकाणी त्याला नंबर येणार, बाबा ही टॅक्सी या वेळेस जे आहे ते त्या ठिकाणी येणार आणि त्या एलिव्हेटेड त्या सगळ्या गोष्टी असणार. तो जाणार तिकडे बसणार आणि तो त्याच्या शेवटच्या लास्ट माईलपर्यंत पोहोचणार. मी माझ्या मतदारसंघामध्ये पण MMRDAला सांगितलं की पॉट टॅक्सीचं तुम्ही जे आहे हे सर्वे करून घ्या, जेणेकरून माणूस रेल्वेमधून उतरला किंवा मेट्रोमधून उतरला की तो त्याच्या घरापर्यंत जो आहे तो पॉट टॅक्सीमधून जाईल. मेट्रोपेक्षा कमी जे आहे खर्च जो आहे हा पॉट टॅक्सीला आहे. आणि लास्ट माईल कनेक्टिव्हिटीसाठी सगळ्यात बेस्ट मला वाटतं येणाऱ्या काळामध्ये या मुंबई शहरामध्ये आपल्याला पॉट टॅक्सी बघायला मिळेल. तर सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं आहे लोकांचा प्रवास हा जो जेवढा वेळ त्यांचा गाडीमध्ये जातो, त्यांचा प्रवासामध्ये जातो, तो कमीत कमी केले पाहिजे. आणि लोक जे आहे ते घरी आपल्या लोकांबरोबर त्यांचा वेळ जो आहे हा जास्तीत जास्त त्यांनी घालवला पाहिजे. कधी एवढ्या मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर आणि सगळंच आता गव्हर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडियाच्या माध्यमाने टॅक्सी, वॉटर टॅक्सी ह्याचं पण काम चालू आहे. आपण तर वॉटर टॅक्सी आता पाहिलं मुंबईमध्ये की आपण त्याची टेस्टिंग पण केली आणि तिकडे लोकांनी वापरायला पण चालू केलं. आज कोस्टल 101 जे कोस्टल रूट्स गव्हर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्राने त्या ठिकाणी अप्रूव्ह केले होते. आता तुम्ही कल्याणपासून ते थेट नवी मुंबईपर्यंत आणि कल्याणपासून वसईपर्यंत हे तुम्ही आता येणाऱ्या काळामध्ये जे आहे हे वॉटर टॅक्सीने तुम्ही जाऊ शकता. तर रेल्वे, रोड्स, मेट्रो, पॉट टॅक्सी आणि आता वॉटर ट्रान्सपोर्ट एवढे मोड ऑफ ट्रान्सपोर्ट जे आहे ते आपण एस्टॅब्लिश त्या ठिकाणी करतो आहे. नवीन एअरपोर्ट जे आहे ते वाढवणला त्या ठिकाणी येतं आहे. नवी मुंबईमुळे देखील खूप लोकांचा प्रवास जो आहे तो कमी झाला. तर हे सगळे कामं जे आहे ते ऑल फ्रंट गव्हर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, गव्हर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया मोदीजींच्या नेतृत्वाखाली आम्ही सगळे लोक जे आहेत त्या ठिकाणी काम करतोय. अजून काय तुम्हाला विचारायचं आहे?
थँक्यू सो मच सर. प्लीज गिव्ह ग्राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर मिस्टर श्रीकांत शिंदे.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
May I request Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan to kindly present a memento to Dr. Shrikant Eknath Shinde, Honorable Member of Parliament. The conclusion of the technical sessions of the Construction Times MMR at 2047 Summit 2026, Viksit Bharat Vision 2047. Today's summit has brought together policymakers, urban planners, infrastructure leaders, industry experts, and stakeholders who have shared invaluable insights on shaping the future of the Mumbai Metropolitan Region and contributing towards the vision of Viksit Bharat. I invite Shri Appasaheb Barne on stage. I also invite now Mr. Jitendra Mehta on stage. We extend our sincere gratitude to Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Eknath Shinde, Shri Rahul Shevaye, General Secretary Shiv Sena and former Member of Parliament, Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee, IAS, Metropolitan Commissioner, MMRDA, Shri Asim Kumar Gupta, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Urban Development Department, Government of Maharashtra, Conference Chairman, Mr. Jitendra Mehta, Senior Vice President, CREDAI, MCHI, and Chairman and MD JVM Spaces, and Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this special evening. Welcome to the 9th edition of BAM Awards 2026. Winning an award is indeed a special moment representing recognition and accomplishment. This evening will see those winners being honored for their success and the best performance. We hope that the feeling of achievement can boost their confidence and motivate further efforts. We would like to give a special mention to our event partners. The BAM Awards is presented by Kone Elevators, Magazine Partners, Construction Times and Equipment Times. Ladies and gentlemen, once again welcome to the Construction Times BAM Awards 2026 organized by ARC Events and Media. BAM Awards honor the outstanding personalities, projects, and innovative building materials that reshape the real estate, architecture, and project management practices in India. Conceptualized and instituted by ARC Events and Media in 2015, The BAM Awards has carved a niche and has been well appreciated among the builders, architects, and innovative building material manufacturers. The prestigious BAM Awards provides the top performers an excellent platform to recognize their achievement and hard work and get rewarded for the feat. Now we are going to start the awards evening, for which we were eagerly waiting for. The first category of awards is Project Awards, and ladies and gentlemen, the first award of the evening is Best Residential Project of the Year, and the winner is Rustamji, crowned by Keystone Realtors Limited. May I call Mr. Rajat to come up on stage and receive the honor. Congratulations. The next award in the category of Best Commercial Project of the Year goes to the project Marathon Future X by Marathon Next Gen Realty Limited. May I call Mr. Chetan Shah, Chairman and Managing Director, to come up on stage and receive the honor. Now we move on to the next category of awards, Best Hospitality Project of the Year. And the award goes to the project IHG Hotels and Resorts, powered by K. Raheja Corp. May I call Mr. Nikhil Raheja, Chairperson, to come up on stage and receive the honor. Moving on to the next category, Best Upcoming Residential Project of the Year. And the winner is Satwa Lake Reach by Satwa Group. May I call Ms. Shweta Singh, Sales and CRM Head, to come up on stage and receive the honor. Moving on to the next category, Best Upcoming Residential Project of the Year. And the winner is Sector 91, Sonepa by One Prastha Realty LLP. May I call Mr. Sandeep Gupta, President of Sales, to come up on the stage and receive the honor. Moving on to the next category, Best Residential Project of the Year, under construction. And the winner is S3 Epitome Lower Parel by S3 Group. May I call Mr. Shailesh Sanghvi, Chairman and Managing Director, to come up on stage and receive the honor. Moving on to the next category, Best Peri-Urban Affordable Housing Project of the Year. And the winner is Decent Life Space by Decent Touch Builders and Developers. May I call Mr. Fanil Mahendra Shah, owner, to come up on stage and receive the honor. Thank you, Shantanu, thank you Sainath, and thank you that table, and thank you that table for clapping continuously. We need it. Moving on to the next category, Best Urban Affordable Housing Project of the Year. And the winner is Raghav Paradise by Raghav Realty. May I call Mr. Sudhanshu Agarwal, promoter, to come up on stage and receive the honor. Mr. Sudhanshu Agarwal. Moving on to the next category, Innovation in Real Estate, Financing and Capital Market. And the winner is Asset Pro Limited. May I call Mr. Shantanu Kulkarni, Director, and Kumar Majetia, Director, to come up on stage and receive the honor. Next category of awards, Emerging Builder of the Year. And the award goes to Nirvana Creators LLP. May I call Mr. Vardhaman Singhvi to come up on stage and receive the honor. The category of the award is Builder of the Year, and the award goes to Man Infra Construction Limited, MICL. May I call Mr. Manan Shah, Managing Director, to please come up on stage and receive the honor. Moving on to the next category of awards, Best Architect of the Year. And we have 3 winners in this category. The first award in the category goes to Architect Raza Kabul, President, ARK Raza Kabul Architects. May I request Architect Raza Kabul to please share a few words with us.
Thank you very much, and it's an honor to receive an award from you, sir. I liked your thoughts, but I think there is a lot of scope to improve. And I was on the panel earlier, and I just discussed, yes, the way forward is cluster development, not individual buildings, because so many buildings are being done at 500 square meters and 400 square meters and 300 square meters, and they're 70 meters. What are we giving them? Are we giving them another chawl, or are we giving them another slum? So 33.9 is the way forward. Cluster development is the way forward, and that's a great this thing. But I feel, getting an approval for the cluster development is such a big challenge. We should have something like a single window, because today, if I want to do cluster development, firstly I have to go to the high power committee, then it's a tower, high rise, then fire brigade comes later on, environmental. So we've got so many hurdles and this thing. So I think if we can streamline that more, that would be better. The projects would be faster, and people, they're giving their houses for redevelopment, and it takes 5 years, 7 years to do a cluster development. We should have some format which is a single window where we can expedite it. So that's my thought. I think we can work together and we can come forward with some method.
Thank you.
Mr. Raza is a very renowned architect in Mumbai, and thanks for appreciating the concept of cluster development, because nowhere in any other city you will see this concept of cluster redevelopment. Cluster redevelopment is born from the mind of our Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde ji. No one had coined this idea about cluster redevelopment. We know SRA, which was first started by our Honorable late Balasaheb Thackeray ji to give their legal house to Mumbaikars who are living in the slums. But as he rightly said, it is an individual entity where only a single parcel of slum has been developed. And are we moving them into another vertical slum, or are we, if you see SRA redevelopment over this last many years, people are still fighting to get their houses. People are still in the transit camps. And the condition of the transit camp is, you cannot imagine. So to come up with a new concept and to reduce the agony of these slum dwellers, Shinde sir came up with a concept of cluster redevelopment, where we are providing them with the house, legal house, but also providing them with the open space, giving them amenities, giving them schools, colleges, reservations and all. So in short, a cluster of about 50 acres or the 100 acres will be a township, a mini township you can say. Earlier only a single entity was developed, there was no planning, nothing, but now there is planning in 50 acres, now there is planning is 100 acres, and also the government is looking for the big players so that this development which goes on for years and years and years, which will not happen, because in cluster redevelopment there are certain criteria which you have to fulfill, then only you are eligible for the cluster redevelopment. Your suggestion to make it a single window, because it is a new entity, altogether a new product in the market, you can say, which we are everyone working on supporting. In Thane, we have already started working on 2-3 clusters are in place. People are, private builders, developers are in place. They are developing that the cluster, that particular clusters. And people are very much, the private players are very much hopeful. And also they are insisting on giving them more and more clusters. So I think they also see benefit in this. And also the slum dwellers, who are the main landholders, लैंड होल्डर, उनके लैंड पे तो आप बना रहे, तो उनको एक अच्छा मतलब खुद घर एक उनको स्लम से निकाल के वर्टिकल स्लम में हम लोग नहीं डालना चाहते, इसलिए क्लस्टर रिडेवलपमेंट पॉलिसी यहाँ पर आई. आपके सजेशंस जो कुछ है उसका टाइमलाइन कम करना है ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम. 100% दैट ऑल विल बी रिड्यूस्ड, बट दिस इज द वे फॉरवर्ड. द क्लस्टर इज द वे फॉरवर्ड, एंड द क्लस्टर development authority or the cluster development will change the entire scenario of Mumbai in coming years. Thank you.
Architect Parin Shah to share a few words.
I would like to thank Construction Times and Shinde Saab for this wonderful recognition. This inspires us to do good architecture, sustainable architecture, which contributes to India's growth. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next award in this category goes to Architect Deepak Mehta, Principal Architect Deepak Mehta Architects. We request Architect Deepak Mehta to please come up on stage and receive the honor. Architect Deepak Mehta to please share a few words with us.
I'm truly honored to receive an award from another professional, Dr. Shrikant Shinde. In my 40 plus years of my career, let me tell you, I started in almost 1985 my practice, but I have never seen such type of fantastic development which is happening by the government, by, of course, Mr. Shinde Saab, our existing CM, Fadnavis Saab. The coastal road, as he said, is a fantastic piece of I'm staying in Worli, opposite to me is the coastal road. Every day I see the development in last 3 to 4 years. It was amazingly good. The slum, the BDD Chawl, the everything is, I truly admire the speed of this construction is very amazingly done. Only thing as an architect, I would like to express something like, some kind of aesthetics, some kind of regulation aesthetic, I would say. Like, the buildings, the towers are coming up the minimum height, I believe. So maybe with the civil aviation also, it is around 18 to 20 floors. So there is the towers, then the street furnitures, the streetscape we call it, when we walk on the road. So a lot of things has to be added up in this. So with my experience, I would say, Shinde Saab, you need any of my seva, I'm always there for you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations. Now we move on to the next category of awards for Young Achiever of the Year, and the award goes to Ms. Angi Sangvi, Director of S3 Group. May I call Ms. Angi Sangvi, Director, to please come up on stage and receive the honor. I request you to please share a few words with us.
Okay, I'm caught off guard. Thank you, Construction Times. It's an honor to receive this award in front of great leaders in the real estate industry right now. Looking forward to see how my journey takes shape in the future. So thank you so much. It's an honor.
Now we move on to the next category of individual awards. The first award in the category is the Emerging Entrepreneur of the Year. And the award goes to Mr. Nishit Mehta, Director, JVM Spaces. May I request Mr. Karthik Mehta to please come up on stage on behalf of Mr. Nishit Mehta to receive the honor. The next award in the category is Young Entrepreneur of the Year, and the winner is Mr. Naman Shah, Director of Sales, Marketing and CRM, Shri Naman Group. May I request you to please come up on stage and receive the honor. May I request Mr. Naman to share a few words with us?
Thank you to the jury. Respected sir, thank you so much. What an honor to get an award from such a young and dynamic and dashing leader. Sir, we hope that we can follow your footsteps and you can continue to be our mentor. I've seen you since Shinde sir's time as CM, and we've met you And really appreciate everything. And this award's not only for me, our entire team has put in a lot of effort. So thank you for recognizing us with this. It really adds more spirit and pushes us further to do things beyond and above. And obviously, thanks to the government for helping us in this journey. Really appreciate it.
Now we enter the next category of awards, CEO of the Year. And the winner is Mr. Prashant Khandelwal, Director and CEO, Agami Reality. May I request Mr. Prashant Khandelwal to please come up on stage and receive the honor. Mr. Prashant Khandelwal to please share a few words with us.
Thank you, Construction Times, and thank you, Shinde sir, for the award. I think we are at the right time. The leadership is doing so much for the development of Maharashtra and MMR especially. With Mumbai 3.0 and Mumbai 4.0, I think with next 5 to 10 years, we will be way ahead and leading the country. Thank you very much.
We now come to the end of this pulsating and vibrant evening of BAM Awards 2026. I thank all our dignitaries for gracing this event. And now I would like to invite Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan to please give us a vote of thanks.
Thanks, everyone. Now I am asking all the winners, I am requesting everyone to come for a group photo.